I'd like to ask council to start to make their way to the dais, please. It's lonely up here. Good morning. Thank you all for being here on time. Thank you, Councilmember Lightfoot, President Melendez, our wonderful interpreters, WXXI, the council staff. Thank you all for being here on time. We do not have a quorum, so we will start when we get a quorum, and if it feels really impossible, then we will proceed without formally calling the roll, I guess. Okay, we do have a quorum. I'm going to let Councilmember Martin get settled, but I will just do a little bit of housekeeping before we call the roll. Oh, and we'll wait for Councilmember Lightfoot to come back before we do that as well. But I will just say good morning to everyone for day 2 of the budget hearing. Yesterday was a fun, action-packed, eventful day, and a timely one as well. We finished on time. And despite some criticism of my lack of breaks, we all even got to eat lunch. I would like to welcome everyone streaming on social media and WXXI, who's broadcasting. Just to lay out the plan for the day, we are going to start with the Department of Information Technology, move to the Department of Rec and Human Services, and then conclude our morning hearings with the Department of Emergency Communications. We'll then break for lunch, and then this afternoon we'll hear from the Fire Department, and we'll conclude with the afternoon hearings with the Police Department. And tomorrow we have a few sections left, but the big ones, the meat and potatoes, will be the Department of Environmental Services and our capital budget. So looking forward to that. We now have a quorum, so I'm going to ask the deputy clerk, to please call the roll.
Councilmember Gruber?
Here.
Councilmember Martin?
Here.
Councilmember Monroe? Vice President Harris? President Melendez?
Here.
And let the record show that we are joined by Councilmember Lightfoot. We are absent Council members Lupien, Patterson, and Smith, and I believe that the rest of the Finance Committee are on their way and had some conflicts this morning, but we'll be here shortly. So let's start the day with IT. And Deputy Mayor, I'd offer you any opportunities to make welcoming. Nope, that was easy enough. Thank you. Then I'm gonna invite our Chief Technology Officer, Ms. Fisher, Director Fisher, Chief Fisher is probably the right word to say, to make any opening remarks and to introduce your team.
Thank you, Councilmember Gruber. So Harriet Fisher, Chief Technology Officer, and I have with me today my entire leadership team from IT, starting with Joe Rossi, my Chief Information Security Officer, Tim Keller, Director of Operations, Rich Wright, Network Manager, Mike Ross, our Platform Services Manager, Ethan Hargather, Client Services Manager, Chris Kite, our Data and Digital Services Manager, and Tracy Van Tassel, our Program Manager, Technical Program Manager. Did I miss anybody? Look at that, all from memory. Okay, I don't even matter if you got the seats in right. And so, yes, so that's my entire leadership staff, and I just want to take a second to just thank all of them for helping with this budget. It was truly a collaborative effort. We started working on this budget shortly after I was appointed, so well before budget season started, but it was something we all needed to be familiar with what we had, and we knew that there might be some difficulties in this budget, and so we got a head start on that, and we have worked on it, again, almost a year to get to this point, and we're really proud of this budget we've put together. It doesn't short the city in any IT services, and it makes sure that we focuses on cybersecurity and some of the other important services we offer.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And I'm going to, because IT is a fairly compact department, I'm going to open it up to questions for the entire budget section, which is, just so everyone follows along, is tab 4 in your budget book. Let me open with a question of where you closed, Director Fisher, and tell us a little bit about the state of threats of cybersecurity and what we're doing as a city to mitigate those risks.
Yes, so of course it is definitely at the top of my mind every day, the current state of cybersecurity in the world, actually. And so it is definitely a high priority in IT. While we have definitely, dedicated dollars to technology to help, mitigate any of those threats, the biggest thing, the biggest way, the first line of defense for cybersecurity threats is education. And so we have our annual cybersecurity awareness training that is critical for all staff. Any user of our city network needs to complete that training, because that's by educating our staff on what to do, what not to do, how to recognize threats, to be aware of different types of social engineering, all types of things. That's how we keep our data secure, right? That's how we keep our systems safe. And so we have that annual training. Every year we change it because the threat changes. And so these threat actors get smarter and smarter. And so we have to stay on top of that. And so we have to make sure our staff, all of our city employees and any user of our network have that training. But I'm going to let Joe Rossi, my Chief Information Security Officer, talk to you more about what we're doing as far as technology and a long-term plan.
Well, thank you, Harriet. Good morning, Councilmember Gruber. To build off what Harriet mentioned, the top threats that are on our focus is ransomware still continues to be at the top. It still continues to be something that many local and regional governments battle with up to this day. The second focus has expanded to our public utilities, primarily areas like the Water Bureau. We have an active project with them to help harden and replace some of their existing technology with more updated hardware and practices in alignment with an assessment that New York State did with them over the past year. The other areas we are investing in is part of this budget ask includes enlisting outside services to assess our incident response process and train us and help us improve in the event that an incident occurs. And then we continue to invest in the services that protect our email, protect our devices, and then protect users as they log into city applications.
And would you mind telling me, I see on page 5, there's funding for the Palo Alto Cybersecurity Incident Response Services. What is that?
That is that vendor I mentioned. They'll come in, they do what is known as a tabletop exercise. They build a real world scenario. They walk us through this, or they walk us through the scenario. They ask us what documentation we have, what steps we would take. They throw in variables such as, I'm not available for 4 hours, so is there part of the process that is relying on me? Then they take the results of that, they write up a series of recommendations that we would then implement over the coming days and weeks.
Got it. So that funding is for a vendor to come do some, essentially in some ways, an audit of the department's ability to react to threats like that.
That's a great way of looking at it.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, I have additional questions, but I'll share the floor. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Chairman Groomer. Good morning to everyone, and thank you, Chief Fisher, for all the work that you and your staff do. My question is, how does IT plan to continue the city's commitment to broadband equity and to expand wireless internet capacities in areas of the city where residents have lower levels of high-speed internet in their homes and or in their businesses? And I'm going to give you an example of one. My church is in a particular area in the Cumberland Street area where our broadband is just like horrible. And of course, you know, the days of the streaming, churches streaming now, we have streaming services. And so, but and then also part 2 with this would be not only how you're going to continue to look at that equity for broadband, but also with the world of the digital divide, and how do you, and I think I asked you something similar to this in your confirmation, but as now you're sitting in your role, then how do you look to, because you talked about education, using opportunities to maybe educate in that area as well too?
Yes. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Lightfoot. I just want to add one last thing really quick, if you don't mind, to the cybersecurity response. I just want to, because Joe mentioned our tabletop exercises that we can do at Palo Alto, but we also did a tabletop exercise with the entire senior management team as well, which is something we haven't done before as a city. So that, you know, called out a few things that we needed to focus on, and it also brought awareness to the whole senior management team in regards to cybersecurity. So
how did the deputy mayor do?
I think he did pretty good.
No, that's great. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, and I will just say that was an invaluable exercise for us to really, you know, think through all of the steps that we would need to undertake in the event that there was some kind of real cybersecurity threat. And I did just fine, for the record.
Great.
Okay, sorry, Councilmember Lightfoot. So, yeah, so I really appreciate your question, because digital divide, you know, helping to close that digital divide is definitely a top priority for me. As far as
providing access to the internet for our residents who don't have access to it. We have upgraded Wi-Fi in a lot of our public facilities, our guest Wi-Fi, so that anybody living in any of our communities can come close to a city building and use that guest Wi-Fi. So I'm pretty sure we are finished with that, but now what we're doing is we're working with communications on signage so people know that it's there. So we want to post signs in like our rec centers, NSC offices, and different places so that people know that guest Wi-Fi is available to them to use if they don't have it in their house. So the city is not responsible for like municipal, the whole, it's a county effort to expand it, across the board, but we're doing our part in city IT to at least make it available through our facilities so that people can get access to that. We also, as part of our budget equity team in IT, we have been going around educating our youth on how to stay safe online. And so we put together this series called Cyber Heroes, where we've done this quite a few times now. We've also gone to my Pillars of Hope class, and we've educated these kids on, how to recognize the threat online. They're our most vulnerable population, are our youth and our elderly. They're targets all the time for scams and cybersecurity attacks. And so we put together fun exercises for the kids and presentations to teach them on how to stay safe online. So that's also part of our, so typically IT is, traditionally been an internal facing department where we provide services to just city departments. But with our budget equity team, we've been reaching out to the community, and I want to continue to do more of that type of work. We also, in helping to close the digital divide, we have a partnership with Pathways to Technology that we've had now, I think maybe 3 years, but it kind of died down last year. So we got that going again. And Pathways to Technology is a program in Edison Tech High School where kids take a bunch of computer courses, IT type courses, and then they go on for a 5th year to MCC, which is completely paid for through this program. And then they graduate with a associate's degree in cybersecurity and networking. And with our partnership, we offer those kids when they graduate a first opportunity to job openings that we have in IT. And so last year, we hired one of those students who went through that whole program, and now he's on our network services team, so super proud of that. But as part of that partnership, we go into the school and we mentor the students. A lot of it was soft skill type mentoring in the past, where we're teaching them about job interviews and like what to expect, like in an IT position in the real world. But moving forward, we're going to do more project-based work with them, with some of the older students. And also for the summer, we have our Summer of Opportunities program, where we offer those students in the Pathways to Technology program access to our Summer of Opportunity internship programs, positions first. And so last year we had 3 SOUP interns. This year we have 10, and 6 of them are from P-Tech.
Thank you, Chief. And I'm excited to hear that due to the budget equity tools that you're looking to look at the opportunities for IT to become more of a hybrid version, if you will, of internal and external. So I think we do have to just look at ways that we can change our current ways that we do things, or past ways that we do things, especially in this evolving world with the digital divide, the lack of understanding when it comes to information and technology, especially in regards to the baby boomers and the Zs. It seems to be getting larger and larger and larger as technology is advancing so fast and things are changing so quickly. So I appreciate the fact that there's seems to be an appetite for that external educational component and partnership component and not seeing IT as just, we just handle the internal things of the city. I think that's great, and that's a great approach going forward, futuristic for our city. And of course, I'm excited about the Edison partnership, because you have 3 council members here who have graduated from Edison Tech. Me being one of them. So it's good to see that partnership as well, and I'm glad to see that those young people are getting those opportunities and/or internships and opportunities and jobs. My second question would be, could you please share more information about the new AI project? What is the timeline for implementation?
Okay, so we don't actually have an AI project going on right now. What we're doing right now is we're laying the foundation for future AI technology. So we have a cross-departmental AI working group where we're talking about AI governance, and we're setting policies. We have a AI policy that we are just finishing up that should be coming out by the end of this fiscal year. We're talking about educating staff on how to, use AI responsibly and ethically. It's a lot of pieces to AI. We don't want to just, implement things without doing this groundwork first, right? There's a lot of things to consider. So this working group, my Director of Operations and Chief Information Security Officer, they partnered together to get this group together. It consists of people from the Mayor's Office, from IT, and another law department in HR. So we've been just working on, like I said, the policy, governance, structure, and we have identified a few use cases. So that's another thing. AI is everywhere. It's growing rapidly, and we can't just implement every piece of AI technology without making sure that it's something that the city needs, that it's useful, and that we're using it appropriately, right? So, so we're moving cautiously in that area, so we don't have an actual AI project going on right now. We do have a couple of pilot things happening, so they're more around like generative AI type stuff, productivity stuff. So like we have a pilot going with Microsoft Copilot right now, where it's a few people in IT are trying that out right now to see how useful that would be for the city. We Grammarly, we are trying out with communications department. But yeah, so right now we're just laying that foundational groundwork, not actually a project.
So I know President Melendez has a question. I want to just follow up on a couple of the points that you just made. First, on the AI front, you mentioned Microsoft Copilot. I assume at the very least there's an interest in minimizing or refining how much other departments are using AI right now. Has there been any kind of directive to only use one platform or another, or is it anyone who wants to use AI, until the policy is done, anyone who wants to use AI in whatever department can use whatever tool they want to use?
So that is part of our AI policy that we are drafting, as far as like which technology is approved to be used. There is some technology that's completely not approved, right? Like DeepSeek is one of them that New York State has banned on their government devices, and so we here are doing the same thing for city IT. So we have, as part of any technology in the city, it all has to be approved by IT. We have to make sure that it meets our minimum security standards, right? So you can't just use any technology, although we know people are, very eager to get these new fancy things, and sometimes they may try to bypass that process. So we have processes in place where we can help to catch that, right? So any purchase for software comes through Munis, and I'm part of the approval process. So if I see something pop up that's we're not aware of in IT, I pass it over to my Chief Information Security Officer over here. I pass stuff to him all the time and say, can you check this out? Make sure this is secure, this meets our standards. Some things can be purchased without going through that process, so we have partners in purchasing, reviewing things that are being purchased on like a P card or something to make sure that they're passing that information over to us to make sure we're aware of it and that it's meeting our requirements. So the city is, we have so many users, and there's so many ways to sign up for software nowadays. There's subscriptions online, and so it's a lot to get our hands around. So we're still working with that. It's definitely a challenge.
Yeah,
but anything that comes on our radar, we do check it. We can basically, our acceptable use policy. Our policy states if we find something that is not approved, we can turn it off. So we haven't had to do that yet.
And I just want to clarify. So right now, understood. I've worked on and been and participated in the creation of an AI policy. My other employer, a lot easier with a much smaller number of staff. I totally understand that. But will there be, do you have a sense of when the formal policy from IT will be completed? Because I'm sure that even though, as you said, you haven't given green light for everyone to use whatever they want, there's probably a lot of people who just are using ChatGPT or Copilot or other things because they're tools that people know. I mean, I don't know how to use them, but there's tools that people know how to use and they use them. So unless there is a policy from IT, they're just going to keep using what they want to.
So policy is done. It's in review process right now. It hasn't been distributed yet. I'm going to let Joe talk a little bit more to that as far as like the timeline of when it's going to come out. But I have reviewed it already.
Got it.
Has law department reviewed it yet? I think it's starting next week. So
Okay, so we're close. We're close to policy.
Very close.
Okay.
Very, very close.
Great.
You want to add anything, Joe, to the AI policy conversation?
Only thing I would add is it was previously mentioned June 30th was the date we were aiming for, and that is the goal.
Oh, great. And obviously, well, Deputy Mayor, please, when a policy is ready to be shared with council, obviously it's something even though it's not legislative action for us, I'm sure we'd all like to know it and see it. The other follow-up to Councilmember Lightfoot's question that I had is just about, you mentioned that we have free Wi-Fi at most of our, is it all of our public facilities at this point? Rec centers, libraries, the public market, everywhere that people go, is there free Wi-Fi for folks?
Yes, I believe so, but I'm going to let Rich Wright, my network manager, talk a little more detail about where the free guest Wi-Fi is.
We do have public Wi-Fi at most of our public facilities where people are gathering. So we do have public market. All rec centers have guest Wi-Fi. MLK Park has guest Wi-Fi. So we're continuing to expand at any place where we have people gathering or where there's meetings and things of that nature. So eventually Parcel 5, I believe, will get as there's projects going on.
Great.
Building infrastructure.
I appreciate that. Could we capture, staff, I'd like one follow-up just to be identified locations of everywhere where there's free guest Wi-Fi. And I'm really glad you mentioned MLK Park. The last thing I'll say about this is I was recently in another city and actually another city not in the country a couple months ago, and the best Wi-Fi that I found was in the parks. The parks had just incredible Wi-Fi, and I really think that's an area that we should invest in. I'm sure there's some logistics to it and some actual infrastructure has to be built, but as we look at redoing MLK Park and as we look at a lot of the other work that's being done at Parcel 5 and a bunch of other places, I'd love to make sure that we are investing in Wi-Fi not just in physical locations that have a closed building but open to the public. So is that what's happening in MLK right now?
Correct. We've been expanding, and we expanded Wi-Fi at MLK over the past year. Even MLK continues to grow for event space and public gatherings. So we are continuing to expand over there.
That's great. Well, I got to say, Director Fisher, your point then before about communication is a really important one, because this city, for what it's worth, it was Mexico City, and everywhere I went in Mexico City, when you went to a public park, it was incredibly clear that there was Wi-Fi, how to connect, and I have to imagine that a lot of people go into some spaces where we do have guest Wi-Fi and don't know it. And so last question then to President Melendez, is there the dollars that we need in the budget for that kind of signage? Has that stuff been discussed?
Yes, we have the budget. We've already started working on this with communications, yes.
Great. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Councilmember Gruber stole half of the questions that I was going to ask you anyway, but I do want to follow up on this park thing, because to Councilmember Lightfoot's point, I think access across neighborhoods is one of the big challenges in the city. Finding more ways to, in addition to the libraries and rec centers, to create access for internet is important to us. I think all of us on council want to see more in our park spaces. So is there a plan for how we might continue to roll that out in other parks beyond MLK, say, Genesee Valley Park or some of the other parks that are maybe smaller in scale too in the city? And if not, could we start to have that conversation?
So the other parks like Genesee Valley, if we have a structure there, like we do have a facility there, then we can have the guest Wi-Fi there. But if it's not, I'm not. But you want to add on to it?
Yeah, so it is more challenging at some of the locations to provide Wi-Fi coverage. However, we have been speaking with other departments to use other infrastructure. We've been in talks with even street lighting, so we could use potentially lighting infrastructure to assist in future attempts to provide Wi-Fi in some of these locations where we don't always have a physical building to feed off of. So we're definitely looking at other locations, and we're open to requests to evaluate additional locations for expansion.
Thank you for that. I think one of the follow-up questions would be, what level of infrastructure is required in let's say there's an open space park. I'll pick Pulaski Park, Avenue D, and North Street. It's an open park. There's really no infrastructure in there in terms of a facility. So is there opportunities to do something, even if it's not as high-end or high-tech, in those types of spaces that are more open air?
I'm going to answer that. So I think we're getting into a lot of good discussion, but we're getting into a level of detail that we should circle up and put together a thorough and accurate written response in writing and kind of consider some of those scenarios, because some of the parks we've been talking about are different, would likely have different capital requirements, and just to make sure we're providing a full picture. But definitely appreciate the discussion and questions, and we'll get you a good response in writing.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think what I would hope to see then in writing is just a sense of what are some of the barriers in different types of locations, and is there a potential for us to work together to come up with a maybe longer range plan? I know it doesn't happen overnight to do some of this stuff. So another question was in relation to last year we added a chief data officer. I know that's not in your department, but I am curious as to how that role interfaces with the work that you do. I know that you do a lot of data management, and just want to get a sense of how these things work together.
Yeah, so we work very closely with the CDO. He actually physically sits in the IT department. His office is there, so I have regular one-on-ones with him. So we collaborate a lot on all of our data initiatives. So his role is to set the city's data strategy, and our role is to provide the technology that he needs in order to implement that data strategy. I'm going to let Chris Kite, my Data and Digital Services Manager, expand a little bit more on some of these, but we have a data governance committee, and we have a community of practice, data community of practice group that meets, that he is a part of, the Chief Data Officer. We also are in the process of working on a project with him to implement a data catalog to inventory all of our data assets. And we are working with him on his whole data education, whole plan to increase data literacy in the city. So work very, very, very closely with DeMont. Chris, do you want to add anything to that as far as our collaboration with DeMont goes?
Thank you, Chief Fisher. There's various initiatives that are in place right now. Obviously, we've had a community of practice going for a minute. CDO has put his stamp on sort of the tone and flavor and direction of that. Also with the Data Governance Committee, there are extra, that governance is maturing under his leadership. The data catalog, they're in the process of regrouping around another platform for us to transition to that's going to help us with some of the growths that they have in mind. And education, right now the largest things that are taking place involving the Chief Data Officer are around the Power BI platform and the data education around that platform. There's been a couple projects that have been completed, creating some dashboards. I think those have been presented before. And then we're in the middle of another data service dashboard being created right now with NBD around more property information on that. So in the process, we are making a transition to a platform that's going to allow us to better scale up the use of data analytics throughout the city. And we've been working hand in hand with Chief Data Officer on that initiative.
And I would just add, we have a data management policy that outlines better of what his roles and responsibilities compared to IT's roles and responsibilities that we could share.
Great, thank you. And my final question, and again, this may be more long-range conversation. I know that we've been talking about a potential CRM down the road. It might be a PMO thing, but has there been conversations or any updates on process related to CRM in the city?
Yeah, so that is a project management office project right now. It has not started right now. So right now the conversation, it's been a group of us as like a steering committee, which we haven't started a project, but we've just kind of been looking at possibilities of things out there, but nothing formally started yet. We don't have a budget for it at this point, but it's definitely being led by the project management office.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
I just want to start by saying thank you for all you do and your entire staff. Every time I've reached out, it's been efficient. It feels like folks care about making sure I have the access I need. Just super grateful for your whole department. I have two questions. The first is following up on the Wi-Fi conversation. Is there a public-facing link on the city website where community members can just go and see, okay, these are the spaces where we can go to access Wi-Fi?
We don't have that, to my knowledge, we don't have that just now, but that's something we can add to our list to talk about with communications as we're working on signage and, advertising, like where we have guest Wi-Fi.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm thinking it might be cheaper to do it on the website as we figure out the physical signage. Second question, on page 5, I see there's a cut for maintenance and equipment repair to assist with efficiency of the overall budget. What do you foresee the impact would be? You already do such a great job with maintaining, repairing, being responsive, but do you foresee any negative outcomes? Is there?
I'm sorry, Council Member Martin, which part are you referring to?
On page 5, there's a year-to-year comparison, and one of the deductions is a $186,000 deduction for funding and maintenance. Sorry, for maintenance and equipment repair.
Okay, I'm going to let Tim Keller, my Director of Operations, answer.
Thank you.
As part of the work we did in developing this budget, we wanted to make sure we put expenses into the right bureaus. So the cut of $185,000 went from the admin budget into the security budget to cover the cost of our managed security operations center.
Got it. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Anything else? Just to, first of all, welcome to Councilmember Monroe, and I'll turn it to you for a question in a moment, but I want to refer to a question that she brought up yesterday that I think needs to be raised somewhat, is just the strategy of this budget is full of software contracts moving from IT directly into departments. So what's the reason, what's the overall strategy for that? I'm sure at one point, I'd imagine at one point it was that way and was centralized in IT, and now it's being kind of decentralized back out again. So can you talk about the strategy behind that?
Yeah, so you're right. At one point, some years ago, it was that way. And then for a while, we had a role in IT called a relationship manager. And that person was managing those contracts for their departments that they were assigned, right? So with our Baker Tilly.
Sorry, each department had their own, whatever that role was called, or there was one person who just managed contracts for departments?
So as part of the role of the relationship manager, they were assigned multiple departments. So I think we had 3 relationship manager, and all of the city departments were split amongst the 3, and they helped to manage those contracts. So with the reorganization of IT, we don't have that position anymore, and we don't have somebody closely managing those contracts, so the departments are better able to manage their software contracts, so that we don't miss things like, oh, if there's a, change in number of users or they're not using it anymore, they will have that information. So when it's better for them to manage that budget, manage that contract instead of IT.
So
This is for specialized software, so software that just their department is using.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think in particular right now that makes sense as a lot of this budget is about finding operational efficiencies, and that's logical. I think the obvious potential downside is to have people who are not IT professionals being the person responsible for big pieces of software. So what's the dotted line to IT?
Yeah, so no, we're still involved in like contract negotiate, getting that contract in place. So they're pretty much just managing like the number of like users and paying the bill. But as far as like all the details around that technology, IT is still involved in that.
Got it. Okay. So ultimately, I'm sure the departments are happy to have some more ownership over the contract, but it sounds like IT also thinks this is a more efficient way to operate.
Yes, absolutely. We definitely found some efficiencies in doing this. Yeah. Do you want to add anything?
Yes. I'll give you a perfect example of why it makes sense. One of the conditions of the Workday contract is that our fees are based on the number of part-time and full-time employees that we have at any given point in time. And it just makes more sense for that contract. And essentially what we're talking about here is the contract and the payment for the contract is being managed by the new department. The technology behind it is still managed by IT. But, it makes more sense to have the HR director paying the invoice based on the number of employees that we have at any given time. The chief technology officer doesn't necessarily have that information.
Got it. That makes sense. Councilor Monroe, any further questions from you?
I think the only follow-up to that is when certain changes might need to be done on the programming end. Is that something that then they request IT for? And is IT doing that, or is it more of being kind of in the middle there and then requesting that information of the company?
Okay. So Councilmember Monroe, you're talking about changes to the actual technology, not to the contract.
To the actual technology, when sometimes, if somebody decides that there are certain data fields that they hadn't anticipated before that they need to, say, pull down information or make a report, how are those kinds of things handled?
So for that example, for Workday, they have staff in HR who manage that. They have like IT staff. So they have an application analyst there who works with the vendor, who they can do some of the things themselves there in HR, and then some things they pass over to the vendor to do. So IT does not provide that type of technical support for Workday because that's managed via, their staff in HR. But we can give them guidance, and we work very closely with that person. Actually, I think there's 3 of them now, possibly. But we do work very closely with them, but they make those changes, not us.
Is that the same for something like Infor?
So that's a good question. Infor, as you know, is replacing our mainframe, and we're still early on in that implementation. We're only live right now with land management, and we're going live soon with a couple of other areas. And so for that, in particular, for like land management, for instance, they have a system administrator. We call these people system administrators. So they have a system administrator in MBD who helps with that work, but we have system administrators also in IT to also assist with that. So for these new areas that we're implementing soon, we have system administrators in IT to support that work because all city departments don't have these type of technical staff available. So we're helping on that end.
Thank you.
And so basically, depending on the complexity of a piece of software, the department will be responsible for having their own person to kind of own it and liaise with IT. And if the software is not overly complex and it's something that they're just managing kind of basic contract work, IT will still do the IT part and they'll do the contracting part.
Yes, and the reason for that is to have system administrators in the departments because they know their business processes better than we do, and so they're better able to work with the vendor to implement these changes. And so, but like, again, some departments don't have that that skill in their department, and that's where IT comes in, and we will be system administrators for them.
Got it. Any further questions from council members?
I just wanted to add to this that this model is really to break down the silos that may have existed before. You know, we all need to work together to make sure that we're efficiently and effectively using these software. You know, it's changing every day. This week there's a Munis upgrade. You know, making sure that we're all working together to make sure that we can get the information we need, we can report effectively, and things of that nature.
Amen.
And the other thing here too is like also common sense, because from a financial perspective, if a department has a software that IT is paying and it turns out they're not using the software, the department is going to be responsible for telling us why we're still paying for a software that they're not using. So that's the other big piece of this, particularly when we're looking for efficiencies in this budget. If you notice, we found about $7 million in efficiencies, and some of it is stuff that we may not be using or may be not meeting our specifications. So then the head of that department can get rid of it. IT would have no idea if that wasn't, if that was being used or not being used, if they were just renewing the software automatically. So we got to streamline things around here, because the budget is only going to continue to get tighter. And this was one thing that we did in terms of finding efficiencies in this budget without going into even more detail. And I'm sure you guys already talked about this ad nauseum, but I just wanted to add my 2 cents on that.
No, we did. It all makes sense. It was a good conversation. And with that, we're going to adjourn the IT hearing. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time, everyone. And we'll let the Rec and Human Services folks take their seats when and as they can. I'm going to ask council members to take their seats. Going to ask the administration to take their seats. All right, we are going to proceed with the Department of Recreation and Human Services. For those of you who are listening on XXI and YouTube, it'll be called DRYS, which I'd still like a new name for it, Commissioner Green, at some point, but you don't have a sayable acronym anymore. But it is the Department of Recreation and Human Services. Let the record show we've been joined by Councilmember Monroe and Vice President Harris since we started the day. So we now have all the members of the Finance Committee and Councilmember Lightfoot, and that is who is with us today. So let me open by asking, and also we've been joined by Mayor Evans. Mayor, do you have any opening remarks for the department, or do you want me to turn it to Commissioner Green?
No, I'll just turn it over to Commissioner Green, but I was just looking at an old budget as it related to this department. And I remember when we came in 2022, and I'm sure this will be part of the discussion, there were like 4 full-time workers in the person in crisis team. Now we're up to 13. And I think that that's just an example of the evolution that this department has taken on. I'm grateful for all the stuff that this department has taken on. Many things, expanding the workforce development program, which I'm sure might be talked about, expanding PIC, like I said, from 4 to 13, and our work with youth. Now they're taking on a bunch of stuff with esports. So this department continues to evolve and grow, and I'm thankful for Dr. Green and her team and all of their work that they're doing as it relates to this, and not to mention our expansion of youth employment opportunities. So lots of meat in this budget, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Green. She's not going to give an opening statement. She's going to introduce her team and then go right into questions. So Dr.
Great.
Green.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having us here this morning. As the Mayor said, we are the Department of Recreation and Human Services, one of the forward-facing departments in the city of Rochester. I have with me today Sarah Fletcher, who's the Deputy Commissioner, Kendra Hale, Director of Recreation and Operations, Stacy Papadopoulos, the Director of Animal Services, Eric Rose, Director of Community Athletics and Aquatics, Sarah Scott, Director of Programming and Park Stewardship, Jim Farr, Director of the Public Market, Kiara Warren, our Senior Administrative Analyst, Isaac Bliss, the Director of Youth Services, Zekwe Tukes, the Director of Violence Prevention, Sarah Hooper, our Project Manager. And we are ready to begin.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm going to just ask Council to please stay with me going bureau by bureau. So we're going to open up with the Commissioner's Office, which is specifically around animal services, the public market, International Plaza, and any kind of administration of the department. And then we'll move from there to recreation, and then we'll move from there to human services. So let's open with animal services, public market, International Plaza. That would be found on page 12-6 all the way through 1210. I will open the floor to Vice President Harris.
Thank you, Chair Gruber. I'm excited, and thank you so much to you and your staff for putting this together. I'd like to start by asking, can you talk about the budget priorities for this budget year and how you've been able to maintain them despite the challenges that we're facing with the possible cuts?
So within the Department of Recreation and Human Services, as you know, we're in different bureaus. And so our priorities in the Commissioner Bureau focuses on our animal services. And as you all know, we have done a lot of work within animal services, and we continue to do the work that is needed to ensure the well-being of our animals and the care of our staff. You know that we have been working diligently to hire a veterinarian. One of our priorities is to fill that position. We have been working with human resource around a recruiter to ensure that we can hire a quality veterinarian. One of the recommendations that you all made recently was to increase the bracket. We have done that. You've also mentioned about looking at waiving city residency. The mayor has supported across the board for animal services to waive the city residency requirement. And so we continue to work on those priorities within animal services. Within the public market, we continue to prioritize the market. As you know, it is the gem of the city. Councilmember Gruber knows that very intimately. And we continue to work on the design of the new component of the public market. We continue to work at increasing revenue. This year, you may have noticed that we've become more creative with what's happening in the market, branching out to include non-traditional events at the market. And so those are priorities within the commissioner's budget.
And just let me say, you mentioned something about animal services. In our capital improvement plan, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there were funds in there for us to do some work around animal services. And I think most council members voted on that last year. But I think that was extremely important because you often hear all this talk about animal services, animal services, animal services. There was a proposal before council last year in the capital improvement plan to vote for more dollars for animal services. So I want to thank council for those that did vote for it, that voted in the capital improvement plan for animal services. And I'm not sure again if this year there's a continuation of that again in the capital improvement plan for animal services as well. So if we say we're going to prioritize something, it has to be written. But more importantly, it doesn't mean anything if we can't put funding to it. And you'll see it in this budget, and it was in last budget as well.
Mayor, to that, and Commissioner Green, it says here that you anticipate the completion of the kennel renovation project. Can you speak more about that?
So as the mayor talked about, in the capital improvement plan, there is funding in there for the kennel project that is hopefully to start in the fall. I will ask Stacy to just talk briefly about some of the work that will be involved in the kennel project. Stacy?
Just before Stacy talks, Stacy's been here for how long?
9 months.
9 months. And I just want to thank her for what she has done in 9 months. I know the volunteers appreciate Stacy, and she has still a spine. And I'm thankful for her sticking it out in the first 9 months because she got a lot of tomatoes thrown at her, but she's a Philly woman, so she can take it. So, Stacy, I want to publicly say thankful for 9 months because I'll tell you, you are much more calm, cool, and collected than I would have been with some of the nonsense that you've had to deal with in the first 9 months. But you're still standing, and I thank you for your commitment. But if she can just talk about the projects that are taking place, I think that would also be informative for both the community as well as us.
Thank you. I appreciate your kind words. There were a lot of tomatoes when I got here, but I'm good. I'm good. So a little bit about the kennel project. So the project generally is replacing all of our dog housing. So all of the physical dog kennels are being replaced, but that trickles into a bunch of other stuff as construction does. So we're getting all new drainage. We're getting all new vertical surfaces in all rooms. We're splitting one large room into 2 smaller rooms, which is just going to be better for animals and their stress level. It'll be better for humans getting those dogs in and out. You don't have to get them out with 36 other dogs. You only have to get them out with 18 other dogs. And I think one of the most important things that we've kind of wiggled our way into the schematics of this project is replacing those like rice paper windows with real windows so that both dogs and humans can see the outside world when they're in the shelter. It's important for animals to be able to see outside, but it's even more important for the humans who work in that building to be able to see outside during their 8-hour day. We're also adding doors into every room, which is also very important. It eliminates a lot of the cross-contamination of dog populations, so you're not crossing through every other area of the shelter to get your dog out the single door that they can go out. Generally we're replacing all the kennels, but there's a lot of other things that have gone into it that, I made these decisions with my team and with the professionals at Animal Arts so that we can really get the most bang for our buck.
Thank you. I have additional questions, but I'll yield and hold to later.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask one follow-up question about the shelter, but specifically around Friends of Verona Street. So I see that there's a reduction in about $36,000 in funding from the Friends. What is the status of the relationship with the Friends, big picture?
So the Friends has been supportive. That is the reduction of one of the positions that we did not fill this current year. That's why you see that reduction. But they do cover the cost of our foster care coordinator.
So it's not that the Friends didn't have the dollars to put towards it, it's that we said we didn't want the position?
We did not fill that position this past year, and so we did not move forward requesting that funding this year.
Okay, and how is generally speaking, are the Friends of continuing to fundraise at the same clip they have over the last several years?
Yes.
And that money is all going, whether it's staying with their organization or with the city, it's all going towards the shelter at Verona Street?
Yes.
Okay. I would love, as a follow-up, I'll ask the council staff to just know this, I'd love a follow-up just to understand where we are with or what the contributions from the Friends are. Obviously, that would be budget adjacent, but it'd be good to see that. Thank you, and I'll pass it to President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So as a follow-up to the renovation project, I just wanted to ask this, and you may have said it, and I apologize if I missed it. But in addition to the kennels, are we also doing doors at the rear of the building to exit?
Yes, that's part of the kennel project, correct, Stacy?
Yes, so the doors at the rear, that was one of the things that you and I personally spoke about, replacing the windows and then adding those doors. So there's going to be an exit door in every dog room so that the dog walkers and the staff can exit the building with their dog right out onto Brown Street instead of walking through all the kennels and going out that single door on Brown Street. So every room is going to have an exterior door.
Great, thank you. And in addition, so I had an opportunity to tour Lollipop with some volunteers and get a sense of what they're doing. I know that's a monstrous facility with a lot of resources, but it opened my eyes to some of the potential challenges. And one of the things I wanted to raise and ask a question around is not inside the facility, but across the street where we have the park and then we have that outdoor space for the animals. Are there any plans to consider renovating or adding to that space in any way in the future?
We have not had that conversation, but certainly it could be something that we look forward to.
Okay, great, thank you. And then a question about the social media marketing. I know we have a position that is focused on that issue, and I know that's a common concern from constituents, is how are we getting the word out about either various services or various efforts of animal services. Is that position vacant or is it filled at this point?
So we recently filled the position with someone from our own communications department. So we have someone internal who works with communications that will take over that work through the animal services.
Great, thank you. And a final question on the vet challenges that we have. So I know that in terms of benchmarking, we've looked at, is the salary appropriate for a vet versus what other people are paying? And there's some challenges related to that within the context of city government and budget and all of that. How do we feel today in terms of that position and our ability to potentially fill that?
So the recruiter, it has been working with us for quite a while. The challenge is beyond Rochester. There's a shortage in vets across the country. Some of you know I go visit Australia often. Even when I was in Australia, there was a sign looking for a veterinarian. So this is something that we know is happening, and that's why we entertain working with a recruiter specifically to help us hire a vet.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Martin?
So starting with the public markets, one of my favorite places in the city, just doing an excellent job keeping folks able to get outside, get fresh food. I love that people can double up their funds. So thank you for all you all are doing at the public markets. And as a department in general. So I do have a few questions about animal services. So with the capital investments in renovations, is this signaling that we're planning to stay at the current location? I know there has been talks about moving or staying. I'm still not clear about what the decision is by the administration.
TBD, but it's like if you have a house and you think you're going to move, you still got to keep doing the renovations to the existing house that you're in. Now, there's a dream project that I have in the Northwest. We have not put that out there yet because we don't want to give people false hope. But there's a piece of land that the city kind of owns in the Northwest that we have some dreams there. But I just think we're not there yet in terms of what that would look like, and also the funding, particularly in the uncertain times that we're in. So we have to run on a parallel track in terms of walking and chewing gum at the same time. So we're going to keep renovating the existing space where we are, but also continue to pursue this grand possibility of what we'd like to see possibly as and I don't even like saying this because then people are going to ask me when you're going to do it, a combined city facility for certain services as well as animal services in one place. But again, more to come on that, but I'm only careful about that because of all the conversations that we had yesterday about our uncertainty in terms of funding and everything else. But right now, where they are, we have to make sure that we continue to make those investments, and you're seeing that with the kennels and the other things that are happening.
Yeah, that makes sense. And looking at, for example, the significant state investment in in downtown, I do think it's possible if we came together and had a clear vision of, okay, this is where we want to move eventually, we'd be able to work with our state partners to get some of, at least a significant portion of those.
And state partners is one area that we're looking at, but also private sector, because as you know, people love their animals. There are donors that have approached us that are interested in maybe having their name on the animal shelter, the such and such Smith, animal. So that could also help between city, state, private investment where you could put it together. But the price tag, I won't even say what it is like huge for what we want to do, but not impossible.
Right.
Because we thought getting money for the interloop would be impossible, but we were able to do that. So we haven't given up hope on that. I'm still holding on to it. Still gonna have designs sketched out and to see how much it would cost, and then all of us collectively would have to decide if that's a priority that we want to pursue and how we would go about getting the funding to make it happen.
Absolutely. And turning to something you said, people love their animals. The staff who work at the animal shelter are truly incredible. So are the volunteers, and also the community who is deeply caring about animals and their well-being and their welfare. So in making these long-term decisions, how are we ensuring that there is community input, as volunteerism is such a large part of the day-to-day operations of the animal shelter?
So as the mayor said, Stacy has been here 9 months, and I can tell you that Stacy has been very connected to the community. Her staff, they are having regular conversations about what's going on in the shelter, what they need in the shelter, and she's working with the volunteers. VSA, Verona Street Animal Society is a part of that, and so she has a wealth of groups working with her as we go through this process.
That's helpful. Thank you. And if you could share, in writing, of course, just more examples of what that looks like, what that community input looks like, and with the changes that are happening, making that direct line of, we had a community forum here, and this is what folks said, and this is what we ended up doing as a result.
Yeah, we can get that in writing, and that's something that the commissioner has provided for me, so she can get that in writing. But she does do regular town hall meetings. I know you guys do those regularly, so that's one example. But we can also provide other things in which they are having community engagement.
Thank you. And finally, so I also had a chance to visit Lollipop, doing a great job, just like the staff here are. I did notice a difference in the smell there and the smell of the current animal shelter. So I'm wondering, in the overall plan to renovate, is there some attention being paid to the air quality and improving that in the shelter?
So I don't know when the last time you've been there, but I can tell you that it has changed. We have worked with our partners in DES on some internal mechanisms to help that. So I would say go again and see if you notice it. Not only will you notice the change in the smell of the atmosphere, but even the environment feels more welcoming. It's open, it's bright. And so I encourage you all to set up a time to visit, see Stacy, and she'll give you a tour. And if you get a chance, I do want to mention that our arts mural program has created some murals that will be going into the shelter once we do the renovation. They are right now on display at the RIT Art Center right outside of down the street, outside of Liberty Pole. But you can see the new murals that's going to go in there. And all of that adds to the overall environment of the shelter.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. And if there are any ways council can support, I know a lot of us here care about the work you all are doing in the shelter. So if there are ways we can be supportive, please reach out.
I want to turn to questions about the market for a moment, and starting with International Plaza. I see the occupancy is continuing to increase every year, which is great. Can just ask for a reflection on what's going on, what's going well there.
So as you know, that we have someone hired that actually helps us with planning over there, and they have opened the market to a variety of different styles of music, entertainment, which brings out the people as well as the community. And so that is why you see the increase. If you recall, the market opened, International Plaza opened around COVID time.
Sure did.
We were not getting the usage at that point, but Jim and his team has been working closely with our partners to increase that.
And there's a great article that talks about the evolution of the International Plaza, and I'll just give you an example. On May 19th, they had obviously they had the vendors, everyone was out. They had a commemoration of Malcolm X's 100th birthday, and then almost a week later there was a Motown thing that was going there. I mean, so it's really been used in a variety of ways. It's really one of my favorite places on a Sunday, and I think that it will continue to get more use as they use the different variety of folks that are coming there. I mean, it's right in the middle of the city, right in the middle of North Clinton Avenue, and it really is a stabilizing force for that neighborhood, which I think is great. But kudos to the operators of that for us, because they've really done a good job of having just cool programming. I mean, you could hear Motown, and you could went to go hear about great civil rights leader Malcolm X, and that's just some of the stuff that's going. I mean, Dominican Day, is there, and they have a replica of what stores look like when you're in Dominican Republic going to shop in the town square. So I think those type of innovative things have really helped spur the attendance, and I hope that it can continue, because it's a great complement to the public market.
Agreed. And then the public market, the occupancy rate continues to be pretty strong, but I am curious, the 83% or the 80-ish%, I assume the reason why there's any vacancies at all is just because of winter months, right? There's never vacancies during the summer.
Jim, I'm going to ask you to answer that question, please.
Put your microphone on.
Yes, some of it's due to the winter months, and we, do have an ambitious capital project that's going to help with some of that. We hope to add some more inside space for farmers and wholesale vendors in the winter. But the other, when we added the additional D shed in the last renovation project, and then COVID hit. Since COVID, it's been tougher to attract vendors. So we've had, a good steady amount of vendors, but many vendors found other ways to sell product, or they just aged out. So we're always aggressively looking for, especially new farmers, but vendors of all kinds. And that's why we're doing a couple new programs this year to attract vendors, along with the Friends of the Market, to attract maybe some vendors that don't always think of the market as a place that can be open for them to be part of. So, we're working on making that higher.
Got it. And can you give just a high-level, quick overview of where we are with the design phase of the big capital project we've been talking about?
We just completed the 25% planning process, so we do have some pretty good concepts and other drawings done now. Our goal is to be done with that in January. At that time, we will have a shovel-ready project through construction documents. So, and then it's a matter of securing the funding that we need for it.
Great. We're going to go Councilmember Monroe, President Melendez, Councilmember Lupien, and then after that, I'm going to open it to rec, but people can still come back and ask questions on these if they would like. Councilmember Monroe.
Do you anticipate that with the changes at the federal level here and migrant workers and things like that, that we'll start to see some of the price increases hit the public market?
I think that remains to be seen, but I think people should be prepared for anything as it relates to price increases, particularly when you look at two things that are happening at the same time. And I was just yesterday, I was a guest bartender over at the farm workers who represent a lot of the migrants. First off, people are extremely afraid to be able to work in the fields in which we depend on, apple picking, all those things. Most of those workers in our area are migrant workers. So if they are afraid and you don't have folks doing those jobs, what happens, right? And then the second thing is that a lot of the tariffs, not all of our produce, but some of our produce comes from Mexico and other places, and you add tariffs on top of that, you could see price increases, but you also could have a problem with work shortages, workers. In a worker shortage. So that's a very, very real issue that is out there, and I think it's something that we'll have to continue to monitor because, as you know, the public market, I come from a family of 8, right? And the public market was the place we went to get our fruits and vegetables because you could get them at a reasonable cost. What's going on at the Fed, and this is why I tell folks you can't put your head in the sand as it relates to federal policy because it actually trickles down, stuff rolls downhill, and that could have a significant impact on prices that we see not only at the grocery store but also in the public market. I mean, I don't know if we've seen price spikes there yet, but that does not mean that it could not happen based upon what we're seeing coming down as it relates to federal policy.
So I think at the same time we're probably going to see more people using the public market as we see the pricing increase that much more at our commercial stores.
Absolutely, and I think that I would encourage folks to continue to use it for sure because you can't get better deals than at the public market right now.
Yeah, no, you can't.
We hope that we can be able to sustain that, for the next couple of years. Otherwise, it's going to be even more challenging as it relates to food and food insecurity.
My other questions are regarding animal services. What does our relationship look like with Lollipop, especially as we're looking at animal cruelty cases like chained dogs, starving dogs, and just general animal abuse?
So we do have a contract with Lollipop for services that they provide. I will ask Stacy to speak specifically to the Humane Society portion of it. Stacy?
So first, let me give you a little bit of background. So I came from the Pennsylvania SPCA, which is the largest shelter in Pennsylvania, and oversaw the cruelty law in 18 counties in Pennsylvania. So I'm very familiar with animal abuse and what can and cannot constitute due to state law. So as the city shelter, we have no enforcement jurisdiction at all over criminal activity regarding animals. Our officers can only enforce ordinance. So we are ordinance enforcement only. So that means barking dogs, too many dogs on a property. That's the extent of our ability to enforce anything. So when we have an animal that we're either seeing in the field or that comes through the shelter that we suspect is a victim of abuse or cruelty or neglect, that immediately gets referred to Lollipop. We can't touch that case. We could give it to RPD if it's an absolute emergency and Lollipop can't get one of their officers out, but we can't touch it. And if we tried to touch it, we can blow an entire case. So it's really important that that working relationship exists because we need to be able to rely on their officers the second we see something. So I would say we probably refer cases to them on a weekly basis. Some weeks it's 1, some weeks it's 4. That doesn't necessarily mean that all of those cases are then, found true. That doesn't mean that these cases are prosecuted, but it means that we've done our part by getting it to the right people.
Do we have a sense of what the dog fighting problem would be in the city?
I can't answer that because we would never see that. But I can tell you that coming from Philadelphia, where there is still a huge dog fighting problem, And it's not just people talking. I saw those animals. I responded to dogfights in progress. If we see it here, it's minimal. But again, that is a lollipop question. They can tell you what their prosecution rate is within city limits for dogfighting or any other felony animal abuse. They would have all of that data and would probably readily give it to anyone who asked, because it should be something that they're proud of if they're prosecuting these cases.
And my last question, because this is an ongoing problem, feral cats, and how do we deal with that?
So we will not accept feral cats into the shelter, and that is best practices across the nation. So a feral cat is a truly wild animal who cannot live in someone's home. So if a person were bringing us a feral cat, we would not accept that cat. The only fate for a feral cat in the shelter system is euthanasia, and we are not in the business of euthanizing animals for being who they are. So we would not accept a feral cat. We do recommend trap, neuter, return, and without going into the details of that, but that allows that cat to live in his natural environment without being able to reproduce, and that is what we would recommend with a truly feral cat.
Thank you.
I'm going to move us along to Councilmember Lupien and just note that I know there's more questions on animal services. We have less than an hour and still have to get to rec, athletics, aquatics, human services. So I'm going to ask council that if your questions are about bigger policy level issues with animal services that you still have after Councilmember Lupien goes, that we maybe reserve them for a work session, another chance to, for an opportunity with the director, so we can ask questions about these other entities. Councilmember Lupien.
Just to follow up on that last point, you said we would recommend trap, neuter, release. Do we facilitate that? And where would they go to do that?
So without an on-staff veterinarian, we cannot provide trap, neuter, return right now. I'm hoping we get to the point that we can, because I do think it's important in the community, and I think it's important also to the staff that we provide those services. But without a staff veterinarian, we just can't do it yet.
Is there a way that we can have kind of a warmer handoff, you know, whether it's, and maybe we do this already, give people information on where they can go, and, you know, because I could see, well, I know a lot of these people already know this because this is their job to manage our feral cat population, volunteer job. But I would imagine somebody, you know, off the street maybe doing it would feel kind of clueless on how to do that.
Yeah, we have some people on staff who love TNR and who are very knowledgeable with TNR and can easily give the public the resources they need on where they can make an appointment for a TNR for TNR surgeries, or to just give them some general guidelines on how to manage a population before they can get them in for TNR. Or sometimes they're already altered and they just have to manage that colony. So we have a lot of people on staff who are great resources, and if we can't provide a resource, for instance the surgery, we can certainly get them the information to find it.
Thank you. About animal control, so to understand the process, we have animal control officers that are mostly to enforce ordinance, but if it's something about animal cruelty, we would make a call to Lollipop. And then what is the position in Lollipop that does that actual enforcement? And is there a way that through our contract we could somehow subsidize more of those positions?
I wasn't sure if it was me. So Lollipop has sworn officers. So they are law enforcement officers that are sworn to enforce only that, I don't know what New York calls it, but only that act in their law code. So they can't go outside of that. You know, they can't enforce theft or anything else, just that animal cruelty. And so those officers are working for Lollipop, and I don't know what a relationship outside of what we're already doing would look like. I don't know that we need our own officer. I think the way the resources are kind of generalized now, so officers can float in and out of the city because they're sworn in the county. So officers can float in and out of the city. I think it probably works best resource-wise to have them the way they are.
Right. I wasn't suggesting that we have our own, but
if we have a contract with them, are we paying them in the contract? Do we have enough animal control officers countywide?
So we don't pay for the animal control officers
Okay.
through Lollipop. Those are employees of Lollipop. Our contract is with Lollipop for veterinary care services, not to control Humane Society.
Okay, so maybe that contract comes from the county.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know where the contract. Oh, the state.
The state.
It's the
Wonderful.
state
Thank you. Last question. In terms of animal care technicians, they've been upgraded to associates?
Excuse me?
The animal care technicians have been upgraded to associates, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We've changed the title. It's
Do
the
we-
same bracket. It's Animal Care Associates.
Oh, it's the same
title.
bracket?
Yes.
Is there any additional compensation or,
No,
yes?
we increased their bracket last
Okay.
year, but we did not change the title at the time. And
I see.
Again, with Stacy being here, helping us understand some of the titles that we currently were using, and that's why we did that.
Okay. My question is, do we feel like we have enough? Is there a need or desire for more of those?
So in this budget, you see that we did increase. We added 2 part-time positions and 1 more full-time position. And again, that was based on the recommendation from Stacy in terms of what we had, how we were operating, to what she felt was important to move forward in this budget.
Okay. I guess my question is, maybe if you had the unlimited money, is that enough?
So I think we're operating right now we're operating on what we have been able to budget with. Anytime you ask a person, do you need more money, they
The
will
answer is
always
yes.
say yes. But having more money doesn't always fix your problem. So we made sure that we worked within our means to get what we needed to support people and the animals in our care.
Okay, thank you.
Asking the commissioner, do they need any more candy? Like me asking my son, does he want more candy? The answer will always be yes. But I think that what we tried to do is increase it a little bit, this year, to make sure that Stacy was getting the needs that was desired, because we don't want to say we want to improve animal services and then have them expecting to work with one hand tied behind their back. So I think that this increase will help a little bit, but there's always a need for more dollars, and we have to prioritize based upon competing priorities.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move us along to Rec and Human Services. I think there were some questions on this section, on the last section still, and if people want to come back to them later, they can, but just know that we are on a limited time clock here. So when it comes to recreation and, just to point people to the page is 11, Recreation and Youth Services. I just want to ask a couple questions about KPIs, and then I'll turn it to Vice President Harris. Aquatics, I see the attendance for aquatics. There's a slight budgeted decrease. I think that swimming, I think we all recognize, and I think the governor has made a point of making sure that there's more dollars for lifeguarding. Just curious, it's not a huge decrease, but is there any opportunities in front of us to grow the utilization of pools?
So we are growing the utilization of pools this summer. For the first time in many years, we will have both of our outdoor pools at Lightfoot and Avenue D open. Where you see the decrease is because we have a project plan for Adams Street Pool, which will close for a period of time, and so that's where that decrease comes in.
And if you also look in the budget, we utilized the New York State Swims grant, which we were able to get. Again, we've gotten more money probably in the history of the city in terms of money from state, federal sources. So to utilize the New York Swim grant, and that's going to revitalize the Honorable Willie W. Lightfoot Our Center park grounds, and that's going to include a new pool, splash pad, and playground. So that's another area right in the city, on the west side of the city, that will also be used for pools. But with that Adams Street renovation, which is one of the best pools in the city, by the way, that kind of takes that offline. So that's going to
got it. And staffing of lifeguards right now, it sounds like that was a note of confidence, Commissioner. We feel good about staffing?
Yes, so we have 67 positions for swimming, seasonal position. We currently only have 7 lifeguard vacancies and 2 captains, which in the past has been double
Yeah,
digits.
right.
And part of that reason is because of the New York Swims grant, and Eric's team provided lifeguard development training this year, and so many of those lifeguards came through that lifeguard development program.
Great, thank you. One more question about KPIs, and I also just want to make a request about KPIs moving forward. I'd like for the budget book in future years to include utilization rates of individual rec centers. We do that for fire, we do that for libraries, and rec is the only one where it's all baked into one number. It'd be good to see how rec center utilization is by site. The other KPI that I found interesting was we've actually seen some growth in meals and snacks served over the years, which I assume means that there's just greater utilization by kids at several of our centers. Can someone just speak to what's happening there? Also, we're budgeting substantially less than what the actuals are this year, or the estimated is this year. So what's the reason for that?
Sarah Scott, can you speak to the meals, please?
Sure, so I'll handle the first question you asked first. So we obviously, as you know, we partner with the RCSD during the summer for our summer meals program and provide meals at all of our rec facilities and a few community sites. And then we partner really closely with the Summer Meals Consortium, which includes FoodLink, the school district, City of Rochester. And we offer meals at our rec centers and some of our other locations during the school year, so that's dinner and snack. So we started to record that data to show that we are reaching youth. We're providing free meals during the school year and during the summer to ensure that youth have 3 meals a day and a safe place to come and play as well.
And
Go ahead. Could you just ask the second question? I didn't quite.
Yeah, so we budgeted this year. There was or in 23-24 we distributed 90,000 meals. This year it looks like we're on pace to distribute 127. I'm looking at the KPIs on page 4. Looks like we're on pace to serve 127,000 meals, but the budgeted guess for next year is 100,000. So I'm assuming we're not expecting a reduction from the number of meals we serve this year to next year, right?
No. So sorry. Part of that is also we are accounting for the closure of Ryan Rec Center during renovation.
Got it.
So that's one of our meal sites for the school year as well as for the summer, and so we're just taking into account that'll be a 1-year blip as that site is under construction.
Got it.
We don't anticipate, nor would we want any reduction in meals served to youth.
And as I turn it to Vice President Harris, can you just build on that and tell us what is the plan for the closure of Ryan? How are services, what are we asking kids and families to do during that closure?
So as we've done in the past, when we close one rec center because of a capital improvement project, we notify the families in advance and we offer them opportunities at various other rec centers close by or far away. And so that has been information shared with families already. And we will continue to ensure that that neighborhood gets services that they need across the city.
Thanks. Vice President Harris.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up with some aquatic questions. This year you guys provided the aquatics training during, was it April or what month was it?
Eric, can you share when those trainings occurred, please?
Yeah, we started the lifeguard development training in September of 24.
Got it. So are you planning to have any this summer at all? And then the reason I was asking is, as you know, I work in the school district. We typically get asked about aquatics training for lifeguard training all year round. And during the time when students are getting ready to break for summer, they're looking for those jobs, those opportunities. Lifeguard is one of those ones that's highly sought after because, of course, the wages. But many of them don't have the training, so then they can't move forward and take advantage of the opportunity. So I would suggest that maybe, if it's possible, that you guys consider doing some training right after school breaks, so then people can take advantage of those opportunities.
Thank you for sharing that. And Eric, please note that as an option, please.
Thank you. I do have a question. If you look at page 13, I noticed that there was a decrease in Rec on the Move program, a $74,000 decrease. Can you explain that restructuring?
So we made some changes around Rec on the Move, but it will not have an impact to services. So in the summer, as you all know, we are out on the streets, we're in the communities. We have a big plan for the Northwest this summer. And so Rec on the Move will still be actively participating in summer programs. We have a higher usage of Rec on the Move for events, and so we made some adjustments to ensure we still meet those needs, but during the school year, we have less usage of Rec on the Move, so you see some of that balance out.
That's good. That's great. I would like to say I'm looking forward to Rec on the Move being at the Square Fair this year.
Yes,
We
they will.
definitely use the services. Students definitely take advantage of it during the summer months. We always see you guys at Aberdeen Square every year, even during the whole summer. You know, they're taking advantage of Rec on the Move. Various community agencies are using it. So look forward to that.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Lightfoot, any questions for you? Councilmember Lupien?
Yes. So the first time I heard about the Ryan Center construction is when my polling place moved, and I called to inquire why. Was that something that was shared with council as a district council person, not knowing that the rec center in my district was under construction?
So it's a joint project with RCSD.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah,
Was that in the facilities modernization?
it's not facilities modernization, it's one of their capital improvement projects.
Okay.
Sarah Hooper, I'm not sure when the city notifies us, and I know DES, our partners, are all part of it. I'm not sure how that comes to council, so we can look into that though.
There was.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it was part
Thank
of
you.
the capital plan last year.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sarah.
So, my overlook. What's the timeline for the renovation?
They closed in June
Mhm.
this year, and the district is expecting us to be able to open up in January of '26.
Okay. Is it before the end of the school year that it closes?
Yes, in
Okay.
June of this year.
Right. I asked because the school ends on the 25th, but it'll start before that.
It will start when school closes because it's a joint project, so they have to wait till school closes before they can begin anywhere.
Okay. Wonderful. And I had some questions about the youth sports complex. I had heard from some of our community adult leagues that they were no longer allowed to use the facility. Is that a change in policy, or is that a misunderstanding?
We continue to use the facility. We have not closed it. We have not eliminated any programs. I'm not sure.
No, it was adults sports that used it but weren't part of the city.
I'm not aware of us changing any adult sports programs that were part of the city. We continue to have that. There has been a change in the way we do adult softball.
Okay.
But it will still continue, but it will be under the management of Eric's team versus a community league.
Do we have, so I understand nothing has changed about our programs, but do we allow outside teams that are not part of the city to use the facilities?
There's several people who rent different spaces in the facility. Eric, is there any specific adult program that you can speak of?
Everyone has the opportunity to use the facility, whether you're city or non-resident, city resident, you have the opportunity to utilize the space.
Okay. I'm not sure why I heard that there was a policy change there.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think it would be instructive if you have a specific example of a person to send that over so we can check and look into it.
Yeah, I would do that. Are we doing an evaluation of the social emotional learning program? And if you have any data on that, would you share it with council?
Yes, so we get quarterly reports for the social emotional learning, and we work closely with the Center for Youth, who you know our partnership is with, and certainly we can share the data that we get from them.
Thank you. The last question I have is around the environmental educator position. Is there a reason that it went down 2 brackets, 3 brackets?
Actually, it was an increase in bracket.
It went from a 15 to an 18.
Oh, I read it backwards. That explains it. Thank you.
President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask a question about the Play Streets initiative. I know that was something that at one point we were looking at allowing or creating a process where community members can either shut down a street or use a vacant lot in their neighborhood to do active play in their community. And I don't see that reflected anywhere, and I don't think that it's something that was in the. I know I talked to Deputy Chief of Staff about this a little bit, that it was, I think, eliminated as a strategy in the budget.
So that's part of our Rec on the Move, I believe, and I'm not aware that we would close streets down and use parks, but our Rec on the Move will go to a vacant area in the city, set up for play, and it's open to the community. I'm going to ask Sarah Scott, is there anything about?
Yeah, so we still support that program through Department of Recreation and Human Services. Ariana Thomas, who's our mobile recreation specialist, still coordinates with neighborhood groups. That is a much more complicated process that does involve other departments. We have to get special events involved. RPD, the fire department have to approve the permits to shut down a street. And we are trying to coordinate with NBD and the NIA initiative so that each of the new staff members that are at those 4 quadrant locations can help facilitate that permit process. So we still are accepting. We have a couple groups that have reached out that have done it every year that have already reached out to Ariana. And it's not explicitly called out as a KPI because we thought it would be best to capture adult and youth participation to show the total number of residents reached through Rec on the Move rather than just say one event. That could be an event of 10 people or an event of 100 people. So we thought to quantify the actual number of residents reached by the program would be a more significant KPI.
So just a quick follow-up there then. So there's a separate application for Play Streets, or is it through just special events at this point?
We still have to follow the same process. So we work with anyone that reaches out from the neighborhood, Ariana works with them to go through the application process. We still need to follow a similar process to like a block club event or any event because some of the groups ask us to close down roads, and we need to make sure that that is acceptable to RPD. The fire department needs to make sure they can still get emergency vehicles through. And it also engages our colleagues in DES to provide barricades and other equipment. So rather than create another duplicative process, we just utilize a very similar permit. But we do kind of hold hands with that neighborhood group through the process so it's not as cumbersome or confusing. And that's a process that Ari is well aware of, and we actually worked with several groups last summer to make that happen.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
So one more question about utilization of rec centers. How do we come up with the numbers for utilization? Is it through the entry process that we have? Is it head counts, individual? Like what are we doing to come up with the figures?
Kendra, can you speak to that, please?
Sure, thank you. So for coming up with the figures for KPIs for each individual R center, we look at historical data of usage of each R center. And then we're looking at how we can increase usage year after year because our goal is to just have the most activation for all of our sites. So we have a smaller site, that doesn't have as many amenities. We would have a lower number. We have a larger site like the Trenton and Pamela Jackson R Center. It has a pool, it has a boxing ring, it has 2 gyms, it has 2 floors. We're looking at more usage of that site. So we may say that KPI goal for that site is, let's say, 65,000 for the year for attendance number. We're a smaller site, like an Avenue D, maybe a little lower. So yes, and then Councilmember Gruber, I know you talked about utilization of sites for KPIs, the breakdown. I do have the breakdown, so that would be just something easy to provide.
I know you have it. That's why I'd just like for it to be in the budget book. That's all.
For sure.
So just to be clear, so I understand like how you come up with the projection for the KPI, but attendance is logged as you walk in the door every time? Is that how it works?
Yep, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we have membership scans, so everyone who comes into the door has whether it's a key tag or just they give their name and they sign in as they enter, and that number goes toward our membership scans for the day for that site and overall.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Yes, I want to turn it back to animal services. With the change in the title from veterinary tech to veterinary associate, could you explain why, and is there a change in duties in addition?
So the animal care associates, there's been no change in the work that they do. It was just the change in title, and it was called animal care tech, and we also had licensed vet tech, but you need a degree to be a technician, and so it did not align with the work that they do, and so that's why we made the name change. And again, it's from the expertise that Stacy brought to us.
So the people with degrees, will they keep their tech titles? Okay,
Those
so
are
it
the
was
licensed vet tech.
got it. That's really helpful. And I saw that the pets receiving veterinary care KPI is removed. Could you talk more about that decision and the strategy behind that?
I'm going to let Stacy answer that.
So that's how we track external clients. That's not how we're tracking our shelter animals. And so because we don't have a veterinarian, we were wasting a KPI on data that wasn't fruitful for the community to know. So I'd rather use that KPI spot for something that was more fruitful and can actually show the work that we're doing. So when we have a veterinarian, we start up those services again, it might be a KPI we add back in, but I think for right now, there's data that we could be reporting that we're not because we have that spot taken up by an empty data line.
Got it. And last question. So we've heard some feedback from community around backyard breeding law, which was passed in New York City as in an effort to decrease populations of cats, dogs, and only allowing licensed folks to be able to breed and sell animals. Do you have any thoughts on that policy, or could you review it and provide your thoughts in writing about it? It's I can send you. It's specifically targeted towards stopping backyard breeding.
Can I ask that we put that question in writing just so we can spend our limited time talking about budget stuff and we can make sure we get a response from the administration on it?
So are you all clear on the question?
Yes.
Awesome. Great. Breeding, yes. Thank you so much. So moving to Rec and Human Services. So with the funding cuts to Youth Voice One Vision and the Youth Policy Council, both incredible programs, wondering how, what the plan is to keep those going.
So there's no cuts to Youth Voice One Vision. And so what you may be looking at is we received a grant to do some of the work. So the grant may not be coming back, but the work will continue, and we have not cut that program at all.
Excellent. That reassurance is great, and thank you for all the work you're doing on that front. And within this budget, are there services contemplated for seniors?
We have not added anything in here specifically for seniors, but if you look in our recreation guide, you will see an increase in the number of adult programs that we offer. And so when we say adult programs, it could include seniors, but to call out specifically seniors, we don't have anything.
Amazing. Well, yeah, and I want to commend you on the wide range of programs for adults, from weightlifting to sports. It's just really incredible, just the variety. It seems like a lot of thought and care is going into it, so thank you for that.
We have some very great community center managers who are very creative and continue to do that work. And I do know, I saw Tina in the audience is one of them, and Jessica. And so it is about giving them the opportunity to be creative and think about what the community is looking for and to offer those.
Great. You're doing a great job there. Thank you.
Councilor Monroe, do you have any questions on this section?
Yes. So I'm very excited about the Maplewood Nature Center and having the new recreation spaces out there. However, as you know, the Nature Center itself is more programmatic in nature and working largely with the schools. Is that correct?
We will work with schools, but it will also offer opportunities for camps. It could be after-school program. It could be a summer camp. And it will also be opportunities for other recreation centers to come and experience what we offer in the Nature Center. So it won't be strictly for schools, but we certainly will work closely with our partnerships in education to utilize it as well.
Great. I think it'll be such a wonderful asset, and I look forward to when we actually get to have the finished product. Could you provide a side-by-side comparison of the services, center hours, programming for all the rec centers, and not one that's in the booklet, but one that can do a clear side-by-side? The Northwest has been underserved as far as programming, and I just want to see where we're at with it now. I know we had a great discussion last year about it. I'd also love more information on your Rec on the Move plans for the Northwest. And, you know, looking forward, have we managed to get access to RCSD buildings to be able to provide more recreation?
So we continue to work with our partners in Rochester City School District, and hopefully you'll see more collaboration coming from them even beginning this summer.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to be kept up to date on that one. So the Northwest doesn't have any recreation centers north of Edgerton, which clearly, you know, it is a problem as far as engaging youth. And as you know, Maplewood and Edgerton is really growing as far as families are going. We have a lot of new Americans, and I think it's so important to make sure that we have services that the kids and the adults can use. Do we have any partnerships with the Maplewood Y?
Not that I'm aware of. Eric or Kendra, do you know if we have any partnerships with them? No, we don't.
And as a thought going forward, the Edgerton Rec Center, while the Stardust Ballroom is an incredible asset, the rest of the complex is really kind of feels like a bit of a warren in the fact that there isn't, easily monitored large spaces, so that, staff has to be split up more. I think it makes it more difficult to do programming. And in addition, with the limited space, there's been the utilization of the basement, which is less than suitable space. Really, it really is a basement and feels like a basement. So those are things that I would like to have on the table for future discussions.
So Edgerton Rec Center has been part of CIP for several years. It is a very large cost. It is also something that is part of the collaboration with the city and the county in the booklet that we have. And so there are discussions around Edgerton.
Great, thank you.
Just a few closing questions for you before we turn to the final bill we have. First, I really appreciate the work that I got to do with your department commissioner on the the tennis and pickleball stuff last year, and look forward to seeing our first dedicated pickleball courts open. And no offense to them, but to me the most important thing is having state-of-the-art tennis courts at Genesee Valley Park that are used on a very regular basis. I will just ask and note that the Cobbs Hill courts, which are the other major used tennis courts, are in a bit of disrepair right now. A lot of the lights aren't working. The courts, I think at one point we talked about resurfacing some of those courts, and I know there are dollars for the repair of tennis and basketball courts generally, so I'd really like to advocate for Cobbs Hill to see a bit of a facelift on the courts, in particular the lighting. I want to ask a question about the sunsetting ARPA grant on social emotional wellness at the ART centers. Obviously, that's incredibly important work, and ARPA funding was a huge boon to us. How do we intend to keep some of that work moving with the sunsetting of ARPA?
So the mayor has talked a lot about how important it is to have the social emotional supports in our centers. And so we know that the ARPA dollars end in 26, and certainly within the work that we're doing with the mayor and our team, looking at how can we ensure that we have those supports.
And if you look in the budget, it continues the social emotional health support in neighborhood art centers, and it will continue. So it's not going away. It's something that we first put in the budget in 2022, then 23 we expanded it, and then expanded it again last year. It's in this budget again, and I hope that it's supported because we're continuing socio-emotional health support. We did it as a pilot because it's not something that we traditionally do, and we don't traditionally do mental health, period. It's not our role. It's more of a county role because they have the mental health department. Because of what I witnessed after the pandemic and the residual effects of isolation and what we saw a lot of our young people were going through, we put socio-emotional supports in our centers, and the plan is to continue to have them there, despite ARPA dollars being gone away. So this is another example, along with the Peacemaker Fellowship and even some of our workforce development program stuff, that is still continuing despite there not being ARPA funds.
Thank you. So as a follow-up in writing, so the $1,066,000 and $700 are being removed from the ARPA line. Obviously, they've been spent. Can we see what the post-ARPA budget is specifically called out for that work, and at which rec centers it will be highlighted at?
We'll get that for you.
Thanks. And then one other thing for follow-up, because I know this is half DES, but I know we had done a significant amount of work on master planning for some key parks, and I just don't know where we are with the timeline for some of the build out of that.
Sarah Hooper, can you speak a little bit to that?
Sure thing. So the parks that were being addressed were Edgerton, LaGrange, and Lightfoot. That master plan process is getting wrapped up right now with DES. And the first construction project is Lightfoot Phase 1, which you'll see in the capital plan. I think Commissioner Green mentioned it. It's the playground, splash pad, and pool. And the other projects will be submitted for CIP requests in the future.
For the following year. Got it. Thank you. Okay, I have a couple more questions, but I don't want to hog the mic, so I'll submit those in writing, and we'll turn it over. Vice President Harris, I'm gonna now allow the whole DRIVES book to be open. I'm going to give it to President Melendez, then over to you.
All right, thank you very much. So with workforce development, I know that this is largely ARPA, but there's a $5 million reduction there. But I did notice that no staff are being removed from the budget. So in terms of our overall internal strategy with workforce, should it be anticipated that we are continuing the same strategies just without the ARPA dollars at this point?
Yes.
Great.
Let me add too, remember, before we had no workforce development program, no robust plan, no nothing. So again, this is the challenges that we had. Remember that third page in the budget, we closed a $90 million budget gap, and we're losing $20 million in our ARPA. But I'm glad you brought that up, because it should be noted that our workforce development work is still going to continue despite us losing those dollars. Now we're going to have to look for other partners as well if we want to be able to continue this in the future years, because it's in this budget this year, but we're going to have to continue to try to find ways to continue to do this work. Despite us losing those ARPA dollars, but we're doing that again this year, even though we lost some very significant ARPA dollars that we allocated to workforce development. But we're not going to stop the work, and that's what we meant when we said no services are being cut, even though there's a $27 million reduction, mainly due to ARPA inefficiencies in year over year. So I'm glad that you brought that up.
Yeah, and I would just say that I have the pleasure and the privilege of working with Sean and Taylor on your team, and they do a tremendous job really getting out there in the community in so many different ways, and we're very appreciative of the work that they are doing. And we're going into our 5th year of Rock the Block Employment Fair, so I'm excited about doing that again. One of the other components that I saw in terms of actual position cuts was a peer navigator was being cut from the Crisis Intervention Services team, and could you share a little bit more about that?
So we abolished the position because we took the funds and we did an RFP, and we're going to be working with mental health associates. They're going to be the ones helping us hire the peer navigators.
And this came before council already.
It has
Yes.
come before council, yes.
Okay.
And it's been challenging for us to fill those positions, so we are looking to work with an outside agency to ensure that the work continues to happen.
That's very helpful. Okay, great. And I'll yield the floor to Vice President Harris.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm most recently I had the, as you know, I had the Child Poverty Initiative come out with the report, and we did receive feedback from student population, like the YVOV students and the various other organizations like Teen Empowerment. They came and spoke before council here, and they made some challenges to us about the recreation centers. They felt like there was improvements needed from their perspective. Although we've spent quite a bit of money already on the recreational centers, the art centers, I know that for consideration, I would like to ask that the administration consider involving the youth in the CIP for future projects. And that way we have their voices at the table when we're making those decisions from their perspective.
And we'll continue to do that. We utilize the voices of the young people now,
Okay.
but we certainly can increase that.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you. And then I'd like to also ask questions about the estimated participation number of students receiving instrumental instruction through rock music. Can you please explain that plan going forward?
So rock music continues to increase. We currently serve about 160 students during the year. Next Tuesday is their end-of-year concert at the Eastman Theater, so feel free to come join them. They will put on a wonderful concert. They've done side-by-side concerts with the RPO as well, and so we continue to grow that program. If you notice an increase in the KPIs, that's because we constantly get more young people interested in it, and we'll continue to grow the program as long as children want to be a part of that. We recently came up with a MOU for the collaborative to really have everyone embrace the work that we do, and we'll continue to do that work.
Thank you. And my final question is, what is the plan moving forward with the Youth Policy Council?
So the Youth Policy Council is in the midst of completing their work. I'm going to ask Isaac to speak a little more to that, because we do have a timeline of them being able to present to council. Isaac?
Yes, thank you for that question. Right now we have gone through our 4 town hall meetings at various recreation centers, and we are taking that, youth are taking that information, they're synthesizing it and going through to figure out what their top policies will be that they look forward to bring back to the community during our summit conference that's going to be coming up next month in June. After that summit conference, they're going to take the top policy, one of the 2 top policies, and bring forth in front of council, and hopefully council, you guys will back them, I'm pretty sure, to support that policy and making that a policy that we're going to move forward with. So the youth, again, are going to be bringing that, I would believe, in August is when we're planning. If not August, it will be by September, but we have a very aggressive timeline to try.
So we'll probably expect that in the work session, or will that be they'll come to full council?
We are looking to have a work session actually before that at one of the Youth Policy Council meetings. Where I think we're still looking to finalize that date. I know Tremaine and Jen are going back and forth to figure out what date that's going to be in June. But that will be before we actually bring the policy forth to council.
And then we'll do at a committee meeting as we've done before when
Okay.
we present to you.
Okay. Looking forward to that.
Absolutely. And I would just also add that the plan is to make sure that we continue this work into next year, although we're not going to have the $50,000 to support this project. We are still planning on incorporating that into the work that YBOB will be doing moving forward. So,
What is your budget gap? You said
it was $50,000 that we received a grant for from Rochester Area Community Foundation. However, we still have stipend youth that will be working with YBOB that will take on some of these initiatives to make sure that we can continue this process through next year.
And I would like to urge you you have 9 members of council here that we have abilities to help you out with some of those gaps through our member items too. So if you have that, please use us.
It's great to know. Thanks.
I'm going to go down the line for last questions in this section. Councilmember Lightfoot. Councilmember Lupia.
Yes. First, I will ask if you can share in writing the ways in which, specifically in which youth voice was engaged and incorporated into the work of the rec center.
Okay.
Second, can you talk a bit about the reentry services that we provide?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The reentry services.
So within neighborhood safety, we are starting a new program for reentry, working with young people who are coming from the detention center and may have come from being incarcerated, and doing a short program to support those young people and being able to rehabilitate them and re-enter them into, could be in schools, could be helping them get jobs. So it's a program that we're looking to start in this coming summer.
Could you provide some information about that? That'd be great.
We'll put more of that in writing. I think it's also important to point out that we also partner with other organizations such as Ronnie, who provides reentry services, support services across the city as well. And our also reentry services also extend beyond the Department of Recreation and Human Services, and also extend into DES, which can be talked about tomorrow with our partnership with CEO, Center for Employment Opportunities. There are individuals that are also coming in from incarceration and getting city employment or city contract, the ability to one day be employed by the city as they look to transition from being incarcerated to being back in the community.
At one point, we had a reentry coordinator position. What happened to that?
So the person left the position, and so we did some reorganization within the violence prevention, and so this is how we're addressing reentry with this youth program.
And the person that's handling the reentry is still Daxton. Yeah, Terrell is out of the Office of Neighborhood Safety.
So I would recommend taking down the reentry coordinator page on the website, because when you search reentry services City of Rochester, that's what comes up. And I had the experience of helping a young man transition back into the community, and when I asked to be connected with our reentry person, the departments went like this and ultimately referred me to services in the community. And so I don't want to represent to the community that we're providing something that we don't have. So just so you know that.
Thank you.
In terms of the person in crisis team, can we get the data for the 3 call types that were initially set aside for pick only? Can we get from, and maybe this is an ECD question, but the total number of calls and then the number of those calls that were responded to by pick only? Great. Thank you. And do you have any data from 211 on how many calls were diverted that didn't even get to the person in crisis team? I'd like that too. And then lastly, with the action team, you know, it's something that is community responder programs are very close to my heart. You know, in 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, I advocated with my colleagues to do alternate mental health response, and ultimately after the death of Daniel Prude in custody, the city and I worked together to create the person in crisis team. And I was able to be involved in that work through the advisory team, which was ended maybe 6 months into 2022. And with the action team, I'd really love to offer my skill set. I'm on a national community responder commission advising state governments on how to roll out community responder programs. You know, I'm in close communication with the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, which made the recommendations, and I would love to volunteer my time to help shape the action team's rollout.
Thank you.
President Melendez?
Yes, just one more follow-up on workforce. In the budget, we have workforce development and AmeriCorps tied positions. The question that I have at this time is, are the positions fully funded within the context of our city budget, or are there any sources that are coming from elsewhere to fund those positions?
So those were all funded through grants. As you know, the program ended on April 28th. We were able to offer 45 of the 61 AmeriCorps workers opportunities to work within our city government, which ends on June 1st. We had a period of 30 days to help them transition into other opportunities. So the closeout will happen around the end of June, and then all of the positions, the three positions that are currently city workers, we're working with Department of Human Resource Management to see where they can help them find positions perhaps in the city. One of the persons has already been placed in a position, and so it's two more that we're looking for, and Dr. Nichols and her team are working to help those two individuals.
Thank you. So for clarification, the three positions, it would be senior member development specialist, member development specialist,
yes,
and community engagement associate?
The community engagement associate is workforce development. It's only the three first, which is city funded. It's just the three positions: the member development coordinator, public service, and
Public services
yes,
coordinator. Okay. Thank you.
I'll go last. So Councilmember Monroe, then, or sorry, Martin, then Monroe.
So for the person in crisis team, Mayor Evans, you mentioned there are now 13 staff members. And is that based on looking at the personnel and full-time summary on page 20? It looks like it might be the emergency response social worker and the emergency response bilingual social workers. Would that be the 13?
yes. So there's bilingual ones that are separate from the other ones,
That's really great to have that.
and they're all full-time positions.
Amazing. Is it possible to just have a like a chart that's a bit more clear, like listing who's with the person in crisis team, who's with and who's with other programs within the crisis intervention unit? Because I know you do quite a few different programs, but just seeing where the positions are would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Monroe.
I'm really glad to see the crisis intervention services ramping up, and I think that you did such a great job in, starting it small with a pilot and then, figuring out how things were going to be done and then growing from there. And it's great to see this steady increase in progress. And generally, one of the comments I want to make is, in regards to difficulties accessing city school district property so that we can provide additional enrichment for kids, or even something like rock music, where the school district, we don't have a really solid music programs. You can't go anywhere and learn how to play the violin, and there's so many opportunities that suburban districts get that our children don't get. And as we talk to people in the community, and they express frustrations for different things, I think it's very worthwhile to point out that the city school district has a $1.1 billion budget. Our budget is coming in at $680 million. And there needs to be more advocacy at the city school district level by everybody. It doesn't mean you have to have a child in the schools, but when you look at the things that are happening in our city, the places where we need to kind of put in stopgap measures and support children throughout the city, we need to put more pressure on the city school district to make sure that all the needs of the children are met with that $1.1 billion. Thank you.
Just a couple of closing questions from me. So, Commissioner, I appreciate your comments on AmeriCorps, and this was, a lot of the concern about federal. I can't think of. I'm not articulate right now, so nonsense. I'll just use the word federal nonsense. Has been about speculation and concern. The mayor talked before about food prices. One thing that's also right now concerning is that there might be a $300 billion cut to SNAP benefits, which would also really impact the market. But again, this is all speculation. One thing that is real is the cuts to AmeriCorps. And I give the administration, your department, a lot of credit for giving the AmeriCorps members a month long of an off-ramp. And I've tried my best to help in any way I can, providing some additional opportunities for some of those members. But I do want some more clarity on the on the staff. So we have 3 staff right now in the department, and you said that that HR is working with them to try to find existing spots in the city. So there are not. So right now we have revenue recorded in this budget, or revenue projected in this budget for AmeriCorps that is not going to come, and we have expenses in this budget for those positions, and we're zeroing those out. There will not be those 3 positions for those members in your department.
Correct.
And so what is the timeline to find those individuals new positions?
So the state has required us to close out by June 26th, and so we know that there will be no work for them to do after June 26th. As I mentioned, one of those staff members was placed in a position this week, and so it's the other 2 we're working with, and we continuously have conversations with Dr. Nichols and her team about what other vacancies exist in the city that these individuals can go into. Within our department as well, we've had opportunities to talk to them about any positions we have. So we're diligently looking for that. Recently, we hired in our department one of the members from AmeriCorps. We had a vacancy. She interviewed, did a great job, and so we were able to hire her so that she will continue. And we'll just continue to work with the other 2 individuals with DHRM to see what we can offer them as well.
Okay, that's great. And I'll just say, you know, it should be stated 100 times over when we think about this budget, how incredible it is for there to not be layoffs in this budget. But that in part is incumbent upon finding places for these 2 individuals. So I think, you know, and obviously you only have 3 or 4 weeks for that to be a reality. So it'd be great to just get some feedback on how that's going without getting too deep into people's personal lives or employment. But knowing that the work is being done is very important. Seeing what the final results are incredibly important. And finally, on the workforce development piece, obviously, there's a ton of work to do, and the mayor has made it clear this is a real priority of his administration. But the $5 million or so that are being phased out of this from ARPA is essentially subcontracts with organizations to do meaningful work. And so I guess I do have a question that it's probably more of a theoretical question to be answered some other time in a work session, but if the city does not have dollars to be doing subcontracting to workforce development entities, what is the workforce development role for the city? Other than the rejob and individual programs that we have, what are we doing if we're not subcontracting dollars?
Yeah, but I think, you know this, just with workforce development, it goes beyond just us subcontracting dollars. I mean, you mentioned, for example, rejob, our CDL program. I mean, there's tons of other things that we can do as it relates to workforce development. And remember, workforce development runs across activities that you can do in workforce development runs across the city. The other thing that we do is we have our annual huge job fairs that we have, right, where we actually match people to jobs. So I think there's definitely still a role for it. If we don't have money to give to organizations, there's activities that the city of Rochester can do to spur workforce development. Ideally, we'd like to be able to support as many organizations as possible, but if we can't, we'll still continue our work around workforce development. We're not going to stop that because we employ far too many people. We need CDL drivers, so that's why we have our CDL program. I mean, that pays a good salary. We supported a huge workforce development program with 1199 SEIU, which got people to be phlebotomists and lab techs and all types of other things that move people into the middle class. So although those dollars might be gone, we also work with the U of R to also contribute to that. So there's a role for a workforce development coordinator to be able to play, because if you're going to talk about economic empowerment, you cannot talk about economic empowerment without talking about workforce.
No doubt.
And that means matching people that don't have the skills yet, scaling them up, and then getting them connected with other people. We have, who do I have? 2 representatives on the Workforce Development Board that I'm responsible for. So a lot of it is also our partnership with Rochester Works. So that's a huge partnership in which I have huge representation on. I don't go to a lot of meetings because I have representatives that represent me on that board, but it's also coordinating with them as well. And workforce, in my mind, also involves our work with young people. Our program for 12 to 14-year-olds, which we're starting to take applications for, which, by the way, we've never done in the city's history, having 12 to 14-year-olds go through a program through my Brother's Keeper. We should say Sister's Keeper, too, because girls are in it, right? Yeah, our Brother's Keeper plus G. Girls are in it, too, where in which they get training on how to be able to apply for jobs when they're ready, when they're 14 and old enough to get a work permit, and then they can go into summer opportunity or some of our other programs. Our Cultivating Community programs is another example of the workforce development programs, and they're learning about gardening and all those things. So even if, I just want to be clear that even if we don't have ARPA dollars, we have people here at the city that have the skill set, that are getting paid, that they can operate our internal workforce development program to do two things: help us create capacity, but more importantly, be able to connect with other organizations in a collaborative way so that we can prepare them for jobs. YAMTAP is another opportunity that we have that we support through our workforce development program in the manufacturing space. We partner with our unions every year to do a union workforce program every year over at one of the union halls, in which we bring in employers and make the connection because of the city having the bully pulpit and the voice to be able to get people in. So I know that's a lot, but to your point, I just wanted to assure you that even though the ARPA dollars are gone, there's plenty of work for us to do internally as a work.
I totally agree. My only point is, for the past 3 or 4 years, we've predominantly been a subcontractor and coordinator of workforce development. If the subcontracting piece is gone forever without ARPA, that's a different, and you don't have to make that decision this year. You have the contracts going for the end of the year, but I think over the course of the next 6 to 12 months, it's important to figure out, are we going to subcontract to other workforce development entities or not? That doesn't mean we shouldn't have a robust staff coordinating things internally.
We also completed an evaluation that CGR did for workforce development to talk about the gap analysis and what are some things we should be doing even if we don't have the subcontractors. So we have shared, it's posted on our site, but I do believe we also shared it. But we can make sure that's part of what we submit.
That's great. Appreciate it. Okay, we are over time to go to ECD, so I will just close by thanking you, Commissioner Green, and your whole team, and saying, go Knicks. That was for you, Eric.
Thank you.
I understand that folks have places to be, including council, but I just want to let folks know I am expecting to start ECD in just 2 minutes so that we can try to hit lunch break when we said we were going to. Okay, we are going to begin our ECD section. Welcome, Director Soretto and your team. I know it looks empty up here, but everyone's on their way. And I'm committed to giving us a full hour of lunch. Mayor and Director Soretto, just in advance, there have been some concerns that mic in particular, when you two are using it, just needs to be made sure it needs to be up close and personal. Okay, so we are at our last session for this morning, emergency communications, and Director Soretto, I'll give you the floor to make any introductory remarks and to introduce your team.
Good morning, everyone. Is that close enough?
It is.
Okay, good morning, Council. I'd like to introduce my team. My name is Mike Soretto. I'm the director. I think I know most of you. I also have with me Deputy Director Greg Roney, my manager of administration, Tammy Jo Sardu, my 311 director, Craig Spade, and operations manager, Mark Deisenroth, training manager, Chris Buss, knowledge base coordinator, Margaret Nelson, and senior admin analyst, Tiffany St. Aubin. Before we begin, I just want to say one thing that we received during this fiscal year. We were accredited again by CALIA. We're one of only 2 centers in New York State that is accredited. We got a meritorious accreditation in November at their conference, and something I'm proud of, something I'm proud of my team for. You know, we wouldn't be able to get this if we didn't have the quality employees that we have, and with the support from the mayor and city council. So, thank you.
Fantastic. Congratulations on the accreditation. We are going to open it up to the entire ECD section, which is section 8, and I'm just going to go down the line and let everyone just ask a set of questions that they may have. So I'll start with Vice President Harris.
Thank you. I would like to say congratulations on getting the accreditation. That's a lengthy process. I'm very familiar with that. I know that you guys have been having some challenges with staffing, and you've made some unique strides in how to, get it taken care of. There's been a lot of things I've talked to Commissioner Nichols, Dr. Nichols, about how they've been able to kind of change up how they get folks to come in with the civil service process, by waiving the fees and then all of those things. What kind of things are you guys doing internally to handle your challenges?
So one of the things internally that we've done, the branch here, we have worked with HR to streamline this process the best we can. So we had a pretty good process going by streamlining. We do our own background. We made arrangements with the person that does our psychological exams to do a portion of it on site, which makes it easier for candidates to get there. We lose less candidates because we can do it on site, and we can handle the scheduling ourselves instead of letting the doctor do it. So that was some of the things we did. We've also put our own background unit together in collaboration with HR, and that's really helped out. And then on top of that, we've been utilizing the HELP program, the state HELP program, which has helped us bring a lot of people in. And the advantage of that program is it takes 3 to 4 months off of the time it takes to advertise a list, post a list, grade a list, certify a list for us to start processing from. So we've done a lot of that. On top of that, we've also participated in, I think, the last 2 years, and we're doing it again this year, of a summer internship program that gives city residents the ability to come into the 911 center, see what we do on a daily basis, learn what we do, and hopefully take a liking to it. On top of that, we've also added a life skills course to be included in there, and that was really well received also the last 2 years. So we have another class starting in July. So we've also participated in a Pathways to Public Safety program. We fully participated in that. We've attended all workshops and meetings, and we have our outreach team to go out to the community, because I think the best way to recruit a diverse staff is to go out to the community and try to recruit from the people we service.
Thank you. That's very good. I have a follow-up question to that. Is if, and you can put this in writing if you could. How many employees would it take to bring you up to par, to where you can be fully staffed?
Okay, so,
and how long does it take a new recruit to go through your full process to be completely cleared as a dispatcher or a call taker? How long does that take?
Okay, so last year at this time we were down 54 floor personnel. Presently we are down 26 floor personnel. I think the strategy that we came up with, bringing in people with the help programs cross the words there, but with that, by utilizing that program, we can bring more people in at a TCC level, and then we can move them with the help program, those that want to, into a dispatcher role, and then we don't create this big gap where we would hire before, and then we would go to train them as dispatchers. We would create a giant gap behind them. The young employees would have to work multiple shifts of overtime while they were training, and it just we were losing so many people. So that's where we're at with staffing. To sort of bring us up, we would need 26 floor staff.
26 total or 26 additional?
Yeah, we need 26 more people.
26. They need 26 new.
Okay.
New, yeah, 26 new. So, and that total includes the class that just started in May of 8, and we're going to have another. We're processing right now for another class in end of August, September, and we're going to be doing another class in December. We also have a dispatcher class starting in June, and another one. We'll probably start another dispatcher class in the early fall. So my hope is that by fall we should be sitting in better shape than we are now. I mean, I think we're in a lot better shape than we were last year at this time, and I think we'll be in way better shape moving forward.
How long does it take someone to go through the full?
I'm sorry. Yep, it depends. If they're going to be a dispatcher, so if you're a dispatcher, you have to train as a telecommunicator first, get certified, and then you have to go to dispatcher school. So it's almost 10 months, 10, 11 months.
Oh, that's a long time.
Yeah, so we had worked with, a couple years ago, we worked with the union to get it and HR to get the probation extended 18 months, because what was happening is we really couldn't get a good evaluation on somebody within a month, with 2 months, month or two of working alone, and we were forced to get rid of people that we could probably keep if we had the ability to keep them longer. So that's worked out for us also.
Great. So my final question is, as we know, 911 is very, one of those things is a technology type position. How do you guys plan to deal with AI as AI becomes more and more intricate part of our world? How do you guys plan, if you plan to use AI, and how are you planning to integrate into your day-to-day operations?
Well, thank you for the question. I went to a conference last year for staffing crisis conference down south, and we got together with an AI team down there, a new team looking for someone to partner up with on a pilot, and we did pilot with them. Our first goal of the AI was to help us with our training, because presently when we train. We would train people to answer the phones. They would have a 4-week classroom, and then they would immediately go from the classroom directly to answering 911 calls with the assistance of somebody, but it's like you go right from class to that. So this new system hooks up directly to our phone systems, hooks up directly to our CAD systems, and it creates simulated 911 calls from actual calls that we've taken here, mixes up the names and anything that might tie it to individual people, and then we're able to put in our requirements, like you have to ask a cross street and different things that we require. We've created 450 simulations so far. So the first class that utilized them was a class that we started, a class of 20 that started in January, and they did about 2 weeks of simulated calls, and basically what it did, where it helped us, is they get their script down, they get their script, practicing their script down, what they're supposed to say, and then and it also, the system, the AI will provide feedback based on our policy and regulations at the center. It creates feedback for the employee, so they can read, hey, this is what the system's telling them. Hey, you could have did this different. You know, where you rated on your call, so they can learn from that. And I think it takes all the bias out of that. You know, that someone can't say this person doesn't like me, that's why they're rating me low. It's just the system is just checking checking the boxes. You know, so it was very well received. And when they hit the floor, they had a lot less stress when they went out there, and the people training then had a lot less stress. And what we're seeing so far is they've trained quicker.
I could see the value, because then you're more receptive to the unbiased,
yes,
at least perceived unbiased feedback.
We're also able to take instead of having to cut an employee loose because they're stumbling once they get certified, we can put them back in. We just did it. Put them back in the simulated training on the type of calls that they're having trouble with. Require them to, answer 3 days worth of phone calls, and then grading. The system will grade them, and hopefully they learn from it. And we move them back to the floor. So, we're using it for our training, basic recruits, and on top of that, hopefully to move forward with helping floor staff that are also having difficulties adjusting to certain type events.
Well, that concludes my question. I just want to say happy belated thanks, EMS Week. Thank you for all that you guys have done, and we'll continue to do for our community.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Lightfoot. Councilmember Lupia.
Yeah, I would like to echo that. You guys do really important work in this community. And I know I've talked to you about this before, but I've gotten more recent feedback that sometimes 911 calls can ring without an answer. Is there, or maybe they don't wait long enough, is there an amount of time in terms of somebody waiting on the line to pick up, that we have some data on how long, like averages, that happens?
Yeah, we answer the national standards to answer each call within 10 seconds. We answer, our average is 6 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to, there is calls when you call, you wait. It's because there's a lot of people calling in. It could, the county's a very big county. The city's a, medium-sized city,
right,
with a lot of things going on. One of the things that confuses people is that the ring on our phones is double the ring of a standard phone line. So if you're used to your ring on your cell phone, ours will ring twice for every one of yours. So a lot of times people get confused. It's ringing a lot, no one's answering, when it's really not that much time. Then they hang up. But we do have a system in place that will call them back, and if they don't answer, then we call them back.
Okay. And how long does the callback take? Is there some kind of automation with it?
Yeah, it's an automated system, yes.
So
the exact time.
The next time, like a line opens up, if someone hung up, it would try to call them back?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what we do is, at every public event that we attend, we always say, do not hang up when you're calling.
Right. That's a good message for us too.
Yep.
Don't hang up.
Thank you very much for pushing that out. I think it's important.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all I have.
President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. So for the layperson, just so we can get this out in the public a little bit, the difference between telecommunicator and a dispatcher, could you explain those two different roles?
Yes. A telecommunicator position at the 911 center, they only answer emergency phone calls. A dispatcher position answers emergency phone calls just like a telecommunicator, but they also dispatch. So there's two types of dispatchers. There's a law enforcement dispatcher, and then there is a fire dispatcher. At the dispatcher 1 position level. So that means if they're on the fire side, if they're a fire dispatcher, they just for the fire departments, they'll just for dispatch for Rochester Fire and all the county fire departments, along with every EMS agency that we dispatch for. And then if you're on the police side, you would dispatch for RPD, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, and all the towns and villages.
Thank you. And in terms of the positions that we tend to have vacancies for, the 26 that we're talking about right now, are they evenly split? Is it more on the telecommuting or the dispatcher side? What does that look like?
So presently right now, it's more on the dispatcher side. And the reason it is because we're bringing them in we're bringing as many people as we can in on the telecommuter side, so that when we take people from that side, we still leave enough behind that we're not creating a hole. So we're training and we're not putting stress on the system, if that makes sense to you. And it's really been working out so far.
Yes, and I think these are definitely high stress jobs in terms of the things that you hear and the work that's being done. Critically important jobs, but I think to the community, these are also good jobs to have. So anything that we as council can do to be supportive of your recruitment efforts. I know that a lot of material has been given to us in the past, and we've spread that around as best we can. But we'd be happy to continue to support ensuring our city residents are aware of all the available opportunities that you have at the 911 center.
Mr. President, we would greatly value that. We've worked with communications to work together. They put a video together for us that you can share on social media. You can get it from.
And I see your team out at every job fair that I go to. So
we think it's important to get out to the community and let them know that there's good jobs out there. I mean, it is a hard and stressful job. It's a lot different than people realize. That's why we do offer, if someone asks, we let them get a tour, see exactly kind of what we do every day. So that's why I think those summer things work, and these public safety programs with the school district.
Last question, in terms of the jobs, age requirement, is it 18 plus?
That's correct.
All right, thank you, sir.
On the job and pay front, I think we have a pretty good sense of where you are, and this has obviously always been the challenge with ECD. But can you tell me about the $450,000 and for motivations, what that means specifically?
Yes, that was it's a company that provides outside dispatchers that can cover positions. So we reached out to them. Actually reached out around the country to see how they did elsewhere. They're the only company really that did it as a complete company and not like a one-off, this person or that person. So it was a way that we worked on staff burnout, so if we could have one or two dispatchers a shift covering, that's one or two people that were not forced to work overtime. So we worked with the union on that to come up with an agreement. Worked out really well. I wish it could have been a little better, but it worked out sufficient enough to help our staff get some kind of break during those heavy times. And then we do it on a 90-day thing with the union, and we just did an extension till the end of summer.
So it's thank you. That's not. Their name is misleading. It's not what I thought it was. What it was going to be. They're essentially a temp agency.
They're like a nurse navigator. They're like a nurse nurses on demand program. So they have to have specific training. They have to meet our requirements, and then we send them training materials. And then when they arrive, we have to do some floor training, and then we can put them on the floor. Yes.
And we're committed to spending $450,000 with them this year. And the expectation is if you fill those 26 positions you were talking about, that we won't need to renew this next year.
Yes, I think once we get to the level where the staff is not getting ordered in a way that's affecting morale, that we will not have to use them. My goal is to not have to use them past the fall, but that all depends on where we end up.
And so the 450 is a cushion. I mean, if you don't have to use them past the fall, certainly you're not going to use the whole 450, I'd imagine.
That's correct.
Okay.
But there is, like I said, there is a possibility, you know, the way
Sure.
things have been going, you know, like we had a plan last time that started working and then it kind of stumbled again. So this seems to be going a lot better. But to utilize them funds, we have to have an agreement with the union. So, you know, when they feel that it's no longer benefiting their workers, then they're not going to agree to it.
Okay. Last thing I'll just say about that is that makes perfect sense. I mean, I think it's we're constantly commending the ECD staff for the work that you do, but I don't think it's apparent just how difficult the job is, not just in the first place, but also with how much just kind of mandated overtime there is because of the short staffing. So anything to do to relieve some of that burden makes a ton of sense. I'm sure I have the same worry that you have, Director, that there's probably we're probably not getting the same level of service from bringing in a third party that we have when they're our staff ourselves. So I'm sure you're on it and monitoring and also trying your best to make sure we don't have to use them at all. But if there's any kind of reporting on the quality of that service that you can provide us over time, if we keep using them, that'd be helpful.
Well, if they are not up to our quality, we send them back.
Got it. Last thing for me, I'm going to switch gears and talk about something that sounds really exciting, and I want to hear for a second about the 311 app and what's happening in that space.
Well, that's an item we're very excited about, because I think that the way society's going with iPads and smartphones, an app is going to be a lot easier for our citizens to make requests. So the way it's going to be set up initially, it'll handle 10 of our most requested services, and then we'll obviously make adjustments based on how that works out. But you know, it's going to take a little while to get it on board, but once we get it on board, we'll definitely be working with communications to push it out, because I really think that it's going to give great access to city services.
When do you think it'll be? What's the timeline you think?
I don't have a timeline right now, I'm sorry, because we just purchased it, but I'm sure one or two of the next public safety meetings I'll be able to give you a timeline.
That'd be great.
Once we get a handle on it, because they're changing some coding within Verint that we have to adjust to not only get the online stuff to work, to go smoother, because they changed some software, but as soon as I have that, I'll be happy to give you a response.
That'd be great, and I'd also appreciate when you finalize the list of the 10 things, the 10 call types, to share that with us as well.
Of course.
Thanks. Councilmember Martin?
Thank you so much for all you do. You all are doing very important work connecting people with services. I just have a few questions. On page 5, within the key performance indicators, it talks about the cost per call. Is the cost incurred by the person calling, or is it something covered by 911 or 311?
Oh, it's not a cost for the person that call. It's just a cost estimate for our budget that takes that much money for each call.
That's helpful. Thank you. And in the personnel summary, for the positions other than full-time, could you provide in writing just what they do, like the background investigator, for example, just what their role is within the function of services? And that can be in writing because it's a few of them.
What the role of the background investigators is?
The background investigator, yes, and the quality improvement coordinator, like what they do specifically.
What the difference is?
Yes.
I can give it to you now, or I can give it to you.
Writing is fine.
Okay.
That's it.
Councilmember Monroe?
In regards to the AI training, when they're running those scenarios, then the AI is speaking to the operator who's being trained?
That's correct. It uses different voices. It puts stuff in the background. It's pretty impressive, and because it's AI, it's constantly learning.
That's great.
And since we're in a pilot, we're able to feed it with our requirements. So it's helped us I think it's going to help us tremendously. And then moving forward, I think we're really going to be able to integrate it somewhat into our operation.
And has the use of this third-party contractor, is that what's kind of helped you get out of that loop of people leaving because of so many mandatory doubles?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, using that other company to fill in for dispatchers, is that the method by which you've been able to retain people who had been leaving because of the frequency of mandatory doubles?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's one of the things that have helped us with people leaving.
What are some of the other ways you've been able to mitigate leaving?
We've been able to hire more people, get them trained faster with the AI. It's helped us train them faster, so we're getting them out on the floor faster. We've also done a lot of employee centric things at the center recently, starting at the end of last year. Employee recognition ceremonies, monthly awards given out for different categories. And we've also worked with the union to upgrade some MOUs, so get some different MOUs that have helped them. We meet with the union every other month or so, and we go through different things that they think would help, and we go back and forth, and I think we've been able to come up with things that we can work together on that's really helped with morale and retention.
Excellent. And in writing, could I just be provided for fiscal year 24 and 25 the percentage of mandatory doubles having to be done out as part of the entire work hours? And then if that can be just an idea of seniority, because I imagine before part of the problem was those folks who didn't have as much seniority were the ones who would have to do the doubles. Is that correct?
No, it works right down the list. So
okay.
It's not like the people at the bottom have to use all the overtime. They have to get forced. It goes equally through the system.
Oh, all right. Thanks.
And it's hard to get a good track on it because it's hard to tell what was actually forced and what was signed up because systems that were in place before my arrival, and it's hard to go back on that. But we can give you an idea. We are down a third of what we were in orders last year in April.
Excellent. I don't need the attempt to extract that other information, so you can strike that question. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Final question before lunch, Councilmember Lupien.
Yeah, I just want to read these in the record so you can respond in writing. With the 311 system, can you let us know the capabilities? I know with the new upgrade with Variant, there was the potential for council to be able to see the calls coming in and their status. Additionally, I've gotten several calls that people have called into 311 multiple times, been given an assurance that something will happen, and it doesn't. And so I'm just kind of wondering an idea of once it comes in, what happens to it. And then third, the action team. I know years ago we had a meeting with you guys and Dr. Green about the idea to diversify response based on different call types. And one of the issues was the bigger buckets, like family trouble could be 16 different things. And with the new action team, to understand just if there's been thought put into it yet about how we will go about breaking down those calls into greater detail.
So, excuse me, so I can answer on the 311 first. Over at 311, you would have access on the dashboard. Any city employee can go to the dashboard. You can get the daily call volume. You can get the monthly KPIs. You can get service requests by department and type, and any open tickets. And on top of that, if you, council, would enter the complaint for someone, then you would be able to track the
so right now, we can go in and see any open ticket.
No, you can see the amount of open tickets.
Yeah, and I'm asking from our capacity as constituent folks to go into the system and see, okay, Marjorie Green. That was funny. That's the name that came to my mind. that she put in 311 calls, in the last week, so we'd be able to see that level of detail. I thought with the new upgrade that there might have been that capacity.
There is a capacity for her to see it. There's not a capacity for you to go in and look at it unless you were to enter it.
Okay. Whether we can now or whether that's a potential in the future, I guess that's my question.
Okay, you
A
can't-
potential
you
of the
can't now,
system.
And I don't know if that's going to be something in the future, no.
Okay.
But we will work with you if you want to set up a council way of entering jobs, and then if somebody is having trouble and they want you to enter it, you can enter it, and then it can get tracked, then you can track it.
Yeah, that would be a great idea.
Yep. We could help you with that.
Thanks, Director Soretto. Our council staff will be in touch about that, and we appreciate your time, your team's time, and the job you all do. We are going to recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 afternoon budget hearings. I don't need to call the roll. We never adjourned, technically. So I'd like to note that we are being joined today. We have Councilmember Lightfoot, who is not a committee member, along with President Melendez, Vice President Harris, and Councilmember Monroe on the Finance Committee. This afternoon, we have 2 incredibly important departments to talk about. We started with public safety this morning with ECD, and we're doing fire department and police department this afternoon. So we will start with the fire department, and I'm going to ask the chief to make any introductory remarks and to introduce. You have a lot of team members, Chief. Feel free to introduce everyone if you want, or your leadership team, however you'd like to do it.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Thank you to the members of City Council, Mayor Evans, Deputy Mayor Burns, and all of the Rochester Fire Department personnel for your continued support. The proposed 2025-2026 fiscal year budget reflects our shared commitment to public safety and ensures we have the necessary resources to protect lives and property across our city. It positions us to meet evolving challenges through continued investment in training, equipment, and community engagement. We appreciate your ongoing partnership in helping us serve Rochester with excellence. With me today, I have the valued members of our department seated in the gallery, along with the following individuals. Executive Deputy Chief of Operations Michael Dauberton, Principal Staff Assistant Tracy Brown, Deputy Chief of Community Risk Reduction and Life Safety Arthur Paul Kuzowitz, Deputy Chief of Training Terry Taylor, Battalion Chief of Training Tramel Parson, Captain of Special Operations Jamie Renner, Captain of Emergency Medical Services Darren Batty, Lieutenant of Recruitment Khalil Sharubin, Firefighter of Community Engagement Santos Cruz, Captain of Planning and Research Dan Curran, and Superintendent of Apparatus and Fire Equipment Eric Holler. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you to everyone for being here today. And we will spend the next about hour and a half, I think, is what we have planned, a little more, going through the fire department budget, asking questions. We are going to break it up into the individual lines within the department. So we'll start with Office of the Chief. So I would direct people's attention to page 10 in the fire tab, which is 10, so 1010. And we'll start questions there. I assume the meat of it is going to be in operations, which we'll go to shortly thereafter. And finally, we will close with administration. So let me start, Chief, with just a couple of questions about KPIs. There's 2 KPIs. There's certainly a lot of great information and data in the budget book, and that's much appreciated. I particularly appreciate calling out and giving us the stats for each individual firehouse. I think that's very important to see how busy every different part of the city is. There's 2 KPIs that I'm going to be a little bit nitpicky on just because I think that they require a bit more meat than what's there. So this is page 4, so 10.4. There's the second to last KPI is continue to find efficiencies, which I know we're doing all the time in every department across the city, but really would like you to dig in a little bit more as to what kind of efficiencies you're referring to. You see where I am, Chief? 10.4, the strategic initiatives page.
Yes, sir.
So,
excuse me. Yes, sir.
Second to the last, it just says continue to find efficiencies, which it needs a lot more specificity. And then 2 above that is continue to evaluate fire and EMS service deployment. So I think both of those are places where we expect the fire department, in particular after the conversation we had last year, to obviously be always looking for efficiencies, but particularly the one I mentioned afterwards, the evaluation of fire and EMS. So that language feels a little fluffy to me, so I'm just going to ask you to give a little bit more specificity as to what you mean by those things.
Very good. Let me start off with operational readiness and our operational efficiency, operational readiness and our evaluation. Any good fire department is constantly evaluating our service delivery models, what we can do better, how we can do it better, how we can do it more cost effective, how do we increase services to the community and those people that we are charged with protecting. So on a daily basis, we'll evaluate after a specific incident, whether it's a high-level incident, a low-level incident. We'll take all hazards approach and evaluate, could we have done that better? What was the outcome? And what could we put in place that we currently have available to us before spending any additional funding, things of that nature, to ensure that we have the resources immediately available to stop what could be an inefficient process. In regards to efficiencies, we're always looking at our response, and we're using data. Data drives decisions. We're using our data analysts that we have in-house to take a look at, was that the most efficient methodology of putting the fire out? Was that the most efficient methodology of getting from point A to point B? Things of that nature. Those are the efficiencies that we're looking at a continual basis. The next one is partnering with other outside agencies as well as internal stakeholders to build that, I don't want to call it camaraderie per se, but camaraderie, and how do we work better with NBD? How do we work better with the police department? And we have ongoing meetings with them on a regular basis to see what we can do to not duplicate services, but to support each other internally, as well as with our external partners, that being other fire departments in Monroe County, other fire departments across the state, and other fire departments across the country.
Thank you. It's being just a little bit nitpicky, but I think even just the answer you gave, I think there's utility in just making the strategic initiative language a little bit sharper and clearer, and something we can hopefully look to next year. I know we'll come back to a conversation about EMS service when we get into future departments. So I'll move on from there. We'll come back to that. My last question before I turn it over to my colleagues for the chief section on 1010 is just around the third-party. So we ended the contract with a third-party consultant to implement cultural competency training, and in part that's because we invested differently in the way we do recruitment. And I had the pleasure to get to meet your lead recruiter, and I'm sorry that I'm going to forget the title, but no sign of disrespect, just can't keep all the titles straight. But certainly got to hear about and see with my own two eyes some of the great work happening with recruitment. But love for you to talk about not just where we are in the state of recruitment, but also as it pertains to why there was a decision to end the third-party contracting and why those two things are linked.
Very good. First of all, thank you for acknowledging Lieutenant Cherubin and the outstanding work he's done in under a year.
Lieutenant. Now I'll never forget it again.
Lieutenant Cherubin has exceeded expectations, along with the other members who are not actually part of the recruitment team, but are part of the community risk reduction team. And it's a constant partnership. And as a result, I can give you some preliminary numbers. For example, 2022, we had 740 people sign up for the firefighters exam. I'm pleased to announce that we have 1,200 people sign up for the exam as of the closing date on May 27th, which is a 53% increase. And that is directly attributed to Lieutenant Cherubin and his partners in increasing the application pool for the upcoming firefighter entrance exam.
And to the point of the question about ending the third-party contract on cultural competency, the assumption, I mean, I think it's fairly clear that what the budget book is saying is we're no longer paying a third-party contractor for cultural competency, we are going to go do the work of recruitment to become a more diverse team and force. Is that correct?
That is partially correct. So what we did is we reallocated $50,000 in raise funding to develop an in-house DEIB training program that is Rochester Fire Department specific. History, concerns, and where we want to go with a diverse a diverse instructional cache of instructors that are teaching our people internally. We don't have an outside party that is not familiar with Rochester Fire. It is our own internal people, and the feedback has been exceptionally well received. All 100% of our fire department members have been trained. I take that back, 93% have been trained. The other 7% are out on long-term injury, things of that nature that aren't able to attend. And then what we'll do right now is we're going to take the positive feedback that we received from our program and reinitiate additional revisions when we start the program again on January 2nd, 2026.
Got it. And is it premature to ask the breakdown of different demographics of the 1,200 people who applied for the exam? Do you know?
We do. We just received the demographics. I'll provide you that in writing.
Great.
Or I'll defer to DHRM, who can provide you that in writing.
Great. We'll make sure to follow up with the question specifically. Vice President Harris?
Thank you, Chair Gruber. Congratulations on a successful budget year this year. I noticed there wasn't a whole lot of cuts, but I did notice in here there was a net change to a grant fund, whereas $115,000 was not, it was actually decreased from the budget. Could you explain to me how does that impact services or anything that you do operationally, and how were you able to replace those funds?
Can you be more specific as to
Page 11. It says net change to State Homeland Security Program grant funds.
So thank you for the question. There has been no direct impact as a result. That is a grant that is from the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services. It's given to Monroe County, and then it is divided up amongst multiple agencies within Monroe County. While we are usually one of the largest recipients of it, we always put things into place that in the event that we're not able to get the full grant request, that we're able to continue, we have continuity of business and operations. So there has not been any effect in it whatsoever.
That's great news. Then that leads to, I was also reading that you guys received your accreditation renewal. Could you talk to us about the reaccreditation renewal process, and what does that mean for our city?
Well, we haven't received the accreditation renewal yet. We are going through the accreditation process again.
Okay.
We anticipate our accreditation before the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 26. We're actually ahead of time. It is a 3-year process, but Lieutenant Mark Day, who is the accreditation manager at this time, along with Captain Kern, the captain of project management, have been working very diligently. We, as I said, we will be receiving that accreditation, and we anticipate that accreditation before the end of fiscal second quarter of fiscal year 26.
Thank you. And my final question is your community response training program. Very much a fan of it. Looking to see what are you guys planning to do with that? Are you planning to expand that program? I see there was a number of city residents participating this year. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes. So I want to share your enthusiasm. The Community Emergency Response Team, as you know, Rochester was the first in New York State to have that program. I'm very proud to say last week we are the first again to graduate the deaf community, class of all the deaf community in partnership with NTID. Once again, we're leading, we're not following. Chief Luna, Battalion Chief Luna, is the primary facilitator of that. He does an outstanding job. The program is all funded through grants. We will be having another class coming up, and we are working with Mr. Fred Ryan, our emergency manager, to help implement these individuals to not only help themselves, help their neighborhood, help the community, and then ultimately to help the fire department in the event of a large-scale situation in concert with Director Ryan.
Chief, could you go into a little bit detail of what they will learn in the CERT class, so the community could know what they would learn to be a part of the process?
Absolutely. They learn search and rescue techniques. They learn fire extinguishing techniques. They learn emergency medical techniques. They learn mass evacuation. They learn how to help themselves and help their neighborhoods. There's multiple topics. I can provide you a more detailed topic listing in writing if you want.
I'm familiar. I just wanted that to be known. What I'd like to also make a suggestion for consideration is in the Career Pathways Public Safety, I pushed that program out to the teenagers who are interested in fire and EMS. And I encourage them to take the CERT training, because then if they can hack that, they can definitely move on to EMS and fire. I would say that many of our teenagers don't know anything about that kind of response. And if we can just get that out to the R centers, maybe that information out to the R centers, even all 9 of us up here, we can share that out so we can help you populate the classes in the future.
We can absolutely do that. We can work with Dr. Shirley Green with DRIS and let them know what's available. We welcome that. Again, it's about access, it's about exposure.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Great. We're actually, I think with fire, it just makes the most sense to open it up to the whole section. So, Section 10, Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief, and all the men and women of the Rochester Fire Department for all of the great work that you guys do on a daily basis. I do have a couple of questions, Chief, if bear with me. Before I go into a few of my questions for understanding, I want to circle back to a couple questions that Council Vice President Harris shared, and I want to be more intentional, lean into them a little more, and also Chairman Gruber, to make sure that I understand. So the demographics, I think, that you asked for, Chairman Gruber, were those for the 1,100 or so that applied to take the exam?
Yes.
Okay, so
1,200.
we're going to get that back in writing.
Yep.
Those demographics. Thank you very much. And then also the accreditation process that Council Vice President Harris referred to, Chief. Can we get kind of accomplishments of that accreditation process back in writing too as well?
Absolutely.
Sir? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. A union position, I believe, was added, or I believe I read somewhere in here, or better yet, let me ask this: administrative payroll position, I believe, was eliminated. So who's handling payroll now, and who do they answer to, sir?
You are correct. We had a payroll position that has been unfilled for 3 years. We were not successful in trying to fill that position. We currently have a payroll administrator that is taking care of that. So the payroll process is moving forward without any hiccups. But we have that position, as well as the principal staff assistant, Tracy Brown, that helps to support that in the event that the person is sick or on vacation.
And these are civilian positions, sir?
They are civilian positions.
And they answer directly to you or to DHRM?
They answer to the Deputy Chief of Administration and Operation.
Okay, thank you. In the background process, and I also want to add this because I'm very excited about the 53% increase, and I take no shade on to the recruiter, but I would say that this council, especially under my leadership, has fought for years under various chiefs to have a full-time recruiter. And we knew that that was one of the things that we were lacking in regards to the police department and giving us parity when it comes to us extending and getting more people to consider taking our exam. So council, including myself and council, we're very excited, as well as us approving and looking for more media and social media and usages and extended things of that nature. And I've seen a great amount of promotion and marketing materials from the fire department out there, and I think you guys have done a great job with that. Recruiter's doing a great job. But again, I think it was a collaborative effort amongst everybody trying to working together to increase the amount, because going back some years, thousands of people used to take the Rochester Fire Department exam, and it dwindled down for various reasons. 9/11, I'm sure, had some impact on that and other reasons, but nonetheless, it's good to see those numbers going back up, and I'm looking forward to seeing the demographics, to seeing that we're hopefully reaching a diverse workforce as well, too, that represents our city as our city is represented.
I couldn't agree more with you, sir. And just to give you another specific, our community engagement specialist, Mr. Marshall Boland, Marshall Hallmark, we have seen a 5,000 plus increase percentage in our social media presence, Facebook's, Instagram, LinkedIn. So yeah, absolutely. We're seeing huge benefits of that.
Good. That's good. As far as I see one of the initiatives of inspecting high-risk, unsafe buildings and coordinating, are we coordinating that project or those efforts with Commissioner MBD and all those things? And what happens with all of these unsafe vacant structures?
That's a great question. Okay, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that because and then I'll let Chief weigh in. This is something that we've been talking a lot at the mayor's office level. One of the things we realized is that these vacant structures present a extreme hazard to fire folks. So it was important to also make sure that fire have visibility around these structures, so that way they can have not only someone to liaison with MBD, but also be looking at these structures as well, because they have the expertise, particularly as it relates to these structures. And the point is, Council Member Lightfoot, you struck a nerve with me with this question, is that I've been clear in saying, look, we have to make sure that any of these structures that are vacant, number one, that they're safe and secure, and if they're not secure, then we need to get them torn down, or either, as we talked about yesterday, turned over to the land bank, or moved more quickly and not waiting to the end of the year or 6 months to be able to get done what we get done what we want to get done with them, because they present such a major number one fire hazard, but also a danger to firefighters. Some of these buildings, when they go in, as you know, they could fall down, flights of stairs. If the stairs don't exist, there could be people in them. In rare instances if they're boarded up. So adding this lieutenant position to really work with vacant structures was a major priority with the administration. But it's also meant to also break down silos and make sure that they have a good visibility with the rest of the organization, particularly vis-a-vis neighborhood and business development. So, sorry, Chief, I jumped on you there, but that's something that we talk about regularly at our senior management team meetings. I know they're sick of me talking about it, but so what you see there is a reflection of those conversations that have been taking place over the last 2 years.
That's good, because we knew, as you say, especially with the housing crisis that we're having, we're seeing more squatting in these particular facilities and things of that nature, as well as firefighter safety, for these buildings not being secured properly, not being maintained or handled in the proper way that they need to be handled. Two final questions, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be out the way. How are backgrounds being handled during this firefighter selection, and what is the cost of that? And some of that information you may not have readily, you can get it to us in writing, but in general, how are the background being handled in this particular process?
It's a two-part process, Council Member. First is we're using our fire investigation unit. This goes back to Chairman Gruber's, one of his questions for efficiencies. We're using our fire investigation unit to conduct background checks rather than paying an outside firm to do that. The second thing that we're doing is we're using a company called Metro Data out of Buffalo that conducts the other portion of the backgrounding. So it's a two-part process. We have a wonderful relationship, the fire department working in concert with DHRM and Dr. Nichols' team to increase efficiencies and do it in a timely manner, because as you know, a background check does take a significant amount of time.
Yeah, and I'm going back to my old days too. So it sounds like the fire department is internally handling this background process, a portion of it. And then back then we used to send some of the information or some of the process to RPD, of course. Is that
Correct.
that's still happening?
We're not using RPD at this time. They are available. Chief Smith and I have a wonderful relationship and has offered in the event that our FIU team can't do that background, they'll assist. However, RPD trained our FIU investigators in the proper methodology for backgrounding.
Now, Chief, in that background process, are we implementing where we're going, checking on people's residency, going to their homes, and these are the types of things that used to happen that kind of got away from, but is this happening currently?
Correct. What we did is we re-implemented 2 investigators go, so they're never alone. The buddy system is in place first and foremost. If there's a question, we then ask for a utility bill or another form to show us that this is not a flop house, that this is an actual residency for that individual. It holds us accountable, it's transparent, and it holds that individual accountable.
One of the best days of my life was getting that knock at the door by firefighter Coker some years ago. So I appreciate that. Last question. The EMS leadership, I'm not fairly clear on that in that position. There was apparently, or there used to be a deputy chief position for the EMS. Has that been filled, removed, or where are we with that?
Well, thank you for that question. It remains unfilled at this time, but we did canvass for it multiple times. We had several people apply, and then they rescinded their application based upon the ever-changing landscape of the EMS system right now. There were multiple concerns that they weren't going to be able to effectively manage that division. When the position was approved by council before my arrival, the EMS landscape was completely different. As a result, what we've done this past year is focused on the AMR contract, the EMS emerging initiatives, preparing the individual and the scope of work based upon, it's a moving target, right? It's dynamic, it's fluid. We can't not fill the position because the EMS model changes, the hospital system issues change. But what we've done is we identified a more concrete scope of work to work with PIC, to work with FIT, to work with RPD, to work with the hospital system. So now these individuals have a more concrete path going forward of what they would be responsible for. And Chief Dauberton and myself anticipate we'll be filling this position with a new canvas, most likely within the next 60 to 75 days.
And since you brought that up, Chief, follow-up, can we get an update on the status of the ambulance contract in writing?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have some follow-ups to that, but I'm happy to go down the line. Councilmember Lupien, do you have questions right now? President Melendez?
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for your time today. I do have some follow-up on some of the questions that Councilmember Lightfoot also asked, and specifically around the target hazards inspection, Lieutenant. So one of the issues this year, I had a constituent that was having an issue with fires on a vacant lot. And it was part of an ongoing encampment. This is on Oscar Street off North Clinton Avenue. And eventually the fire, we had a very cold winter. The fire transitioned to a house, so there was a house fire in Oscar. Then there was squatting in another house on the same street on Oscar. I'm sure you're well aware of this line of questioning. And that resulted in, I think, 2 houses on the street being, I think, beyond repair, maybe even demolished. I'm not sure if they've actually been demolished at this point. And for that resident, and this is why I think this position is important, for that resident, they made a couple comments to me. One, probably never going to see 2 houses built on my street in my lifetime. That was his first comment. 2, in the middle of a housing crisis, for us to lose 2 units on a residential street was significant. And I know in the month of January we had a significant number of house fires, vacant house fires specifically. I'm not sure what the February data or the March data look like. So with respect to this new position and collaboration, I think the mayor already alluded to this and talked about it. But I'm imagining that there's probably going to be some new workflows in terms of how the fire department, NBD, NSCs DES collaborate and make sure that we're securing and boarding and reboarding because these boards come off the properties. Could you talk through the overall strategy of how the fire department plays into that?
Well, thank you for that question, and I'm very familiar with Oscar Street. There's been many a morning at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning that I was there with my team in those two problematic properties. I know the individual you're talking about because he had great conversations with him at length. So this position, while it's designed for target hazards and high value, large scale properties such as Otis Street or the Child Street Warehouse, this lieutenant will also be focusing on problematic residentials, to the point where this individual will be located here at City Hall, working in concert with Commissioner Dana Miller's team, especially the codes in NBD. So there will be that constant communication, that constant partnership, first and foremost. The second thing that we're going to do is the board up process. We're looking at it. When a house is boarded up, there's the standard board up process. But if we have multiple issues with a property, then we're going to employ an enhanced board up. But obviously there's an additional cost for the enhanced board up. Or then there is a severe board up, which is extremely costly. But if we're boarding up a property 3 or 4 times, it may be best to board up that property to the extreme. There's a downside to that. As you know, if an individual, an unhoused person, gets into that property and accidentally sets the house on fire, normal human reaction is to go to a window or a door to escape. It's hard to escape when the board up is on the outside. And as you know, last winter we lost an individual in the property as a result of that. So there is working with DES, Commissioner Kabute Okanzi, with surveillance, working with city security, surveilling the properties to make sure that the board ups are still there, working with NBD and codes to work with the property owner, and then our part with the fire department. That is the strategy, and we're confident that we're going to have a positive outcome.
Great, thank you, Chief. In addition, in the pre-hearing questionnaire answers that were provided by the department, there was a reference to continued investment in recruitment, retention programs, and diversity initiatives, and specifically calls out funding for leadership development and office training as key components of the budget. Can you speak to what that will do for the department?
Absolutely. So, if you recall, I have pontificated since I got here. It's about access. Access to the fire department, how to become a member, access to how to promote, access to training in order to be prepared for that promotional process. We have local, regional, state, and now that the National Fire Academy is anticipated to be open on January 2nd, June 2nd, thank you, Chief, federal training as well. We want people to be prepared to have all those training classes in the event they wish to promote up. Just because someone is in the fire department does not necessarily mean they want to promote up. But I always tell people, control the system. Don't let the system control you. Take the classes, and then when the promotion's offered to you, take it or turn it down. You don't ever want to be in a position that, geez, I'd love to promote you, but you don't have the requisite training. So that's part of our professional development, and that also includes mentorship. Personally, right now, I'm mentoring about 8 different individuals in the fire department to how I got to where I am right now. And I love that we're able to do that. And that's not just myself. That's the training division. It's senior fire officers mentoring other firefighters within the department.
And thank you for that answer. I have probably 2 more questions, but I know this year, and Mayor, this might be for you, but in the joint ask between the city and the county, we've been looking at fire equipment, specifically communications, radios, et cetera. I'm not sure that we got it, but are we, what are the opportunities to continue to invest in equipment? Are we looking to, if we don't get state dollars, allocate that in a future year for CIP, or what's the overall process?
Well, the county usually takes the lead on the radio, so it's a joint ask between the county. We think that our proposal to the state is that there are other areas in the state that are not, well, first off, what they say is, because we do, again, this issue, now you're going to get me on a soapbox about the radios, but I want to be brief because I know you got a whole session that you got to get through. You know how we're punished for in the AMA because we're able to keep our balanced budget and all those good things? It's the same thing with the radios because we are so good at using what we got, even though we know that we deserve better, that we want better as it relates to our radios. They're saying, oh, you guys are already kind of where you are. But there are other areas of the state where they are not using the dollars that were allocated for their radios. So our ask is, look, they're not using the dollars. Just give it to us and let us upgrade to the next system where we want to be at. And that's been our joint ask with IAFF as well as with the city and county as an ask. So we continue to get close for that. So far this year, we haven't gotten an answer, but we think there's other avenues that we can continue to explore to try to get those dollars. But it was in our budget ask this year to the state. We're starting that process again, and it'll be in there again for this year. But we like providing solutions. You know, it's easy to say, here's the problem, but we like to say, okay, this is the amount of money of other areas of the state where they are not using these dollars that were allocated for the radio systems. Give it to us so they're using them. We've been able to do that successfully with housing, and we think we can use that same logic with the radio. But we're not going to stop continuing to request that, and it'll be part of our legislative ask again this coming year as well.
Great, thank you. And final question, community risk reduction. I know we do a whole lot in the community. How does this budget specifically, obviously we see the positions in the budget, but what are some of the overall strategies that you intend to deploy in the coming year in fire prevention, and how does the fire department track its effectiveness in that space?
Well, Council President, thank you for that question, because community risk reduction is a major component of what we do. The best fire to have is not to have a fire and to prevent it from happening. It eliminates injuries, it eliminates the loss of property, or the elimination, as well as the elimination of a person being displaced in the event that they can get back in that property. For last year, we installed 725 working smoke detectors and 625 carbon monoxide detectors. We know that early detection devices save lives. So between the countless interactions with youth, with adolescents, with young adults, with senior citizens, and then any outside commercial organization that wants us to do demonstrations, we know that the community risk reduction program works. We're effective. There's another efficiency, again, to Chairman Gruber's question. When we do these, we also use them as a recruitment tactic at the same time to say, hey, we're going to teach you about public education, but hey, fourth grader, did you ever think about being a firefighter? Because we're going to see you next year. Hey, you're now a fifth grader. You're now an eighth grader. Hey, we have our CPPS program. We have our summer public safety internship. We have our trainee programs. So we maximize the community risk reduction team's time to supplement Lieutenant Sharupin's recruitment. So those are another example of the efficiencies. Our community risk reduction program is top notch. I'll put us against anyone. As a matter of fact, I have other fire departments across the nation asking us, can we share what we do? Again, we're a leader in community risk reduction, as can be seen from our social media platforms. So this budget fully supports that. And it's, people take a look at community risk reduction and they think it's the plastic fire helmet, but it's more than that. It's more than the decal, right? It's the pillars of hope. It is that engagement, reading with the students. It's career days. It's everything like that, that all Actually, it may look blurry, but there's a detailed methodology to it, and it works.
Great, thank you. I have no more questions. I do have a comment really quick before I yield the floor. So I want to thank the fire department for a lot of the health response in the community. I think, when you think fire department, you think fires, but there's so much happening, and usually the fire department's first on scene for many medical incidents. And two quick things. The amount of overdoses that our community has seen, and I know there's a lot of trauma related to that in the department, as well as the community, and fire is often first on scene to administer Narcan in many cases. I've seen it myself, I've seen it firsthand, and I appreciate the work of the firemen who are doing that, men and women who are doing that. In addition, I just want to say I had a personal story this year, and this is going to get at a comment that I want to follow up on later, where someone that many of us know was in a car accident, and I arrived on scene to help the individual to figure out what's going on. Fire was there first, police was there next, and we were waiting for an ambulance, and the fire department basically told me there's probably a 45-minute wait time for this ambulance at this point. That we were fourth in line in terms of the order, what was going on, whatever was going on that day. It was in the middle of winter, 5:30 in the afternoon. And so Melendez Ambulance Service drove the person to the hospital. But my point was, if we had some additional EMS capabilities, because I was told on scene, no one can drive them, RPD can't do it, fire can't do it, and I'm just curious as an ending comment for us to continue to have the conversation and dialogue around what makes sense for the future of our city when it comes to EMS service. I know we have a contract with AMR. I know that we're working in that space a little bit, but I do think that this continues to become a larger conversation that we need to continue to have. It's convoluted. It has a lot of issues, hospital boarding issues. It's beyond just the ambulance service itself. It's a big picture problem, and I don't see it getting better. And I would like for us to continue to follow up and have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, President. If I may just say thank you for acknowledging my team. We are, for many cases and many people in the city, the primary healthcare provider. They call the fire department. We get there. We mitigate their emergency. Maybe it's a non-emergency. We get them in touch with PIC or with FIT or with other services through nurse navigation. So we take great pride that we actually are the primary care provider for many people in the city, and thank you for acknowledging that.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna ask a continuing line of question. I think I think the root of all of this is that this is a continuation of last year's budget where there was there was more unity than there typically is on this dais around the need to do what we just talked about, the need to build out some more EMS infrastructure for the fire department. So at this point, and by the way, Chief, your own words in our pre-budget questionnaire was that this is the single area that's causing your department the most stress, is how much you all are regularly pulled into things that are not typical or traditional fire department calls for service. So I want to understand, and that's where I started with the KPI about continue to evaluate. It's squishy language, and we know these are none of this is easy. If it was easy, we would have solved it a year ago. But when Councilmember Lightfoot was asking you questions about that the open position to kind of lead this work, one of the things that you said was that the world of emergency response is very different now than it was when you started. And as a layperson, I have no idea what that means. What is different now? Because you've only been on the job for 2 years?
22 months.
Okay, so what's so totally different about it now versus 2 years ago? I genuinely don't know.
For instance, people would call an ambulance or request medical services when they actually had an emergency or an emergent situation. We have high frequency users. For example, there's an individual in the city of Rochester that in the month of March called over 100 times for EMS. In certain cases, they were just discharged from the ED and didn't even make it out the door, and they picked up the phone in the ED and requested another ambulance.
Wow.
Or the person that called, or the individual that called because they needed a ride across town because they wanted to go to another hospital. They didn't want to be there. So those are different things that when you were 10 years ago, or even when you were younger, you didn't have to deal with that. But an ambulance has to show up, or they have to be able to be there. So that's something that we're dealing with from a very different perspective than we deal with before. And that's why this nurse navigator program is so important as well, because we hope that will offload some of the EMS calls. We've had a lot of success with that. Other cities are now looking at what we've done with nurse navigator, including Buffalo. But yeah, it's a different landscape in which sometimes people, not all people, but sometimes people call the ambulance, as if they're almost calling a Uber, and that's something that wasn't there before. So that's a different landscape that we're.
So the biggest difference between now and 2+ years ago is just volume and type of call that's coming in for essentially to 911 to ask the folks on your team to be ambulances.
Those are two components. Additionally, the hospital systems themselves is fractured. I can't speak to specifics, but when you'll have 6 to 8 to 10 to 15 ambulances sitting there that can't offload, I can't make any comments about the hospital system itself, but it's fractured across the nation, and it's fractured across not only nationally but internationally.
Sure.
I'm part of the Metropolitan Fire Chiefs Association, and this is a topic in our Google groups. It's a topic at our conferences and the subsequent conferences all the time. So just in 2 years, it is just...
It's gotten worse in the last 2 years?
It's gotten worse in the last 2 years.
I mean, because I knew it was an issue, and I presumed it was at its worst probably in 2020, 2021. But you're saying it's actually getting worse in terms of how often ambulances are bogged down in the hospital system and cannot move. Is worse now than it was 2 years ago.
That is correct, in my opinion. And until we fix the broader problem, the system itself, we're going to continue to have this. As I said, we are the primary healthcare provider for many people, in not only in our city, but my colleagues in Syracuse, Buffalo, Albany. They're doing the same thing, which then increases an engine or a truck company out of service.
Yep. Okay, so when Councilmember Lightfoot asked the question about the position, your first point is that things are very different from where it was when this position was created. Your second point was that there's if I recall, your second point was about making sure to lean into and work through our existing relationship with AMR. And the third thing was about kind of sharpening what our actual what internal RFD strategies are around emergency medical services. Is that right?
That is correct.
So can you tell us now, high level, and if you'd rather follow up in writing, I'm okay with it, but we have some time, so I'd rather hear a little bit now. What are the high level strategies that this department is working on now, and we will see some progress over the course of the next year when it comes to EMS in particular?
Well, two of the initiatives that we have implemented is a community risk reduction EMS portion, if you will. Similar to our fire-based community risk reduction, the community risk reduction of EMS, stop the bleed, traditional CPR, hands-only CPR, Narcan distribution, to try to help people to help themselves or help their own neighbors, number one. We are on the precipice of putting out our epinephrine program for anaphylaxis. That's another component. So those are what we're talking about. Those are strategies to try to empower people to be able to help themselves, help their neighbors.
And at one point last year, we were talking, I mean, certainly we know that in many other cities across the country, the fire department has their own fleet probably of ambulances, but certainly have a couple. And we were talking about that as something There was no commitment. There was no guarantee, but it was going to be explored. Where are we in that process?
Well, similar to one of my opening statements about operational readiness and service delivery models, Chief Dauberton and myself and my executive team, we're evaluating in the event that we have to go into the transport business or supplement the transport business, we're putting things in place so we're not behind the 8 ball. As you know, the Fitch study that came out, the recommendation was to support AMR. That's what we're doing. However, I feel it's incumbent upon me as the fire chief is to be proactive in the event that we need to get into the transport business and have an ambulance, 2, 3, or whatever, that we have our ducks in the row, so to pull the trigger, if you will, in the event that we have to. I don't want to say, well, I need 6 months to start the evaluation process. That's what we're doing currently right now, and we'll be prepared in the event that we have to.
Okay, and I guess this is a question for the mayor then. So the reason why this budget currently does not have any dollars for vehicles is not for the RFD related to EMS, is not because there's not a desire for it or not because there's no money for it. It's because there's just still hasn't been a decision made given all the circumstances.
Yeah, given all the circumstances and given all the uncertainty that we're dealing with at all levels of government, right? So I think that's also something that we have to remember. Now, if some of the federal cuts that we keep talking about go through, it's going to get even worse as it relates to hospitals. More people are going to go to hospitals to seek care because they may lose other care. And guess what? Hospitals, they take a Hippocratic oath, which means that they got to treat anybody that shows up there. So I'm not trying to sound negative. You know, I'm usually a positive person, a half glass full type of person. But process it could even get worse than what it is now. But we have to still be ready in the event that we decide that we want to add some vehicles. And I think that those are the internal conversations that we continue to have. What will the cost be? What would it look like? What would the model be? How would it support what AMR is already doing from an existing perspective? And that's what we're doing. And that's what we've kind of been doing for the last 1.5, 2 years. And those conversations will continue, but we have not made a final determination yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's inevitable that it's going to get worse.
Well, yeah, it is.
Which is all the more reason why, you know, I would urge us to try to make some of these decisions, which it feels, I mean, to me, from my very layman vantage point, it feels inevitable that eventually the City of Rochester Fire Department will invest more in EMS infrastructure because no one else is going to save us from this. That's how it feels. So I'd rather get to that point sooner than later.
That's the path. But we have to make sure we do it smart, that we do it right, that it's not knee-jerk, that all I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and it's done in a way where it's not putting more of a burden on our fire department, who already has major burdens put on them on a daily basis, right? So those are all things that have to be done, because it's easy to say, but when you have to operationalize it, it's a whole different story.
No doubt.
And running the day-to-day of this place, I can tell you that. So it's easy for us to say, oh, we want to do this, and then we say we're going to do it, and either it takes 100 years or we haven't thought about it and we do it, and it's haphazard, and we're not going to do that. But the situation at the hospitals is really a major driver of all of this. Period. So I don't want to be looking for like different things to try to put lipstick on a pig and think that the pig is going to look better. You got to address the pig, right? And the issue that we're dealing with is what's happening at the hospitals. I mean, boarding issues that are there. You have 6 ambulances lined up with patients on them, and they can't take them off. They can't get them. How are they going to get Miss Smith across town if the 6 ambulances are lined up in there at the hospital? So it's a much larger, broader issue that we have to have that goes beyond just thinking us adding 2 or 3 vehicles that's going to solve that. That will not solve the issue.
Correct. It will not solve it. But I mean, if the proposed Medicaid cuts go through, there will be hospitals that close. I mean,
that not only will close, but there will be thousands of people that will also lose their jobs. So it's a bomb cyclone waiting to happen. But to your larger point, this is why this conversation around what our role will look like in the future as it looks at our RFD as ambulance truck providers possibly, as well as our broader conversations about federal legislation, hospitals and all that. They all have to take place together and not in isolation, because it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse.
Well, let me ask my last two questions, and I'll pass it over to Councilmember Martin. On to close the loop on that, understanding that a lot of this is tied in with bigger changes and frankly a decline in healthcare in this country, and that the city of Rochester does not have a commissioner of health. Who is it, Mayor, on your team that is liaising with DOH at the state level and HHS at a federal level?
Well, I mean, from DOH, I mean, we have basically our chief of staff handles mostly all of our legislative affairs. So anybody in DOH, when we were dealing with DOH last week, state level, that's out of the mayor's office, right? Our chief of staff who handles all intergovernmental relations. So that's who handles those departments.
All right.
But in terms of remember, we have a medical director that is through the county and city, and that's Dr. Cushman, right? Dr. Cushman is our medical director, and that's who we lean on for when we're talking about these issues that we're outlining.
Okay, thank you. And last question is an operational question, Chief. So on page 15, it talks about $1 million net change in overtime based on projected vacancies. Can you talk about that number? What is our vacancy rate? How is that going to change potentially given the large size of the applicant pool?
Well, as of today's date, we have 26 vacancies in the fire department. The concern that I have is that as of May 30th, I will have 16 retirements. Last night we were up at Engine 19, Chief Dauberton and myself, Engine 19 and Marine 1. Last night, 4 individuals that are classmates with 25 years retired today. That's 108 years of experience. The good news is the replacements are all highly qualified. We were recently able to get the Coast Guard to provide BOSAR training for search and rescue at no cost to the city, another efficiency with partnering with external agencies, which in return we support the Coast Guard Sector Rochester when they have something on the river or on the lake. But it's hard to lose 108 years of experience in one day. So we have people retiring, and then we have an academy that is a stringent academy. It has to meet federal and national job performance requirements. And then we get those on, and we close the gap a little bit, but we never close the gap fully, right? We don't have a retention issue in the Rochester Fire Department. I get 4 to 8 applications a month of people that want to transfer in. So we have I call it a retirement concern right now. We have so many people at 20, 25, 30. We have a battalion chief right now with 38 years. That's incredible with longevity. That's a testament to the department. That's a testament to the firefighters. That's a testament to the officers, right? So while we try to graduate candidates, we still lose to retirements. So it's a moving target, and we just can't close that gap. Now, an idea that we had is to run dual academies. The public safety training facility simply does not have the physical capacity to run 2 training programs, nor do I have the physical or human resources of instructors to run 2 academies. These instructors are line firefighters. They're line fire officers. So in addition to their normal line duties, they're instructors as well. So we're looking at other avenues to see how we can try to close those gaps.
So how is the $976,000 calculated?
The $976,000 was calculated with overruns that we were able to shift, that monies that we weren't using, and then the overtime is now based upon actual vacancies and what we anticipate we're going to spend. So that's why that was there.
So
we have a formula in OMB that we use to calculate what the necessary overtime expense is for the next year.
Got it. I was just about to ask you, what is the 976?
Correct.
What is it on top of? Is this is net new on top of what existing overtime was?
That's correct.
And what was existing?
We'll get back to you with that in writing.
Okay.
I just want to add something to something you said a couple minutes ago. So the exam that will take place in June, that will not be used for a recruit class until the class that would be hired January of 2027. So the way civil service works, we have to use the existing civil service list for firefighters in order to hire a new class that would begin in January of 2026. The new list with this hopefully diverse background will not be eligible to be used until a full year later.
And I imagine that that level of attrition probably keeps a lot of people out in the first place.
That's why the chief has this active program that he's running to keep people engaged, especially through not only the exam process, but then through the physical fitness test that has to take place, and just keeping people engaged.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Councilmember Martin?
Chief, it looked like you were going to expand on something.
If you would allow me.
Yes.
My exact words to Lieutenant Sharubin was, June 29th, the foot's on the accelerator even heavier. Once they take that exam, it is imperative that we remain in constant contact with the successful candidates on the exam. That is monthly, that is weekly, whether it's a constant contact and email blast, it's one Saturday a month at the public safety training facility to engage the candidates on physical fitness, what the job requires. This way they stay engaged. It is not, oh, you took the test, we'll talk to you in 15 to 18 months, because the attrition rate, to your point, will be significant. We're going to make sure we stay in constant contact with them, and it is our hope that they're going to tell their friends and say, hey, listen, in 2 more years, there's another exam, and we take that 1,200 and we move it to 2,200.
Very good. Thank you. And I want to start off by echoing the sentiments of my colleagues. We're so grateful for all you do to keep our community safe. You all do a really great job.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
I have a few questions. The first one, what is your average response time? We know you're usually first to the scene, you show up quickly, but what is that number?
Council member, the average response time is really dependent upon the district itself, but we average 4 minutes or less. Now, that's a moving target depending on atmospheric conditions, construction season, okay? Things that are simply out of our control. So what we pride ourselves is with our mobile data terminals, using the most efficient route that we can get there.
Incredible.
But 4 minutes or less.
That's very good. And focusing on some of the key performance indicators, there are a lot of excellent ones highlighting the incredible work you do, but I have a few questions on some that I don't understand. So how do you define good intent calls?
So a good intent call, we get a request. An individual calls 911. We get there. They say it's for a smoke in the area. We get there, and it could be a fire that's 4 or 5 blocks away. The atmospheric conditions are such that there's heavy humidity. The smoke banks down and drifts horizontally. We go to the address 1313 Mockingbird Lane or in that vicinity, and we find that there is no active fire, there's nothing burning, but it's from another fire located several blocks away. It's a good intent call.
Got it. Thank you. And with the vacant structure fires, could you provide a breakdown in writing about the causes because you have a calculation of how many happen each year, but just I'm curious to know what's causing these fires, and in knowing that maybe there's something we can do with the administration to support the work you do and use policy maybe to try to limit some of those.
Absolutely. We can provide that in writing, but I will give you just an initial if you're okay with that. The causes vary. Sometimes it's unintentional, sometimes it's incendiary, sometimes it's carelessness, improperly discarded smoking materials, improperly discarded drug paraphernalia materials. We'll provide that in writing.
That's helpful. So usually it's someone is doing something, it's not just random.
Normally the vacant structures do not have any utilities, no gas, no electric, so majority of time it's incendiary or it's carelessness.
Got it.
And sometimes it's undetermined. There's simply not enough information, or the damage in the vacant structure is such that it simply cannot determine what the cause is.
Yeah, that's helpful. And with the juvenile fire setter incidents follow-up, what does that entail?
So the juvenile fire setter program is exceptionally important to me. We have curiosity, right? Children are curious. 9 times out of 10, I don't think it's intentional. It's just a curiosity thing. When we are invited or are made aware of a juvenile fire setter, we work with the parent, we work with the school district, we work with whatever external partner to mitigate and educate that individual, that young man, that young woman, as to why this is not good behavior, what the direct cause is, what the indirect cause is, and that we try to play chess with them. This is the long range. This could get you in more trouble. This could hurt your family. This could hurt your friends. This could take your property away. And we have a very successful juvenile fire setter program to mitigate that. So it's a great program for us.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're using a framework of education and trying to understand these specifics, and it sounds very person-centered and around that specific situation.
Absolutely. This enhances our fire-related youth program.
Got it. Thank you. On diversity, in addition to race, I also think of gender identity. Could you provide a breakdown of how many women, non-binary folks, men consist of the uniformed and also civilian fire department members?
We'll work with DHRM to provide you that in writing.
Thank you. And finally, this isn't a question, but just wanting to echo Council President Melendez's comments around engaging in conversations and hopefully soon discussing actions we can take to expand the EMS response services that you all provide, providing that support financially and with thinking through what that infrastructure may look like. You all do such a great job, so I'm also very interested in seeing how we can support that. Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon.
Planning section 1 that you have here in the book, Engine 19, it's a unique geography. Could you discuss a little bit what some of the challenges are there?
Well, you're right. It's a unique situation up in Charlotte. Very residential, sprinkled with some commercial structures, narrow roadways at times, limited access. That coupled with that engine company may have to do a water rescue response. So they have to leave. We have to move up a company to cover the structural assignments, while the structural unit then becomes a marine unit. So it does pose a little bit of a challenge, but to be brutally honest with you, our team is so effective operationally, switching from one modality to the other. 9 times out of 10, the Broad and Allen companies will move up. The Ridgeway and Dewey companies will move up, and they cover the structural assignments. So,
Is there much need for mutual aid when you get further north?
What we do is we invoke the Monroe County mutual aid policy when needed, but primarily we handle everything internally here in the city of Rochester. Now, we're also working right now with our partners on the water to develop some MOAs, so this way we can support other fire departments on the bay as well as they can support us, but that's in the preliminary stages right now.
And I just have one other question. As you're talking about the recruit classes and keeping them engaged, so they're reachable now in their test scores, but have they already undergone the background checks? Because I know that's another place where a candidate might be rejected.
Currently, some have gone through the background checks, and then we have others that have not. Once we get the test scores back, then we will be moving at a very expeditious pace to ensure that we have everyone available to us so the hiring committee can make an effective decision and send that to me for final review.
Okay, so you're keeping in touch with them and everyone's slowly going through that process of that complete background check.
That's correct.
Okay. And not that you're doing it slowly, it's just that it's a very comprehensive check that you do.
Correct. There's a number of factors. Sometimes we'll have, it takes us multiple times to schedule a meeting with the individual for the residency check. They're on vacation, they're out of the country, for their employment, things of that nature. So we afford them multiple opportunities to meet with us. But it can get to be a scheduling nightmare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patterson.
Only a few comments. I greatly appreciate the work, the commitment, and the efforts of the men and women of the Rochester Fire Department. Our community holds you in extremely high regard. Please continue to do the work that you do. I have no questions.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I accept that on behalf of the 512 civilian and uniform staff that I'm as equally proud.
We actually have some time, so I'll give everyone a chance for one or two last questions. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our staff has gone through an extensive amount of analysis, and I want to thank our staff for doing a fine job with our analysis over the entire budget, which is quite a task. So the work of these hard women and men goes on. I'd like to ask a few of one of their questions that they came up with, which I think is a very, very good question, considering how extensive of a transition it was with 24-hour shift rotations. And so especially for somebody who's a layperson and doesn't really understand the dynamics of the fire department, and to undergo such a tremendous shift of how, rotating of shifts for 24 hours. In writing, you don't have to do this today, sir, but Chief, the impact, overall impact, can we get a status update over overall impact on the department, to include quality of service? We heard about response times, department morale, staff retention, overtime, things of that nature. Maybe none of that's changed, maybe it's changed, we don't know, but it'd be nice to have overall just a status report update on how the 24-hour shift rotation has impacted the fire department.
Absolutely, we can provide that in writing. Thank you.
President Melendez.
So in last year's CIP, we added some resources to evaluate whether or not we would add an additional West Side firehouse somewhere. I think it was at Genesee section, somewhere over there on that side, southwest. Has there been any progress or thoughts on that since last year's CIP?
Yes. We are constantly evaluating where the calls are coming in through our data analytics. We're evaluating where the new housing units are, the number of people that are moving into downtown, developing potentially new district. So that is ongoing.
Okay, and then I guess in a similar vein then, the modernization at Allen Street and Goodman fire stations, when are those anticipated to be completed, or are they completed?
As you know, they are underway. I will defer to City Engineer Holly Barrett, who can provide you a more detailed
Can ask
response.
tomorrow on CIP. That's fine. Thank you.
Perfect. Very good.
Okay, if no further questions, Chief, everyone from the fire department who showed up today, we appreciate your time, your effort, all that you do, and we are going to recess till 2:45 sharp. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. And yeah, we're joined by all council members, save Councilmember Smith. And we have our last hearing of day 2. Have a good chunk of time set aside to talk to Chief Smith and the police department. So let's open, Chief, with you giving any kind of introductory remarks you'd like to give, and please introduce us to the members of your team you'd like to.
Thank you. I'm joined by my Deputy Chiefs, Deputy Chief of Administration Elena Correa, Deputy Chief of Operations Tom Shaw, Deputy Chief of Community Affairs Sammy Drayton Jr., Commander Chris Kavanaugh, Commander Mike Desane, and then the captains from the various sections of the department. On the civilian side, I have my Budget Director Nancy Alberto and my Director of the Office of Business Intelligence Nick Petiti. I don't have a prepared opening statement. I'm sure most of what we're going to cover and the questions would be covered in anything that I would say in an opening statement anyway, so we're ready to go, sir.
Great. Thank you. I think just based on how the day has gone and how much time we have, I'm just going to make the entire police department section open, section 9, then I'll make sure everyone has a chance. We'll probably just go down the line. I presume everyone will have questions. I'm actually going to start, though, with just some framing budget questions, though, Chief. And then I would just ask council, when you go, please just make sure, in particular for the folks listening at home, to identify what part of the budget you're asking about so people can follow along at home if they want to. So, Chief, I want to talk about, and this may be a question for Suzanne, for Deputy Mayor Burns, all of the above, but looking at page 7, when we think about the overall budget, this is a much smaller increase. It's only a 1% total increase of the police department budget compared to years past, where typically there's some significant, more significant increases. But I do just want to highlight that the actuals in 23-24 were 106. The estimated is for this current year is 108, but the amended is close to 115. So there's only a 1% increase based on those amended numbers, but I'm just surprised at the delta between the estimated and amended. So I'd like just to start with some clarity, and maybe it's Chief, maybe it's Suzanne, just where are we in the, like, right now? Do you expect the end of the year total to be closer to that 114?
No, that estimated number is our third quarter report estimate in terms of expenditures, which it's impacted by a large vacancy allowance. Over the past couple of years, we have not adjusted the vacancy allowance as much as we did this coming year, and it's primarily due to being able to gauge what the impact is to overtime of the large amount of vacancies that exist in the police department.
Right. I mean, this is ultimately there's a lot of operational stuff that I know everyone's going to want to get into. I just want to frame the kind of dollars and cents here, and what you just described is exactly what's very challenging about the police department budget right now, is that there's a mixture of a lot of vacancies, a lot of overtime, and it's not always very clear to understand what's happening. So can you give a little bit more detail around that?
Do you want that in writing, or do you want to talk about it?
No, I'd like to talk about it if you don't mind.
I mean, it does not just relate to vacancy savings. There are other savings in the department in terms of professional services, honoring prisoner agreements. So it's a mix of both savings on the personnel side as well as savings on supply and service side. And like I said, I think if you'll recall, the past few years, we've come back and had, maybe not last year, but the couple years before that, we've had to come back and do a budget amendment in terms of overtime, booking additional revenue related to special events reimbursement for overtime. So we were hedging the past couple of years that, you know, we don't need to. We've got a decent sized vacancy allowance. Given our financial issues with this upcoming year in terms of sales tax and other revenue, we said this is the year we got to take the vacancy allowance. So.
Got it. So I'd like to understand how those dollars are broken out.
Okay.
In writing as a follow-up, just understanding what the difference in the vacancy allowance was.
We can do that.
And let me turn now to Chief, to a question that is probably both operational and budget, because I don't want to give the sense that the dollars and cents are all that matters related to this question. It's also about officer wellness. It's also about performance. It's also about the community response. How are we in terms of overtime and including things like mandated overtime, et cetera, given the number of vacancies? And actually, can you start by telling us what are the number of vacancies, Chief?
Sure. Excuse me. So total number of sworn vacancies as of yesterday was 120.
And so given that, how are things going in terms of overtime and mandated overtime and things of that nature?
So mandated overtime is virtually non-existent.
Great.
Which again was the goal. Dollars and cents are important, but it's more important to not burn folks out, and that was one of the goals that we were really looking at when we reorganized 2 years ago. That's for a couple reasons. First of all, again, the sections are still short. I'm looking at it here. If you look, just in officers, Lake section is 18 vacancies. Genesee section is 16 vacancies. Goodman is 12. Clinton is 14. And then the rest are, spread through. We've kept some supervisor vacancies. We have 3 sergeant vacancies we haven't filled. We have other supervisor vacancies in other areas of the department. But remember, that 720 number, we're designed to operate, even from the get-go, we're designed to operate below that 720 number because we can't overhire, which means we're always behind in hiring. So that gives us the gap that year that, hey, we hire there in training. The real problem is, that recruit class of 50 that we lost, we just can't make that up. That's what put us behind. We're keeping up with retirements basically right now is what we're doing. But if you put that 50 back into play, then that puts us about 70 short. We're designed to operate 50 or so short anyway. So then you're talking about 20.
And since the reorganization, so it sounds like there's been real success in terms of being able to bring down mandatory overtime. How are operations generally speaking given the new reorg?
So, well, we've introduced a new dynamic to the special events unit. We've started to do a lot of scheduling and a lot of overtime details through special events for a number of reasons. The first one being, and remember, not everything through the special events unit are reimbursed. So, for example, we have officers at Parcel 5 through the special events unit that's non-reimbursed. Any things that tick up where we need a temporary staff rather than going to section level overtime, we'll put it through special events. It gives officers an opportunity to volunteer. We have no problems filling them. They're 4-hour blocks, which is a savings if we can do 4-hour blocks instead of 8. And it's a more equitable distribution department-wide. So special events puts a calendar out, department-wide people, volunteers sign up, go work, regardless of their section of assignment. Section level overtime traditionally stays within that section. So it really, it spreads the workload out. It makes it voluntary. And a lot of officers they would rather work a special event and set their calendar so they know what they're working. And, well, I know if I'm working this 4 hours, I'm not going to get held over for 8 at the end of my shift, which is really how this all started. So the bar detail is another good one. We have an early bar detail now and a late bar detail. The bar detail is not reimbursed, but obviously we've seen the value in that. So there's quite a few things out there, and again, by doing it through special events, it's given us more flexibility and eliminated a lot of the forced overtime.
Thank you. I'll certainly have some additional questions, but I'm going to start at the end with Council Vice President Harris and give everyone a chance to ask a couple of questions, and we'll probably have round two if we'd like.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair Gruber. I'm going to start by saying thank you to the men and women in law enforcement. Today we had the pleasure to have your mounted patrol and your traffic enforcement people in our classroom today, so that was a pleasure. Coordinated by Officer Sergeant Justin Collins. So I'll start by going to page 2 where you have the departmental highlights, where you highlight the Easton Entertainment District Initiative and the satellite office at the Urban League of Rochester. And these two kind of like talk about what I would describe as overall community policing approaches. One is like a unique partnership with a neighborhood organization, and then the other one is just the typical expectation that most of us identify as community policing. Is there any plans to address that in the overall budget to extend that to additional neighborhoods?
No, there's not at this time. I mean, the Urban League partnership is great. So every Monday I have my executive A staff meetings. One day a month we have them off-site at the Urban League. They're happy to host us. So, it's a great face-to-face relationship. And then there is space available for officers as they're going about their duties to stop in, say hi, meet the folks, which is nice. The East End, I have dealt with the problems at the East End for many, many, many years, as we all know. And it's a very unique animal and a very unique situation. But, quite frankly, I have to say courage to the administration for letting me do what, quite frankly, I've wanted to do for the past 7 years and work to set up this entertainment district, which, although initially, people don't like change, but it's worked extremely well. And, the business is coming back, the patrons are coming back. We have a great relationship with all the business owners down there. And I just see good things coming out of it.
Good. And I see that too, and I encourage you guys to continue, but I also would like to, make some suggestions for consideration. Mm-hmm. Is that many of us who live, on the west side, we have somewhat of entertainment or business districts. We like to see that model extended to the west side as well.
Yeah, and one of the areas that I know the chief knows that I also talked about possibly, but this would require cooperation with some other agencies, is also down in Charlotte in the summer. So that's another one that could happen. And I'm glad you asked about the East End District, because the numbers of instances that we had down there were absolutely ridiculous and out of control. And you had people who at first talked about what we were doing, never even visited, never been down there, had a lot of comments on the East End and what we were doing. Oh, you're making it a police state and all these other things. Turns out that wasn't the case. And now every week in the deputy mayor's area, we meet with all the businesses in the East End on a regular basis. And you know how many issues we've had down there since September? Zero. And if we had not listened to the neighbors that live there, and we really listen to the neighbors, because people forget there's Gardner Park where people live, and other streets that abut there where people actually live. That was the main reason for that. We love the entertainment. We think that's important and should be a part of our overall city. But the most important thing down there was the neighbors that actually live there, that go to bed at 11 o'clock, right? And don't want nonsense happening in their neighborhood. So we listened to them. I'm glad we did. I'm glad that we stayed focused on actually talking to, one, the people that actually live there, and two, the neighbors that actually operate their businesses there. But if we had pulled back and not done that, we would not have seen the success that we're happening. And now we have a brand new music entertainment venue that's going to be open there. But more importantly, now we're seeing new life being brought to that area, and we're seeing good community spirit being brought with the neighborhood organizations that are there and the business association that's there. That's flourishing. And in fact, we just got their chief. I don't know if you saw it. We just saw their newsletter that they just that they just put out. So collaboration and cooperation is so very, very important. And this is an example of us taking action on something and bringing people together, as opposed to just trying to let chaos reign or try to exploit it for silly purposes.
I agree. And just as a suggestion, just spread that over to the west side. and then I'll go on. Thank you. I have a couple other questions. I noticed on page 15, you have identified a few of the grants that are, it looks like they're no longer in this budget. They've been decreased from this budget. One is the Domestic Abuse Response Team, the Motor Vehicle Theft and Insurance Fraud Grant, High Visibility Enforcement Campaign and Grant Funding. And then on the other side, I've seen that we've receiving $383,000 Strive funding. So could you tell me, how does that offset what you're doing in operations, and does that affect day-to-day operations? How does those things work?
Day-to-day operations, no. We are very excited about the Strive grant, and I'm going to turn it over to Commander Dessain. He's our point person for that, and he attended all the onboarding sessions in Albany. Commander?
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thanks, Chief. So the Strive grant is a statewide targeted reduction in intimate partner violence. That's the acronym for it, is Strive. It is working collaboratively with our county partners to develop evidence-based strategies to reduce domestic violence within the city and the county of Monroe. As you know, the city experiences approximately 52% of all Monroe County domestic incident reports. The Governor's Office, DCJS, have recognized this statewide problem and awarded 20 counties $35 million total, $2.3 million specifically awarded to Monroe County. Our partners include our host, which is Willow, along with the Rochester Police Department, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, Monroe County Probation, Monroe County Legal Aid, along with the Monroe County District Attorney's Office. DCJS has teamed up with the Geiger Institute to implement a danger assessment for law enforcement, otherwise known as DALE. Throughout the state of New York, this assessment model will help law enforcement along with victims of domestic violence. It's our hope that working together with our partners, we can strategize ways to combat domestic violence, focusing on known repeat offenders and being more responsive to our victims of domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank you. So does that work that he's doing, that's completely separate than those other grants?
Well, so that's taking the place of what was formerly the DART program for domestic violence, which, I mean, DART was really just an overtime thing, send officers out, do some follow-ups. It was not a very holistic program, which this is. It has civilian positions that we need to bring on board for analysts, custom notifications, things like that. And the DALE model that the commander mentioned is actually based on our smart policing initiative that we piloted a number of years ago in Rochester, looking at violent retaliatory disputes. It's the same thing. What they're looking to do is the current domestic incident report, they want to put a rating scale on it, much like our SPI form that we've used for years, that lets them grade not level of severity, but the propensity for repeat offenders to decide how best to triage it and then apply a remedy.
Thank you. So I appreciate that, and I'm glad that we were able to, add more support to domestic violence. As you guys may not know, or most of us know in this room, that's one of the most common forms of violence in this city, and it happens more often than most of us know. I would like to shift to asking questions about your specialized units. It's just a general question. Are there any equipment needs for specialized units? Is that adjusted in this budget? In particular, SWAT K9, for example.
I'm going to refer that to the TCA or Nancy.
Hi there. Are you asking if there's anything in addition that we may ask funding for?
Yes. So, I mean, is there any of that captured in this budget, any additional to what you already have?
Most of the grants that we have already been asked for, that you have information on.
Okay.
And any equipment that we need to purchase, it would be going through CIP as well.
Okay. So if SWAT or K9 unit needs additional vehicles or anything, that will go through the CIP, so we can address that during the CIP hearing? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Good, thank you. And then my final question, excuse me, Chair, can you provide, you talked about the staffing, Chief, that we're down 120 sworn vacancies right now. Does that include your office staff or your administration and road patrol? How does that break down?
Yeah, well, we eliminated a spot or two in the administration as well, and shifted things around. So, yeah, we're trying to do more with less and kind of spread the wealth.
Okay, so then, and then this would just be a follow-up. With the less, the vacancies that you have now, if you were to get a sweet spot, even though you may not ever get the whole 120, how many officers would you like to have?
Well, again, we're designed to operate that certain number short because the hiring process is so long. So, 60, I think 60 to 70 would put us in a very, very good position.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Can I just add, you had a question about any capital items that we may get grants for. Those are actually included off budget in the capital grants fund. So they always come to City Council to be appropriated, but they do not appear in the city's cash capital budget or in the operating budget.
Thank you for that clarity.
Vice President Harris, happy to move on, but there's also, if you had other questions, you don't need to feel rushed. We can come back for round 2, though.
I do have another question. I'm glad you asked. Go on to page 14, where it says Community Affairs Division. You guys have identified in here enforced vehicle and parking regulations. And just want to try to see, how do you address that? Because I thought, if I'm not mistaken, parking was handled by the parking division. So could you kind of explain what that means for this budget?
Yeah, so police officers also still have the ability to do parking enforcement. The day-to-day does fall on the parking division. We tend not to do parking enforcement unless it's special circumstances, a vehicle that's blocking something that's more an immediate hazard, a vehicle in, say, a bus zone for a school that needs to be removed before the buses can come in, something like that would fall to us.
Okay, thank you. And then I think I'm all set for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I want to start with a thank you. Thank the men and women in blue for the job that you do every day protecting our citizens. And I know oftentimes you may not hear that enough as far as thank you, especially coming from, certain folks. But I just wanted to take that opportunity to thank you guys for what you do. The second one is a praise report to just say a part of that thank you and a part of kind of what the mayor was alluding to about listening to citizens. And of course, we as council members are also citizens living in this community. And I want to just say how responsive, Chief, you have been. Your staff, Deputy Chief Correa, has been. I chair public safety, so I'm working with you guys on a monthly basis. I see Captain Mura in the house, who's been a day one with our Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition. You support all of the work that this council has been doing significantly over the years. And I want to say I had a recent situation with a incident on, I believe it's Lake Avenue, where there's these pop-up parties that are popping up in these areas, and this was getting very, very serious and could have turned into a violent situation. I contacted the chief, I contacted the captain, Mike Jones, who mitigated the situation, and come to find out these people are like nuisances just moving around our city, causing all kind of havoc in situations, and it was really getting to be a situation. I have not received any more calls concerning that situation. So I just wanted to say thank you, because you guys were very, and from what it was sounding like, that could have gotten very ugly situation. So I wanted to thank you for that, and hopefully these guys are been caught and stop doing that nuisance that they've been doing around our entire city. Then I'll get to my 2 questions, or my 3 questions, and maybe a follow-up. And I don't know, I'm going to say page 8, only because it falls under the Office of the Chief and Business Intelligence. I know Nick Petitti's in the room, and I appreciate the work that he's been doing. Please provide, I don't know what specific page it may also reference. But please provide a status update regarding the partnership with Measures for Justice for the implementation of a recently launched Commons portal. Will RPD be conducting any community engagement efforts to educate the public about this portal? In the event there are any data gaps identified by the community, is there any way for the community members to expand the metrics tracked by the portal? And you don't have to answer this question.
No, I got it.
Yes, sir.
So the portal went up, and Measures for Justice did a soft rollout. They actually have a very public event planned coming up for the for the big release. So you'll be seeing that, and we'll be doing some PR stuff along with that. Measures for Justice also put in place, they have they call it a CAB. It's their civilian input group that works with us. So yes, any folks that have suggestions or anything that comes up, they have a mechanism in place on their side. Again, this is this is their program. We made an agreement that we would partner with them and provide our data, but the creation of it, the structuring of it, and then all that goes with it is just on them.
Well, I appreciate it, Chief, because with the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition, one of the things that we've been doing is as well as the creating the gun trace data report. That was because when I was talking about data, we brought this up in another one of our hearings as well, that the significance of how this data helps us to track, prevention opportunities and strategies around dealing with, various gun violence and violence types of situations. So we're excited about that, to see any type of, especially open face thing that's community faced, and we're working to try to not only have another gun trace data report, but also to look at having a data hub, if you will, that may fill in some of these other gaps that our general open data portal doesn't share. There's a lot of information that's missing, if you will,
yes,
or that's asked. So I'm very excited about this and the opportunities that we have to build out further models. With that being said, and talking about data, in 2018, this is more of a question of understanding, and I'm tying it into the vacancy piece because I don't know how much this impacts this. But in 2018, I remember touting or hearing that we had an 80.9% arrest rates in homicides. And my hats go off to, I see Investigator Frank Camp in the room and others who work in that space, but that was like significant. I mean, we were like, wow, right? I don't know where but I also remember the shooting arrest rate was much lower. And then there was a shift, if I remember correctly, from giving the shooting, taking the same type of approach towards homicides, towards shooting. So giving them an investigator. So where are we in that now, 2025? First of all, what is our arrest rate for homicides today?
So currently, homicide clearance rate for this year is around 85%.
Amazing.
Frank? Am I right with 85, Frank? Okay.
That's incredible. Okay.
For the non-fatal shooting portion, I'm actually going to call on Captain Marone, who runs the non-fatal shooting program. Just again, a quick overview. This was a pilot program. The state was looking for a couple cities to try this out. We jumped on board, so we actually got some funding to fund some paid positions. So did the DA's office. So the idea is the non-fatal shooting teams, that being a detective, someone from the DA's office, respond to the scene, handle the case from the get-go, just like we would a homicide, instead of having a patrol officer handle the initial investigation. And then as far as the success and where we're at, I will let Captain Marone speak. Brian, if you don't have a microphone, you can come up to the podium.
Just hit the button when, make sure it's green, sir. There you go. Yeah, you're tall. Now, you see, this is why I wanted to bring out this information. You don't see that in this budget, right? But this is the type of stuff, in my opinion, and because I do this work and through the coalition, right? And one of the recommendations the coalition gave back in 2018, 2019 was to do just that, to treat the non-fatal shootings as homicides. It was good to see that that opportunity became available. But when we, and if we look at how we build out and spend money, we should really be investing in these types of situations, because this is what's really helping to bring in part of it, because it's not just one thing fixes it, right? It's I know it's a very complicated problem with dealing with homicides and shootings, etc. But this is very important because, in my opinion, and I know, you know, if people know they're not getting away with this stuff, right, then they're going to be less likely, and they're being held accountable, and they're going to be less likely to be doing these types of things, right? And that's community policing, in my opinion, to its highest degree, when people are being held accountable for these types of crimes. So that's why I asked those numbers. We hadn't heard that information in a long time, at least I haven't in a while, as to where we are. And I know the mayor's a lot reluctant about throwing out, because, you know, numbers and saying how things are going, because, you know, it could get bad real quick.
Because you get haters that don't believe it, and that's why Measures for Justice is so important.
Mm-hmm.
But and we should have reported on this more widely, but 2024, so not even counting about, let's put aside the clearance rate for this year.
Sure.
Which is above 80+%. But 2024, the clearance rate was 85% in 2024. And you mentioned that when we celebrated, I was with you when we celebrated the other number that was 80, it was 84%. And that went from 62% from which it was in 2021. So that's a huge achievement. Obviously, we want to be at 100%, but still, to be at 85%, that is a big deal, to be over 20 percentage points. And I couldn't agree with you more, because when you see that you're going to be held accountable for it, you're going to change. And I think this is also where Measures for Justice can help, because Measures for Justice, and I met with Amy Bach when I first got into office, and we finally were able to do this. What they're calling this release at the end of the month, because they can help us with the transparency piece, because sometimes you need a third-party provider. It's like our bond rating agencies, right? We can say, hey, we got good credit, but when you have the bond rating agency say it, people tend to believe it a little bit more. You get people that might say, oh, that's good, but it's the national, you know, the national average is going down too. But we're way above the national average as it relates to that. In terms of your other point on data, the Measures for Justice calls this new release that they're putting out a groundbreaking data platform, co-created with community members, which provides insights into how the police do their work. And that's a separate organization that's doing that. So thank you for bringing that up, because I think that it's very important that we utilize third-party providers in addition to providing our data, so that way it's transparent, number one, and number two, people can decide what they want from that. There still will be people to say they don't believe the 85%, though, you know. But it's important that we, I think, as a community, put out what's out there. And you're right, we didn't top the 85% last year at all. We didn't.
So it's just like parenting, right? When parents tell the kids something, you know, they don't believe it until they hear it from somebody else, right? So then it becomes reinforced. But I just wanted to put up, you know, see how that, what are we doing in this budget that we make sure that we support these types of things, because this is very, very critical and important, in my opinion. And I also like to see us, like what you're doing around recruitment. I see your recruitment is heavy. I think that also these PSAs around, you know, we used to have the project where, you know, it tells you, you know, you're going to get, I forget what it was called, exile, right? And the billboards and say, look, you know, you do this, you're going to get this amount of time. It'd be, and I'm not trying to jinx us or anything, but I'm saying, and I'm not trying to, because we should have, like I said, we should be at 100. Until we get to that, then we got much more work to do. But it'd be nice to hear that, like, look, you know, you do these crimes, you know, you're this likely that you're gonna get held accountable, you know. And I know that that's the narrative that we've been hearing in our community, is that people are not being held accountable. They just keep getting out of jail because of state laws and all these kinds. So that's seems to be the narrative that keeps running through the community. And then people think, oh, I can steal that car. I can just do it because I'm going to get away. Yeah, but in this situation about shooting somebody and killing somebody, you're going to jail. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be held accountable in this city. And I think that that's very important. And we as council members should be supporting, because when I hear vacancies, and now you just explained that it was a grant that you got that helped you get these positions and pay for these positions, what happens when the grant funding goes out? How do we sustain that going forward? I think is critical.
I think, Chief, add here, I think that this is why it's critical that you continue to support our initiative around GIVE, because that GIVE is really, really huge, as well as the non-fatal shooting project. So your support, you've supported GIVE extensively over the years. I think that that has been absolutely critical. So continuing to talk to the state with us and other entities to say that these GIVE dollars, Rochester continuously, because I say, hey, you're not giving us more in state aid. Well, if you can't do that, at least hook us up on the GIVE side. And we've been getting great responses in terms of our increase in GIVE funding, and that's in this budget. More may come, but GIVE is in this budget, and that is what is supporting all of the work that is driving down shootings overall. We're not where we want to be, but driving down shootings overall and increasing clearance rates. So we need that continued sustained support for GIVE as well.
Thank you.
So just on GIVE, I mean, we're in the process, obviously. GIVE follows the same budget cycle as we do. So we're ending one GIVE cycle, and we've been putting together the budget for the next one. We did receive more money again this year, and that's an anomaly, too, because GIVE was designed, and the state had told us that the cities, as you become successful, we're going to take your funding away because you don't need it. Rochester has become the model and is, so they like to call us GIVE compliant, but they hold us up as the model. So they're actually adding more funding. It's not going to be going to overtime. We're going to add a couple analysts assigned to the project in MCAC. So specifically an analyst that's going to be assigned to the violence prevention section, which we haven't had before, an analyst that's going to work at our group violence intervention, which I'm sure we'll talk about at some point during this, and more on the probation side, the custom notification side. So although it's increased, we're not just lumping it into, all right, we're doing more hotspot policing. We're trying to build it out programmatically.
Final question, Mr. Chairman. As far as I remember last year, and I'm not sure if it's in here or where it may lay, Chief and Mayor, but we really went through an extensive process of looking at the officer wellness program and how that's managing. Being down 100 and something 120 vacancies, as well as non-mandatory overtime, but I'm sure that people are taking advantage of opportunities if they can, and the whole climate of what we see happening in our policing across the country. Where in the budget, or what is how's the wellness program that was initiated? I believe it's always been some type of program, but it was changed a little bit off Deputy Chief Correa. I just kind of want to hear a little bit about that in regards to this budget.
Okay, so for the wellness unit specifically, I'm going to let the DCA answer that. But outside of wellness, I have to also promote the Flower City Chaplains, which is an independent program that started with the Irondequoit Police, and then we kind of brought them on board. I have a number of police officers in the department, including myself, that are now certified chaplains, and we've introduced them to the fire department and ECD as well, for them to be able to provide some support to their employees. And Chief, talk about the wellness unit.
Yes. So the wellness unit is very strong. Last year we hired a clinician, and she has been wonderful. She's a huge asset to our team and to the department. We are also, and I know we spoke about this last year, but we're still exploring the idea of an officer wellness dog, and we're hoping to get that dog this year. Just need to work out some logistics. We still have a ton of resources that are available to our officers, including our officer assistance program. We still have our fitness for duty doctor. We also are initiating a peer support team that's brand new, so that's something that we're going to initiate. We're reviewing it right now, and we'll select that team and have the training done hopefully within the month. So that's been in addition to the officer wellness program, which has been a huge success based on the data that we've received.
Well, thank you. And my final is last is a comment. Being a business owner in one of the more challenged communities on Jefferson Avenue, I can say I have seen an extensive amount of police presence over the last month or so on Jefferson that I'm not used to seeing in the past, as consistent as it has been, especially going into the hot summer months. And we literally had someone overdose in front of my building on yesterday. And thank God we had Narcan on hand that one of the barbers administered. But nonetheless, I want to say, thank you to the chief and the mayor for the strategy around that, because this is the time when we typically see more gunplay, more activity. But the officers have not only been stationed in their cars, but they've been getting out of their cars and they've been walking by, and that's been very refreshing as a resident and as a business owner.
So what you're actually seeing, Councilman, is the results of our partnership with our IT in our PNI pilot project, which, if you like, I can have Deputy Chief give you a quick synopsis of it. Deputy Chief Drayton.
PNI is Police Network Investigations that we're working with our IT to do a pilot over in the Jefferson Avenue area. Basically, what it is it's not, I want to make sure I note that it's not over-policing. What we're doing is we're having a high police presence there to identify the issues that are going on in that area, as well as work with some of the community stakeholders in that area to find out what we could do better to give them services. At that point in time, it's not a one-time hit where we just go there for a couple of months and eliminate the situation. What we're doing, we're going to stay there, and we're going to put some things in place where we stay there and keep doing enforcement so it doesn't just go away and the problem returns.
And we picked Jefferson too because not too far from where your business is, we've got a strong partnership with Baccarat Muslim Charities that is running our neighborhood ambassador program, and they're going to be going into their second year. So we said, let's build upon the work that's already happening there to continue to build it out, and then bring in RIT, who we're also hope to bring in with our other project that we're working on as well. So hopefully we'll make a difference, and we'll be able to have some good positive stuff to report on changes that take place in that neighborhood by engaging community members on the ground who are already doing the work there, and also eliminating any nuisances that might be disrupting quality of life issues over there.
Councilmember Lupien.
Yeah, it's nice to hear some of these positive accomplishments. I have some follow-up questions on some things we already talked about. The mental health program, if I believe, was there an app that was associated with that?
Correct. It was a Cortico app. However, due to the lack of use, we discontinued that, and we are researching a new app at this time.
Okay. I remember, I think DC Shaw, you were involved in that in the beginning, if I remember, and there was a lot of excitement about results of a survey from officers that were interested in participating. So do we know, is it just the app itself that wasn't successful, or was there a drop in officers that were interested in participating?
I believe it was the app itself, based on the data, and we added different solutions and different resources, and we actually did another survey and asked, what would you like to see in the app? We continue to provide that information. I just think they found other resources on their own. So like I said, we're continuing to look to see what we can find that they can use. I know the city of Rochester put out an office, not an officer wellness app, but a wellness app for all employees that they can utilize as well. I really think the clinician we have in place, who is available 24/7, has really helped. They like that one-on-one contact or phone call versus looking on an app for something. We found that her being in place has been more successful than the app itself.
And that makes sense.
In the Cortico app, we were able to get that at a substantial discount because the county sheriffs went with it. So we were able to kind of piggyback on them. And that's why we did it, because it was a substantial discount, but we weren't really able to, shop and compare or look at what we really wanted for us at the time.
Right. Do you feel like that one clinician is enough, or if there's more demand?
Great question. I do not feel she is enough, and we are exploring again to see how we can expand that program.
It reminds me, in a lot of our high schools, there's one, clinician for 700 students, and it's never enough. Thank you. In terms of the vacancy allowance, can we get a number on that? And then it sounded like you had some prediction of over time that that vacancy would generate.
Correct.
Can that too. In terms of the business intelligence data unit, they talk about strategic projects. Can we get an idea of what those are?
Nick?
Sure. So we have three main components in OBI, particularly surrounding FOIL. We have a unit of 3 people that handle FOIL. They process about 5,000 FOILs that are specific to the city of to the police department. That includes requests for body-worn camera video, any kind of data request that comes through the FOIL process, any kind of report. They get slammed with requests. So they spend a lot of time doing that. We have a data analysis unit that handles strategic projects for the chief's office. They were instrumental in reorg workload. They do a lot of program and policy evaluation from a data analysis standpoint. And then we have a systems administration team that handles all of data governance for the police department, working in conjunction with IT, and then managing all of our RPD specific applications. And that includes recent purchases of body-worn camera and a digital evidence management system, integrations with the district attorney's office for discovery process, onboarding the new benchmark analytics system, which we have used primarily to start with, modernizing and digitizing our training records so that we actually have a up-to-date version of all of the trainings that we offer and who takes them. We just rolled out performance evaluations through benchmark, and we are now in the data mapping stage of our early intervention system switching to benchmark. So those are a few of them.
Thank you. There was a project maybe to use AI to, or maybe OCR, I forget, but about is it subject resistance reports and digitizing those?
Yes.
How's that project?
Sorry. Yep. We did have a project grant initially as a 1-year grant where we did OCR all of our reports so that we actually had data on subject resistance reports. We then parlayed that into a larger grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance to try to use the lessons learned in the original grant on body-worn camera video. So right now we are in a partnership with BJA and our research partners at RIT to catalog and transcribe all of our stored body-worn camera video and try to be able to identify individuals inside the video, identify the text associated with those individuals, and then do some object identification, ultimately if this thing works out, and then use all 3 of those different components to identify patterns for training.
Okay. Is there the capability to see inconsistencies between the subject resistance report and the body-worn camera footage? Say if the report was different than what the footage showed?
Yeah, part of the initial proposal for the grant was to start looking at the validity of the OCR that we did with the SRRs, with the subject resistance reports. Sorry.
Right. I guess, yes, there's how well it transcribed it, but sometimes maybe there's an inaccuracy in how it was written. Is that being tracked at all?
Not yet. I mean, we're early on in this stage. All of these things that we're trying to do are theoretical. There is no commercial product available, no matter how much.
We get lots of emails about that.
Yeah. So all of this stuff that we're doing with RIT and their research computing lab, it's all open source. There's no black box in any of this stuff, so you can see all of the code. We actually call the project OpenBWC, and we are intentionally not using products that don't give scoring, that don't allow to understand what elements go into how they handle any of the AI features, any of the machine learning algorithms.
Okay, that's great. Can we get an update on where we are in the EO 203 recommendations?
We did. I'll provide it in writing again. It's a very long spreadsheet.
When was it last? I know we had gotten it in the past, but when was it most recently sent?
A couple months ago. But I can send it again.
I mean, hopefully there's more.
Yes. I mean, we've kept up with it. We've updated it. It's recently changed hands. Captain Radens, who's taken over, is my captain of special projects, is also exclusively in charge of EO 203 and RAISE now, and he's getting his hands around it. But it has been kept updated. We can provide it.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of traffic stops, can you provide what data we track on traffic stops? Like demographics, location of stop, if there was a search, if something was found. And I understand that some of these maybe are not tracked, but what do we track? And then if there is a traffic stop and a search and nothing is found, does that go away into the ether, or do we have record of it?
There would be a record of it. We have policies that cover those, which we'll provide them to you.
Okay.
It'll make it easier, but I'll make sure those specific ones are sent over. As far as our integration with the TRAX system, I'll defer to Nick in a minute. I know TRAX would track locations, but I don't know to what degree we pull data out of TRAX because it's a state system. So I guess I'll defer to Nick on that. We did just recently with our TRAX update, we added the field to capture race.
I did see that. Thank you.
Well, it's limited. There's not many drop downs, and right now the accepted state policy adopted by all the agencies in the state and recommended by the state is that it's based on officer observations. The big issue that is New York State does not put race on a driver's license. So I actually asked Police Accountability Board if they could do a little research in their policy and oversight about what states do require that as a field on the license, because I think that would make everything a lot easier for all of us if New York State just had a mandated field on the license, and then officers would transfer it from the license to the ticket, and there'd be a lot less room for errors or discrepancies. But we're not there yet.
I look forward to their evaluation.
Yep. Nick, can you speak to how integrated TRAX is with our programs?
Sure. It's not integrated at all.
There you go.
TRAX is a standalone application for tracking motor vehicle accidents and citations issued. So if the general question is around traffic stops in general, it wouldn't be all-inclusive inside of TRAX. Those would only house data where there was a citation issued. We would have to pull data from ECD to get all traffic stop data from the police department. So that question you were asking before about kind of what do we track and how do we track it, it's not as simple as one data set that has all of the data associated with the traffic stop. It might be a couple different data sets. For instance, our search records wouldn't necessarily be in the ECD data. That would be a separate form that's filled out, consent to search, all that kind of stuff. If there is property found, it would be in the property logs. So it would take a little bit to kind of try to put all of those pieces together to form one big picture.
Is this a project that the Business Intelligence Unit could take on? Because being that they're all in different places, there's no way that you guys are able to proactively look at patterns to see if there are a lot of pretextual stops that are happening and nothing is found. That's data I want to know, especially tying into the race flag. It's when Buffalo started tracking it, there was a pattern, and you can't measure what you don't track. And if there could be a way to have a focus be on how do we pull all of this together in a way that we can kind of actively look at it.
Yeah, we've actually already started that.
Oh, well, that's great.
It's going in phases. The first part was to standardize everything that comes out of TRAX.
Right.
Now we're working on the CAD or the ECD section for the data that we get from them on our traffic stops. Those two pieces are combined now, and then we have to start moving into the search component and the property component.
Okay.
But it's coming.
Part of our work with the Lemio branch of the Attorney General's office is working on our policies and procedures for that as well.
Great. Let's see. And you know, great job on raising up the clearance rate for homicides and the way that you're approaching non-fatal shootings. One piece that has been brought to me by several people is just not feeling in the loop as a victim of what's going on, not knowing, you know, I have a good friend whose son was shot 2 years ago and they never heard again what happened. So how is that, what is that process that victims would be able to get an update on their case?
Well, anyone is always certainly welcome to call the office of the chief if they feel that they're not, you know, getting updated or being kept in touch with. It should be a regular part of every unit's duties every so often to touch base.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we're people, sometimes things fall through the cracks. So I encourage anyone, you know, any kind of customer service issue, call the office of the chief,
right,
and get a hold of us.
There's no like formal process though in terms of the day-to-day, you know, operations of, you know, like so much time has gone by, 30 days, now we give them a call.
Yeah, there are, but again,
Okay.
I said sometimes they just
Sure.
they fall through the cracks. We are looking at possibly maybe adding a civilian victim advocate type person to major crimes, but not this year.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
President Melendez.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Want to echo the comments and the sentiments of Councilmember Lightfoot and thank you all for your service to the community. I know sometimes we have some rubs here and there around accountability issues or concerns, maybe even a fight with your union here and there, but in the end, at the end of the day, I just want to make sure you all know that you are appreciated for the service that you provide in our city. So my questions are around community engagement and the Community Affairs Bureau. I asked some of these questions in a similar fashion in the NBD session that we had the other day, but it's specifically around the NSCs and the Neighborhood Service Center. I believe I asked similar questions last year in the budget in terms of the overall strategy. I know that we're down still that number of officers that we've been talking about, but I do want to continue to ask and press on the fact that we have lieutenants now that are split across quadrants, where they were one lieutenant per quadrant. Now we have two covering the 4 quadrants. And also I know community affairs, while it's very high and very important on the communities list, I think is often the place where you can pull extra bodies when you have shortages and things like that. So could you speak to the overall strategy and how we might be able to get back to a higher level of staffing at the neighborhood service centers?
Sure. Some of it I'm going to defer to Deputy Chief Drayton, but in the bigger picture, I can tell you the first change is, and I don't know if you noticed, but Deputy Chief Stith was first Community Affairs, and then when we did the reorg, he was Special Operations and Community Affairs. Deputy Chief Drayton is strictly back to Community Affairs because in my 3 years of doing this now, I have seen the value of having just a Deputy Chief doing Community Affairs, which I necessarily didn't get when I started this journey. I can speak to this year, the CPOs were not pulled and put at Lilac Festival as they were other years. We do not have them filling in for the downtown foot patrol on the corners this year. And we do have several initiatives for them. And I'll let Deputy Chief Drayton speak to exactly what a CPO's day entails.
Good afternoon again, and thank you, Chief. Currently, right now, our staffing is we're supposed to have 4 lieutenants. Right now, we're down. We have 3. We're supposed to have 19 CPOs. Right now, we have 12. So the main thing to do there is try and build up our staffing. But as you already stated, has been stated before, we're 120 short. So when we get staffing up at that point, then we'll look into filling those spots to fill those vacancies. As in the daily day of what my crime prevention officers do is they attend a lot of community meetings, and when they go to these community meetings is when they gather information on quality of life issues in those neighborhoods, such as vacancies, the vacant properties, where they will go to those vacant properties, check them, and see with their property owners. If there's not anything that they can do at that point, they will also facilitate the board up to those properties. They are also right now identifying the panhandler issues that we have in the area. They are identifying them, they're warning them, they're educating them, and then they're going to go ahead and do enforcement when we get to those situations. They also handle neighborhood disputes. Right now they're assisting in homeless outreach or unhoused. Right now they're assisting in that with those initiatives. They do premise checks on businesses. They assist in the eviction process when needed. They provide oversight to the PACTAC when we have those out there doing those initiatives. They complete security surveys. They work with the section coordinators to help identify crime patterns and come up with strategies to address those. Although this is not their primary responsibility, they also assist patrol when patrol needs them out there. So if you need a more thorough list of what the CPOs actually do, because there's a lot more they do.
I'm well aware of what the CPOs do because, you know, so in my day job at Ibero, I've spent probably 16 years collaborating with the neighborhood service centers and specifically CPOs around quality of life type issues in general. And I just can't emphasize enough the value that the crime prevention officers have in the neighborhoods, the relationships that they build with constituents, with community members. And I think while certainly I know the main priority at this point obviously has to be calls for service and responding to calls, I think that the CPOs actually do the work to prevent calls from coming in. And the more we can do on that prevention side and the more we can invest on that prevention side, I know it's a manpower issue, but I just want to reiterate again that if there's anything, obviously I can't wave the magic wand and get 70 new officers, but if there's any way that we can prioritize that as we continue to move forward, I think that would be of significant value and importance to people in the community, because I hear it all the time, everywhere I go.
Well, I think the big difference you'll see this summer is, you know, again, in the past few years, we have pulled them for various things that needed to be covered, and we really have no plans to do that this year. As I said, our special events and our other strategies have mitigated a lot of those issues, so I plan on leaving them. In fact, I want them out on bikes more this year. We sent them all to a bike refresher school, and you should be seeing the CPOs out on bicycles again.
Great news. I do want to ask a little bit more about the P&I program, which I believe, Chief, you said that was a pilot at this point?
Yes, it's a partnership through RIT.
So I'm assuming that that in some level is maybe like a federal grant or external grant, or how does that work?
It was a grant. I'm not sure on which level. Chief Drayton, do you have that?
I'm going to defer to Nick Petiti on that.
We can just, I'll just get you, I'll get it to you.
Yeah, that's fine in writing. So the intentions beyond the pilot potentially could be that this model is propped up in other neighborhoods. Is that what we're looking at?
That is the idea.
Okay. And all right, so I'd love to learn more about the mechanics of that project and how it's working over time.
Okay.
The group violence intervention strategy that you referenced earlier, I know in the budget book it talks about weekly meetings and it's limited to law enforcement agencies.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any community component to that at all at any phase, if it's not the weekly meetings or somewhere else?
So that will be in phase 2, and that's actually the mayor's Rock 360 initiative that I believe you have a project manager in place now.
That's modeled after our Omaha 360. After Omaha 360, what they did in Omaha, we'll be having something similar called the Rock 360. Although we're still debating the name, but we'll have more on that as we do it. We have a project manager that's working on that. And that's going to be a larger community-based project that you'll be hearing about shortly.
Great. So could you, in general, just give us a, since this is newer to us, give us a high-level overview of what this will be?
Yep. I will actually have Commander Kavanaugh do that.
Good afternoon, members of council. For those that you don't know, me, I'm Juan Christopher Kavanaugh, the Special Operations Commander.
Sir, is your mic on? Sorry. Or pull it closer.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
For those of you that don't know me, I'm Long Min Christopher Kavanaugh. I am the Special Operations Commander for the department. Group Violence Intervention, GVI for short, is a collaborative which started in October. It was born out of a strategic meeting between the patrol section captains, and we found that we just weren't identifying enough of the individuals that were causing the firearm violence in Rochester. As you're aware, a small percentage of individuals are committing most of the violent crime in Rochester. So we shifted focus into a group violence intervention with the help of our Heather Rodriguez from our GIVE team, and we basically decided that we were going to bring in all our investigative sections members, and also members of our state, federal, and local partners, including the U.S. Attorney and also the DA's office, into a collaborative where we all got together and exchanged intelligence on firearm violence and the individuals that are creating those violence. And then once we exchanged information, we could develop targets on individuals with the guns based on the intelligence that was gathered. We realized that saturation patrols are a thing of the past. We weren't going to do that, and we weren't going to try to pull rabbits out of our hat. We were going to use intelligence-based policing to do focused deterrence on the individuals creating the crimes. So based on that's what GBI is, and we would send out details. We don't work with all our partners every day, so it's not a task force. We bring them in and we collaborate on strategies when we need to, but it's not an everyday thing, and we do have meetings every Wednesday at the Public Safety Building. As the Chief mentioned, this was only phase 1. Phase 2 will be part of the ROC 360 program, where the public will be exposed to a lot of the information we have relative to what is going on with the gun violence in Rochester.
Great, thank you for that.
So the other great part of that is that, you know, the intelligence that is shared is then disseminated much more than it was before. So a classic example is, in the past calendar year, we had a shooting that happened over in the lake section. There were 2 parties that were disputing that were involved, and the intelligence on that had been disseminated to patrol. Because of that, as soon as the officers in Clinton section were aware of the shooting in Lake section, they had a good idea where the perpetrators' houses were in Clinton section. They went right over there and actually caught them coming home from the shooting in Lake section, and that's just all based on information sharing.
Awesome. Wow. So I want to, you know, in the same vein of community engagement, I want to highlight the Workforce Development Initiative that the department has. I know that I believe Vice President Harris might have nominated, and I believe they were nationally recognized as an award-winning group from the National League of Cities for the work that's being done by the team there. For me, it's one of the positive things you see from the department in the community, even though it's not necessarily employees yet. It's thriving employees, that people that are striving to be employees of the city of Rochester. In that vein, given the vacancy issue that we talked about, that we're trying to recruit from our community, do you feel that this budget appropriately addresses the need for recruitment? I know last year we added, I think, $80,000 towards promotion and things like that related to recruitment. Could you maybe speak to what the strategy will be this year?
Actually, yes, thank you. You know, Justin Collins, Sergeant Collins, is a big driver behind the Workforce Development Program, as you know. Lieutenant Chula from Professional Development has been running recruiting for us. Lieutenant, would you like to come up and give an overview?
I've got a mic here, Chief, if that's all right. I'd happy to
very good. Sorry.
So, you know, as far as the Workforce Development Program and what our strategy is going into this recruitment year, we now participate in 2 tests each year. That's what the state allows at this time, and run 2 academies. So to give you an idea of what the timeline is, historically it would take us about 18 months to process a candidate from date of test to date of hire. We've pared that down through our collaboration with DHRM to 8 months, and then it's 10 months till they're on the road. So in that same 18-month time, we're able to get an officer onto the road from the test. But as far as recruitment, we really view those as two separate entities. So recruitment, you've seen a lot of the new promotional materials. We work with the communications department to update that using focus groups of newly hired officers and things that they would be interested in to guide our advertisements. In addition to that recruitment, we're doing lateral outreach throughout the state as well, letting officers know that Rochester is a great place to work and live. In addition to that, the workforce development program is really more about candidate retention. So once we have them recruited, what can we do in that 8-month period while they're waiting to get that job, while they're waiting to get here? We have early hire programs, internships, including Future Force, as well as Service to Shield. That's a partnership with the DoD for members who are just out of the military using their Skill Bridge program. They'll actually get paid to work for us as interns prior to being hired with the Rochester Police Department. Campus and faith-based outreach partnerships. We have about 15 colleges and 20-plus churches where we are doing our recruitment efforts. And the New American Initiative, Many Roots, One City, builds bridges with refugee communities from Nepal, Yemen, Congo. So that's part of our ground-based recruitment program, as well as the online and new promotional materials for recruitment that we'll be doing this. We're actually in the midst of it right now. September 20th is the test, so tell your friends and family.
Awesome.
Go to our YouTube channel.
Well, I think I don't have any more questions for now. I might circle back if there's time at the end, but I do want to also highlight, honor, and acknowledge Officer Moses Robinson, who retired yesterday. Yes. And I'll say this to him in person when I see him, but Officer Moses Robinson was my high school school resource officer at East High. So we go way, way back, I guess. I won't disclose my age, but I know he's been around for a long time. So really appreciate his service to this community. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll be brief with just a few operations questions and a couple budget questions, and I'll pass it along. I wanted to ask about moving violations. There's actually a proposed increase, according to the budget, in moving violations. And just curious what the, it seems to me that it's been, given all the vacancies, it's very challenging to staff traffic control or traffic patrol. But on page, sorry, I should point you to the page, shouldn't I? I will find it eventually. Or Suzanne, you could probably beat me to the punch. There it is. Page 15 in the summary section. Under, sorry, page 15 in the summary section under fines and forfeitures. Moving violations, there's a projected 18% increase. And I'm just curious, is there a plan behind that to do more traffic patrol?
So that calculation that appears in the summary section from a revenue perspective is something that we in OMB do, not necessarily in hand with the police department. We look at the monthly revenue that's coming in and make a forecast for the upcoming fiscal year. I do have to say the last time we had a conversation at one point with RPD, I think these details with the state police in the city, there have been some additional moving violations written.
But so this is based on what OMB is seeing coming in, not based on any new staffing plans from RPD.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Chief, anything you want to say about that before? I'm fine. I understand the answer. I don't know that I believe the revenue will come in, but that's a different story. But anything you want to add to that?
No, we have no specific plans to increase traffic enforcement. I can tell you in general terms, prior to 2018, the Rochester Police Department averaged around 18,000 uniform traffic summonses a year. An average year now, we issue about 6,000.
Got it.
I will say, I think you've come to know that I'm super conservative when it comes to revenue numbers. And actually looking at what we've been receiving on a monthly basis, that I think that revenue projection is pretty achievable.
Well, I look forward to having this conversation with you next year.
Okay.
And seeing where we're at. I have another question about crossing guards. This is a conversation I had with yourself, Chief, and DC Shaw at one point about some vacancies with crossing guards. I'm wondering where we are with that right now.
I don't know if there's anyone here that has that answer. I may just have to get that back to you in writing.
Okay. I'd like to see two things if possible. One, the number of vacancies, and two, I heard very anecdotally from some people that the rate that we offer to pay crossing guards is not necessarily on par with where it is in some of the suburban towns. 2 years ago at these budget hearings, we learned from staff in aquatics that the same thing was true of lifeguarding. We went out later that day. Mayor Evans acted swiftly. We raised the pay for lifeguards, and we saw a lot more lifeguards come in. Crossing guards, it feels to me like our jobs we should be able to fill. And if we're not paying people the same amount that they are in the suburban towns, I can't imagine it would have a huge budget hit, and I think we ought to do that. Okay. So I'd love to see vacancies and also how our pay stacks up to, pick 3 or 4 suburban towns.
Okay.
Thanks. Appreciate that. A question, Mayor, this is probably for you, but Chief, feel free to weigh in as well. I'm wondering, I understand that the work of the action team is all subject to negotiations with the Locust Club, but I am curious about what the ideal role or relationship between the action team and RPD would be.
I think we can get that for you. I think we can get that for you in writing, in terms of what that interplay would possibly look like. Only because we're still in the middle of some negotiating stuff. So I'd rather get that in writing.
I will accept that. Okay, a couple of quick just budget questions. I'm curious on page 12, Chief, there's a $252,000 increase in rent for Clinton and Goodman sections. Those feel like those are pretty big numbers. I'm curious what's generating that.
I thought so myself. Nancy, do you have an answer for that?
I can take that.
Sure.
It was negotiated with MBD, so we have no control over the rent, and the contract was up and it was renegotiated at that rate.
Got it. And anything else you want to add?
It's basically a rough estimate at the moment. They're still working on the lease, but that is what they basically said to expect, because there was a credit for the other rent, so it was lower than what we would normally be paying. So once they do the appraisal, the rent is definitely going to be significantly higher than it was.
Okay. Interesting and good to know, and only the more reason why we should be constantly thinking about location, which I know is a conversation being had regularly. Tell me, last question, Chief. Tell me why there's a proposed, or what's behind the proposed, or the assumed increase in long-term disability.
Are you looking on page?
Page 9.
Oh, page 9.
And again, maybe this is a number that comes from OMB and not from the RPD, but it stuck out to me as a pretty big number, especially considering where estimated is.
Yeah, again, that's just an estimated guess. We're pretty consistent with our long-term disability personnel. As a matter of fact, a lot of them have been medically retired as of the last couple of years, based on the relationship we have built with New York State retirement system and getting the answers we needed, getting them the materials and the documents that they needed. We've actually decreased these numbers, but we can get more information for you on that in writing as well.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to know what generated that potential or that proposed increase. Thanks. I'll pass it over to Councilmember Martin.
first question is about clearance rates versus case closure rates. Could you describe what you define as a clearance rate and what you define as case closure rate?
Well, I know there's a difference, but I think I'll defer to Nick for the minutia.
Sure. So case closures clearances do count case closures.
Can I just ask everyone to speak a little closer to the mic? Thank
Sure.
you.
Is that better? So typically what counts for a clearance rate is case closed by an arrest adult, case closed by an arrest juvenile, or an exceptional clearance. There are a number of factors that go into what can exceptionally clear a case, but it basically boils down to we know who did it, and there's a reason that we can't go arrest them. We have enough to arrest them, and we can't go arrest them. For instance, they're in prison in another state. They're dead. They're in an extraditable country. Something like that. You could exceptionally close a case. Those are the three things that make up a clearance. If you're talking about year-to-year case closures versus like what the official definition of a clearance rate is, that's a much more nuanced discussion, and it constantly gets conflated. Technically, the federal standard for clearances are about the number of cases that you close versus the number of cases that are open, not necessarily what the outcome of a case that occurred in that year is. What often gets talked about from a clearance rate perspective here, and is on the open data portal, is the current status of the cases that were opened in that year. So if you go on the open data portal and you look at 2025, it tells you how many, let's use murders for this example, how many murders we have had this year and how many of those murders are closed by an arrest.
That's helpful. And in the key performance indicators, you list a percentage of cases that are closed based on different time periods.
Right.
So how do you mean it in this key performance indicator?
So in the key performance indicator, it's essentially those three clearance types: closed by arrest an adult, closed by arrest juvenile, or exceptional clearance. And the reason that we use the time-based metrics is so that every investigation gets an equal time. It's how we normalize the data. Because theoretically, if we caught 2 or 3 murders tonight, they would have 1 day to potentially be cleared versus the ones that happened 6 months ago. Right? It's not an equal comparison. So that's the way to normalize the data.
That's helpful. And there's also some variance in the different harms that are reported. For example, for forcible sex cases, the closure rates within 1 year is 45% versus the closure rate for homicide cases. Can you talk about that number, specifically honing in on the forcible sex cases? Can you explain why those cases are closed around 45% within a year period in compared to homicide cases? Like, what are the reasons? And this is on page 5. I'm looking at page 4 and 5 of the key performance indicators.
Yeah, I would probably defer that to the chief from an investigative standpoint.
Yeah. Can we get it back to you in writing because it's complicated?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
I wouldn't know where to start. It has to do with investigative methods and so
absolutely.
We'll get it back to you.
Also, moving forward, could you provide just a quarterly report to council on overtime expenditures to allow us to keep track?
Yeah, we already have that. Should be able to provide it.
Amazing. And what is your average response time when people call for services? I know it's based on it's broken down into immediate calls, elevated, and normal calls.
Right.
But when all those are combined, because for the person calling, they may not know it fits into one of those three categories.
Right. I don't know it all combined. I can tell you our tier ones still are close to around 6 minutes. The tier twos are a little bit more. You know, the issue we constantly face is our non-priority jobs. You know, some days we keep up. Sometimes you have a non-priority job that may sit for 60, 90, 2 hours, 3 hours. From a customer service standpoint, it is unacceptable, but you know, we staff to cover 90% of the, or 100% of the tier ones 90% of the time. You know, those extra bodies that I mentioned in patrol earlier on that each short, that's where that would come in. We would have so much better customer service if we could make up those 70 bodies or those approximately 20 bodies in each patrol section, because that's where we fall down, is being able to respond promptly to the B jobs.
That's helpful. So for things like car accidents where there's not a serious injury, is there any openness or interest in civilians responding to those kinds of tier 3 calls where, you know, no one is physically harmed, but a police report is needed for insurance purposes?
There are municipalities who have civilianized those units. Again, here it is a labor issue. It would have to be negotiated.
Got it. 2 more questions. So for encampment sweeps, what is the RPD policy? How does RPD get involved in those?
So no encampment is cleared until a minimum of 30 days of outreach is done with the folks in that encampment. And that is multiple contacts, offered services, offered housing. And again, it's not a hard 30 days. We may have, sometimes we let them go a little bit longer. Depending if we feel we're making headway, it's down to one person, we're going to keep doing that outreach. So it is variable, but I can also give you the metrics that we use in writing.
Yes, that would be super helpful, just to be able to collaborate with community and inform them of what may happen. And finally, could you distinguish the new Measures for Justice dashboard versus the existing open data portal?
Well, it's the same data. It's just a different way to look at it. The idea is a more user-friendly, non-police type dashboard, easier to play around in. But again, you know, just to give another layer of transparency. And the Measures for Justice dashboard is only just starting. There's many more fields we plan to add to it. The issue comes into play is, you know, the only other police department right now that they're working with is in California. So they're trying to build their systems so that it would be universal nationwide. But sometimes, you know, with different states' laws, you're comparing apples to oranges. And that's the challenge that they face in building this out. But that is the concept behind it.
Got it. That's helpful. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon.
To follow up with the Strive program, is that something that has already been, that model has been used elsewhere in the country, or is New York State and this Strive a brand new original approach?
I will defer to the commander again.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Strive is new to New York State. I'm not sure if Strive in itself is being utilized in the other 49 states. But I will tell you that DALE, the dangerous assessment threat matrix that we use, is utilized in many states. Thanks.
I certainly look forward to seeing how Strive comes together and starts to make a dent in domestic violence. Going back to NSCs, I wanted to echo President Melendez's comments as far as, you know, the value of the CPOs and making those in-person contacts. Now, we also have currently the 3 lieutenants. We discussed this a little bit at NBD. We're going to be going down to 2 lieutenants, so 1 east side, 1 west side. How is that doubled workload going to be managed, or have there been other kinds of offsets?
There have been some offsets. Again, I think we can provide that to you in writing.
Thank you. Who makes the decisions about the placement of the blue light cameras, and how is that decision made as far as what types of incidents need to be happening to trigger that?
So the blue light cameras is actually a partnership with IT and the administration. So there is a governance committee that decides the location of the blue light cameras. We're at the very early stages of a total replacement of the system. I'm not sure what metrics they're looking at moving forward for placing the new ones, but I'm sure I can get you what we have.
I would appreciate that. My last question is about mounted patrol. I see mounted patrol at different large gatherings and activities. What are they doing on are the horses going out on just kind of patrol or in the neighborhoods so people see them? I just wonder what happens on those off days.
Well, so last summer, because of me, basically, they were sentenced to the Central Business District. You'll see them out and around more this year. But the issue with mounted that we have is the officers assigned also have to care for those horses. So part of their workday is mucking the stalls, taking the trailer to get the hay. Horses eat hay, not straw, I learned. And there's no one on staff to do that. So the riding time that the officers actually get to spend is reduced by the maintenance they have to spend on the stable and the horses.
Do the horses ever spend time just kind of in a field, or are they in the stables primarily?
They're primarily in the stables.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patterson.
Thank you. So I want to echo and share the comments of Councilmember Lightfoot, who expressed gratitude to the men and women of the RPD. I think it's very important in this community that we remember that there's only one group of people as a group of public employees in the city of Rochester that run towards gunfire, not away. So I just want to thank you for that work. I also want to commend you for, contrary to what some council members may well believe, the passion and concern that you show in your regular outreach activities to members of the homeless community who may well be camping in our city in violation of our policy. For the record, Chief, could you state what that outreach effort is called as opposed to it being called an encampment sweep?
It's outreach. It's outreach, and then it's, in the end, if need be, it's relocation.
Okay. And so in the course of doing that, we do not simply grab their items and throw them in dumpsters. That is not a factual statement. That's not something that we do.
No, anything that we take custody of by our general orders has to be stored.
Okay. So, and I say that because as a district council member in a district that is heavily affected by this negative behavior, where I get phone calls from constituents, in particular folks like the gentleman who lives on Oscar Street that we covered in the earlier session with RPD, where folks are actually concerned about fire and the destruction of property in their neighborhood. I've lost multiple buildings in the Northeast to fire. You know, it's important that we do the outreach to these folks, and RPD is a component of that outreach. Is that correct?
So we go along on the outreach basically for safety presence. The officers are not in their normal uniforms, and they, in general, not contacting these folks. That is done by the civilian outreach workers.
Okay, thank you, sir. So just some general, so use an acronym here a couple of times, CPO. What does CPO stand for?
It stands for Crime Prevention Officer. It actually, years ago, was a separate school and certification that we sent officers to. They are assigned to the Community Affairs Bureau. It is a transfer from patrol, and again, emphasis on quality of life, community relations, community affairs.
Chief, I have to tell you, so I'm literally the old man on council. I'm the oldest person on council, and I'm the longest serving member of council. And I remember one budget year, there was a proposal to cut crime prevention officers. And the Northeast District, the residents of the Northeast District came to this council, and they strongly advocated to keep crime prevention officers in the Northeast. And I'll never forget, I had a constituent who said, I don't like the police, I don't trust the police, but I trust and I like my crime prevention officers. Those were the two Erics. They are still legendary in the Northeast, even though they're both retired.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm probably showing my age, but I remember when I came on, there were 7 sections, and there was only 7 crime prevention officers. Each captain had 1.
Wow.
And there were no NSC officers and no NSC lieutenants, so we've come a long way.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned NSC lieutenants, sir, because I am very disappointed in the deployment of our NSC lieutenants, our current deployment of NSC lieutenants. The notion, and I got a great NSC lieutenant that I'm sharing with the Northwest. I don't know how, in good conscience, it's even rational to believe that one lieutenant with a mission of crime prevention, supervising those officers, can do the work that I've seen other NSC lieutenants do over the years. I remember seeing NSC lieutenants at midnight in the Northeast. I remember seeing NSC lieutenants everywhere. And, you know, one NSC lieutenant has half the city, and that's how it's been running. And now the proposal is to go, you know, which, you know, just being totally district council member, we're half the city, the Northeast and the Northwest. We probably account for the vast majority of calls. No shade to the South District, because they got a lot of issues over there. East District, they get an NSC lieutenant? I ain't gonna go there. But the notion that we can't find a way to have 4 NSC lieutenants, you know, I'm happy to hear that you're making a commitment to the redeployment. You know, we're not going to grab them here. You're not going to. I'm happy to hear that. But they need their bosses too, because that's part of that force multiplier. I mean, I remember, I literally remember times when I've been out, when I was out Ubering years ago, and it must have been like 1, 2 in the morning. I'm over on Central by the bars, and there's an NSC lieutenant talking, just working. That's that forward deployed, doing the work at all of the community meetings. The job's crime prevention. Y'all got patrol ripping and running, but it's that those other relationships we need. And sir, I need my own NSC lieutenant. Northwest, you need your own NSC lieutenant? South District, you need your own NSC lieutenant?
On the record, absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Lupien, you need an NSC lieutenant? You might want to get on the mic. I think we'd like to hear that.
So, well, yes, Councilmember Patterson.
Oh, okay, thank you. So even the people we think about the police agree that we need NSC lieutenants.
So Chief, this is going to be Councilmember Patterson's new thing, because I got him a second library in the Northeast.
Well,
so now
it only took 12 years.
Now it's going to be the NSC lieutenant.
Well, so right now we're actually at 3. Lieutenant Cotsworth is here. He's been out injured. There are 3 on the books.
Okay.
So the work is split between the 2. I have a couple pending retirements coming up. We're looking at the fall. We haven't made any hard and fast decisions about if we go with 2, we go with 3, we go with 4. So I will definitely take it under advisement.
I like to strongly urge you and tell us what you need to get to 4, sir. That, I guess that's the question and the request. Tell us what you need to get to 4.
Okay.
You know, I'm happy that we're getting our crime prevention forward deployed, taking some of that load off patrol officers in the community, back on the street. You know, before I was a council member, I knew about the Erics, because the Erics would literally run around and board up buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't their job, but they sure did it. I know they did it because I watched them do it. They did above and beyond. They made, you know, the funny thing about being an elected official, and even definitely with you guys as police officers, you are always under the microphone. Under the microscope. The community is always watching you. They always see you, and whether they say anything or not, when they notice that Eric's walking around doing this and doing that, that's why the Northeast came here to say, those dudes right there, those are our dudes. So that's the advocacy that I'm pushing for today. So on that note, I'm done for now, and thank you.
We'll give people a chance for one or two last questions. President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to bang the drum a little bit more. Not only did they board up houses, they did things like help with community projects and build fences and different things to address prevention in the neighborhood. So I just think that this is something that I don't believe will go away. If the community continues to, I can say it again though. I can keep going. All right. But the one final point I want to make on the subject is just related to the nuisance abatement process. So one of the things that I know is historically a challenge is keeping up with the ongoing point system and process. And I know that's a clear function that happens at the NSC office. So is that managed by CPOs or lieutenants, or how does that get managed in the process?
It's managed by the NSC lieutenants, the last I was aware, but I will confirm that and get it back to you.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Closing comment, Councilmember Martin, all the way down.
So earlier in March, following the incident where RPD helped federal immigration agents to arrest and detain a city resident, I understand there was a training that ensued. Could you describe what the training entailed and possibly send thorough information about what the training entailed?
Yeah, in the interest of time, we'll provide it in writing. We'll give you the lesson plans.
That's really incredible. One last question. You know what? I can send it in writing.
Councilmember Monroe.
I just want to thank the women and the men of the Rochester Police Department for all the work you do, the chances that you take, and this continual involvement that we're seeing within the department is impressive, and it's so positive to see how things are shifting, how mental health is something that we're becoming more aware of post-COVID, and that it's getting interwoven into everything, including and especially keeping an eye on the wellness and the health of our officers themselves, because that's an incredibly stressful job that I know I could not imagine myself in, but I strive to continue to learn more about it. And again, I just really appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Councilmember Patterson.
So my closing comment is for my colleagues on City Council. I want to commend you all for this incredible love fest that we've had today for the Rochester Police Department. Unlike other years where council members have advocated against GIVE funding, have advocated for cuts in RPD funding, it seems as though this year we all agree that we actually do need the police, and it doesn't seem as though anybody is openly and actively advocating for cuts in the budget, reductions in GIVE funding, or a reduction in any police services. So thank you, council. Thank you.
Council Vice President.
Thank you. I just want to say, keep up the good work. We appreciate you guys. We definitely appreciate the closure rate on the crime, the shootings, whether it be fatal or injured citizens. And then the other thing I'd like to add is the workforce development has been rocking it. The workforce development team has been rocking it. Keep up the good work. Spread the love to the other departments. And because NLC has recognized you guys for that awesome work. And in closing, looking forward to the HBCU Frederick Douglass Classic. Have a good day.
I'd like to echo some of these statements and just say, this is my 8th budget hearing. I do think that there's a different tenor between the city council, the administration, and the police department, and I really do think that's in large part due to your leadership, Chief, and your team as well. So I appreciate that, and kudos to you. I also think it's due to some of the investments and prioritization that the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the administration have made. So really thankful for that too. I'll just say that, we didn't talk about it much, and I understand the mayor's position that this has to be something that is talked about at a negotiating table. But the work of the action team, the proposal to have a civilian response unit, is meant to be beneficial to constituents, to citizens, to the police department. Council does not get to participate in these types of negotiations, but I'm just going to say for the record, and to you, Chief, and to you, the deputy mayor, that we really hope these go well, and that we can think of ourselves collectively as all working towards the same goal, including the people who are not in this room right now but who will be at the negotiating table, that we are all working towards the same goal of trying to create a safer community with quicker response times and people who feel that they're being listened to by their city government. So I wish you all Godspeed in the negotiating process, and hopefully we'll see some progress this year as well. Thank you all for your time today. Appreciate it, and we are adjourned.